Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another night of North American Division 2 DPC. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're back into NA Div 2. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. I'm excited to watch some NA Dota. We've got quite a few matchups lined up here today. I'm really interested to see what goes on between the teams we have. We're still in early days of Div 2, but, every single game counts, Mike. And, a few of these matches feels like start to determine where our top two will be, who might be lined up for promotion down the line.
Yeah, speaking of top two, I think we've got potentially one of the top two teams here today, but we can look at the recap of our previous day first, see exactly what did happen on our last day of NA Div 2. And, well, I need a bit of a refresher as well, Jonathan. I mean, it was a couple of days ago, but I'm getting old, so we need to remember exactly what happened. Of course, it was Grin versus Goons up first in our first matchup. I believe Goons ended up taking this one 2-0 in quite a convincing fashion, but Grin, I say convincing fashion, both games did take around 40 minutes to finish, but I think most of the time it was fairly obvious who was probably going to pull off the victory.
Yeah, like they maintained a lot of momentum for the most part there on Goons, and it's really interesting to see because the American Goons did drop 2-0 to the side of Grin in the closed qualifiers, but they rally around here. It looks like they learned a lot from that last time they faced off against each other. We had some pretty impressive plays, some good skewer backs, some good lassos, a lot of back and forth. It was a really competitive match. It was really nice to see coming out there, and it's going to be a really great time to watch these two teams develop. I think even though you take that 2-0 loss on Grin, they're showing a lot of promise for a team that, again, we haven't seen too many of the players out from Grin. American Goons, much more established. You have Lil Nick, Boris Esk, Giant Pingus. We've seen all of them kind of bounce in and out of Div 2 and Div 1 before. So I think for Grin, it's a respectable showing. It's nothing to take away from them despite a 2-0 loss. They were competitive for the most part. It's just that in the end, again, some of the learnings that American Goons picked up on from the last time they faced up against this team, it does matter a lot, right? They take a hard loss in the closed qualifiers. You tend to study that team really hard going into the next time you meet them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, American Goons, there's very recognizable names in this team. So I think we were also speaking to Lil Nick, and he even said that last loss shouldn't have really happened in the qualifiers. But, it is what it is. Can't take that away from Grin Esports. They did make that happen earlier. Still, obviously, Goons able to get their revenge where it really matters, which is in actual NA Div 2. And you're seeing the final moments here of game number 2 in that best of 2 series or rather best of 3 series between the two teams. Props to American Goons managing to pull that one off. I believe the series straight after that one was Ravens versus, the Cut versus C-Dub. And this one I was kind of leaning towards the Cut before we went into the series. I thought they might have a better chance of pulling off the victory. And quite frankly, by the way they were playing, especially in that first game, it felt like they should have had the victory. But C-Dub just able to keep it together and make it work. And they certainly look like one of the better teams here in NA Div 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've maintained the same roster from Tour 2. They managed to fix a lot of the issues they had from that last run in Tour 2 as well. And for the Cut, I mean, MTD looked pretty damn good on the mid. You mentioned that this is someone that T-Panda was hyping up a little bit. He looked pretty damn solid. It's just that the side of C-Dub as a team, on a whole, just performed a lot better together. I think that's the real sticking point here. First game did go the distance. You're seeing the replay already at 55 minutes. I believe it took us an hour and 4 minutes to kind of get the closer on game number 1. Very hard-fought victory coming out from C-Dub. A lot of back and forth with the Cut. They're finding some openings. At some point, MTD was just pretty hard to manage with how much he was doing on that Timbersaw, but again, just falling a little bit short to find a win in the side of C-Dub. You've got Void Spirit plus Magnus. You've got the Oracle there as well. You had a lot of good saves coming out in this first game from the side of C-Dub. And to Cut, their options were a lot more limited. Even going into game 2, it looked even stronger from the side of C-Dub. It looked a little bit shakier from the side of the Cut. They play really strong Abaddon safe lane. We had a great conversation with C-Dub when that did come out in that game number 2. And we managed to ask some good questions about playing safe lane Abaddon just feels great, you know, and Double King is an Abaddon safe lane enjoyer. I like to see that.
He certainly was. Yeah, he did make the hero look very broken in that game too, for sure. Just gave absolutely zero chance here for the cut to try and tie up the series 1-1 in this best of 3. And yeah, I mean, Pos1 Abaddon feels pretty busted in 7.33C. You know, I don't think it's a perfect kind of carry by any stretch, but he's one of those carries where if you're not expecting it to come out, it can feel pretty damn broken, and that's what it certainly did. In fact, I can't even remember a Double King really dying in this game. He may have dropped 1 or 2 deaths, not 100% sure, but I'm kind of remembering no death game here for Double King in this game number 2, and certainly a very dominant kind of victory from Seedup, so props to them for being able to make that happen. And sadly for the cut, obviously not off to the best start here, John, but it doesn't matter. Plenty of games to go. It was only their first day, so yeah, plenty of games. But the thing with DPC is every single series you lose can kind of make it so you just never get to that top 2 placing that you really want to get to. So kind of important for teams like the cut to try and not drop any more series if they can avoid it, which is pretty hard when you've got matchups like Wildcard still ahead of you.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder for that journey of promotion. And again, some losses can haunt you down the line. So this might be one of them for the side of the cut. For Seedup, it's a good rallying moment. You know, this is probably the most competitive we've seen Div 2 of NAB. So I don't think taking a loss from Seedup should feel too bad for the side of the cut. And we can take a look at our standings now, as we did finish a few days of the DPC here. Seedup, Ravens, USA, and Wildcard all the way at our top 4. Granite, Nexus Titans, The Cut, and Tilted Boys in our bottom 4 with 1 loss each. Still a lot of opportunities to climb back up. Of course, taking 1 loss does mitigate your chances just a bit. Someone's going to have to try to upset one of the top 4 teams. And that can always be a little bit hard. Sometimes you go through the tour and suddenly that top 4 that you start with just stays there and the bottom 4 stays there as well. So we'll see. But again, it's a competitive tour for NA. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone manages to take a win over anyone else.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't surprise me either, Jonathan. We'll see how it all does pan out. Of course, plenty of games to go here for NA Div 2. Again, today's games are going to be interesting as well. We do have Wildcard against, I think it was Tilted Boys, for our first series of the day. So that's going to be quite exciting here. And I believe we've got Ravens and Grin after that as well. But you know, it's going to be one of those things. Like, we have the arguably the best team in Division 2 right now in North America up against Ravens, the Tilted Boys, who were able to win last game around. And there you go. The schedule does come up for us. Like I said, both these sides... No, in fact, I was thinking Ravens, yeah. So Tilted Boys did not win their series last week, rather the other day. So they are up against Wildcard, which is going to be pretty tough, right? Like, you're coming off a loss, you're going to go up against Wildcard. It's not going to feel very good for them. And then we do have Ravens versus Grin. That's what I was kind of thinking about here. So Grin as well, going up against a team that did win their last series. So it's going to be an interesting day, but you've got 2 teams here that lost the last time around that do really want to win to get their season underway, but might not be the easiest matchups ahead of them.
Yeah, certainly not the easiest matchups, and I think that second series is going to be an interesting test for the side of Ravens. Again, we've seen some up and down performances coming out from Ravens who, you know, stuck together for the most part from the last tour as another NA team, now finally finding an org, but again, like it looked a little bit rough in the first series. Despite taking that win, it did go all the way to 3 games. So we'll see for the second series. Of course, for the first one, seeing Wildcard up against Tilted Boys. We talked about these teams a lot. Wildcard restructuring Sammy back to Pos1 up against Tilted Boys, who have Ferte and Volobka still together. And that is a promising duo, of course. So I'm keen to see this clash of established NA team up against, again, a little bit of a wildcard factor here for Tilted Boys.
Well, Jonathan, we've got the draft underway here for game number 1, so let's bring that up and see exactly what is going down. Of course, Wildcard versus Tilted Boys, game 1 draft. So important for Tilted Boys to get a draft that they feel comfortable with, because again, they're arguably against, you know, one of the teams that almost feels like they're guaranteed to go back up to Division 1. I never like to say guaranteed by any stretch, because this is Dota 2 and this is the DPC, so anything could happen. But I think most of the people watching would assume Wildcard should be able to slowly make their way back up again, as they tend to kind of bounce between Div 1 and 2. You know, this is classic wildcard for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit more consistent the past few tours, but this time around, you know, the last roster didn't quite work out the way they'd want to. So now we're going to have to try to claw their way back into Div 1. Rather interesting to see the bans. Bat Rider being taken out by Wildcard. Nothing too off meta. Tilted Boys a little bit more off meta with the Pango and the Timbersaw ban, so just focusing on that mid. And of course, Techie's left in the pool. Tilted Boys picks it up. I wonder if Wildcard takes up the Doom themselves now. With that still in the pool, no, they go for the Magnus, which is fair. I think that hero's been on the up and up as well. It's universal type. It can be flexed from safe lane, off lane. A lot of options there. And the Phoenix pickup is a little bit different coming out here. Keen to see what the idea is from Wildcard. I mean, we have seen a little bit more Phoenix, I think, overall. Like, we're seeing it in other tournaments. We're seeing it in other regions. Rather keen to see how much they can get done with that Phoenix, because it does feel fairly early on. Tilted Boys have a couple of options to handle, say, the Supernova. Maybe Snapfire, not the most popular hero, but certainly is one of the more straightforward responses to a Phoenix Egg. Let me just point out, Sammy has a pet cam running there. It's pretty cool.
He does. Did he change his room or something? I could have sworn it looked way different the last time we looked.
It looks different. I have to say as well, Doris rocking some shades right now.
Love to see it.
Pretty sick.
I mean, Volodka, I think,
Skyward as well.
shades, or they're just... Everyone's rocking shades, in fact. John, look at that. It's only Fuerte that isn't, which is a little bit upsetting from his end of things, but everyone else got the sunglasses on. Very, very good to see. So you and I know very well, Jonathan, it gets dark indoors, so... Excuse me, it gets very bright indoors, so... Gotta put the shades on, make sure you don't go blind, you know, especially with the monitors these days, Jonathan. You know, 5G and all. You know how it is.
Yeah. It's just a flashbang effect on those monitors. I think if Ferta wears shades with how dark his background was, I'd actually be mildly concerned. It would look like something out from SCP for the most part. As Tilted Boys get something that's a little bit less creepy, but just as maybe as threatening. Yeah, the Secure Contain Protect, Mike. If you were a cool kid, you'd read all of this, but you don't do much reading.
Every cast we have, you bring up something, and I never understand the reference, and then you proceed to tell me that I'm uncultured and everyone else knows what you're talking about. And I'm convinced, Jonathan, that you're
popular.
Is it though, Jonathan?
It's pretty. It has a lot of games based off of it. It's pretty popular for anyone that enjoys reading. It's a pretty fun website, Mikey.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that.
I'm sure that's not in your top priority, reading. So it's understandable, Mike.
Certainly not in my repertoire. I must admit, reading is not my strong suit. I was only brought up speaking English, so God forbid I have the ability to read.
Yeah, it's either or for you down there, Mike. As Tilted Boys with a Morphling, I mean, you have a universal here to turn into in the Magnus. The Ags build-up is always going to be very interesting to see down the line. I'm keen. We don't necessarily see it kick in, though, but it does still feel amazing. Once you hit the Ags, you become a way better Magnus. You take away 40% of a universal hero stats across the board. That's pretty sickening if that's the build-up we're looking here from Ferte for Tilted Boys. Wildcard, go into the Rubik. So you have good spells to steal. Pretty much just stealing attribute shift and going full strength is honestly probably every Rubik's dream, because you just get that, you get a little bit of armor, and you're kind of set to have a lot of EHP. So I wouldn't mind that too much here for Wildcard. Does set up for some really interesting lanes here as well. Wondering if they'll run, say, a Magnus off lane with a Rubik sounds pretty good. Lift back into Skewer is always nice. If you run it safe lane, I'm not the biggest fan of Phoenix 4. I think that's where my preference will be. Like, a Rubik 4 with a Magnus off lane sounds a lot better. You could still run that in the safe lane combo, but it's just Phoenix on a 4. It does need EXP, but I don't think it uses the farm as well as maybe a Rubik does with his own item timings.
10 seconds remaining.
I would certainly agree with you on that, John. Tilted Boys, they go for the Mirana, they go for the LC pickup now. And fair enough, Mirana LC have been very, very popular in 7.33C, so none too surprising to see these heroes being picked up. A wildcard for their final pickup here before we can see some more bans coming out.
10 seconds
They do need 2 more cores here. I mean, I think if they're not going to run the position 1 Magnus, they could afford to just go pick up +1 now, knowing you're up against the Morphling. Though they may just be choosing to run this position 1 Mag. But to be absolutely fair, I can't exactly remember the last time I saw Sammy Boy play +1 Magnus, but I'm sure the man does enjoy it. I mean, who doesn't play +1 Magnus in 7.33C? It's kind of one of those series you need to have up your sleeve if you are going to be playing position 1. I'm sure Sammy Boy's got a pocket Magnus ready, whatever.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying this character arc growth for Sammy Boy from what looked like a very scary den with the red lights and the RGB lighting he had to, a more down-to-earth room. Maybe the poster in the back kind of goes against my point, but he has a nice cat cam. I'll always appreciate that when we get the pets highlighted there.
Is that a
Good old
poster or a
Sammy.
painting? It looks quite nice. I like it.
It looks cool. Probably one of the remnants from his red room days when we'd see him.
Yeah.
I was always having a bit
The
of a
good old
laugh with
days.
his RGB. The good old days, but he's calmed down. He's got a cat, Mike. He's fine now.
Yeah. Is he though, John? I mean,
Inside, he's never
cat
fine. It's
enjoys-
Sammy.
Yeah.
It's Sammy, Mike. He's never fine inside.
It's the cat enjoys, John. I just can't. I don't trust people like that. Like
Cats are nice.
Yeah. I don't know, John. I just don't know.
I don't know why. Why do people take it to be mutually exclusive to like cats and dogs? It's like it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive.
Yeah, but haven't you
can like
noticed
both
someone
pets.
that likes a cat is just different to someone who likes a dog? Like you look at a cat and a dog owner, they're always so different, John. They really are.
What's your implication about Sammy here, Mikey? As they do take out the Drow Ranger now. So that's an interesting way to tie in this draft. The lanes into the LC a lot better than a Magnus. We've seen an LC just dominate matchups against melee heroes. And I like this Drow plus Phoenix lane. Feels pretty good. Good amount of slows, good magic damage early on. You get the Rubik and Magnus lane going for yourself now as well. So I like what you're doing here on the side of Wildcard to stabilize your lanes. And yeah, I think the Drow it's not a very popular hero right now, to be fair. But when we were seeing a lot of Terrorblades, I felt like Drow could have risen up a little bit more. In this case, again, your core matchup against Morphling, maybe not the smoothest, not quite the best matchup in the world, but you can still kind of hold your own at the very least. And again, your laning matchup against Legion Commander is a little bit better here, although there is still some aggression that can come out from Tilted Boys if they get, say, your Pause 4 techies up and running here. I think there is still some threat, considering that techies can trade right click with literally any hero.
That it can. It certainly can, and always feels amazing while you do it too, let me tell you, John. Still the boys' final ban to come. They get rid of the Husker up first. Really not wanting to get cheesed, which is fair enough. What else do we want? I mean, they are looking for a mid lane here, Tilted Boys, so Husker being banned doesn't really reveal too much, that's for sure.
Still have options for Storm as they ban out the Tinkers, so taking out some of the RCY specials. Wildcard, I'm probably just looking to ban mid as well. If the Storm is still also really annoying for Wildcard to play into, their hard lockdown, it's not quite there. It's like lift back and a silence. Everything else the Storm can kind of deal with for the most part. So I wouldn't mind if Wildcard banned it out. Now they take care of the puck instead. So Tilted Boys has the option for something like the Storm to come out here. I think it fits their lineup well. Vortex arrow combinations there. And again, you don't have too much control to worry about here as a Storm. So I'm curious if that's something Tilted Boys will want.
5 seconds remaining.
The final pickup is upon us, Tilted Boys. They're going to go down the Wind Ranger route. Here we go again. You've been carrying on about this pick every time it does pop up, and it is upon us once again, this mid Wind Ranger for Tilted Boys. And I gotta tell you, John, it never feels good these days, especially into a hero like Invoker, who's gonna have the Tornado to just purge off Windrun every time. And RCY, he's an Invoker specialist, Jonathan, so I'm not feeling too good here for Tilted Boys, because I tell you, the last time I saw this man play Invoker, it was a very dominant performance. So we'll see what happens, but Yeah, I mean, this mid-win range, the stats on it are not looking too good in the pro meta. And I guess I'll reserve judgment till we see what happens in this game one. But I must admit, John, I do like what I'm seeing here from Wildcard.
Yeah, I like Wildcard's draft as well. I think the mid matchup's going to be pretty rough for Volodka. I get the Wind Ranger pick. I think it's preemptive to prevent something like the Storm from Wildcard's end. But then you know, no one bans Invokers, so you pick it up against Wind Ranger, Tornado, as you mentioned, Dispelling Wind Run, and that's always going to be the case until you get your level 25, level 20 talent, and that's a long ways off in this game. I think it's going to be a lot harder for Volodka to play this game. And of course, RCY, as a Filipino American, Mike, as a Filipino mid, you got to have the Invoker in your pool. That's a good old days back in like 2015 when you had younger players playing in Dota 2 in Southeast Asia. Oh, every kid on mic would play Invoker mid, and they'd trash talk and they'd say, "Oh, my team's terrible." Yada yada yada. They'd all chat all the time. RCY carrying that tradition.
Well, that was it back in the day. Like when Invoker first came out in Dota All-Stars, like if you knew how to play Invoker, it didn't matter how bad you were at the hero in particular. As long as you knew all the spell combinations, as long as you could just invoke the spells, it was your team's fault every time if you lost the game, Jonathan. And can I just say, by the way, I was a Invoker player back in my mid days, so don't want to show off or anything, Jonathan. But back when I was younger, I used to be able to press the buttons. These days, not so much because the hero is complete trash. But when you've got a hero, when you've got a player like RCY on the Invoker, you're probably going to be feeling very, very confident here as Wildcard. And I think you and I in particular are also very confident in Wildcard's draft here. As I think they just cover their bases really well. This Invoker just kind of feels like the perfect pick here. Even against the LC, you're going to have Sunstrike, you're going to have the Tornado. I think on top of that, like if you wanted to go Quas Wex build up, you go Spirit Vessel build into the Morphling, that's going to feel quite nice as well. So overall, I think the draft of Wildcard looks quite nice against Tilted Boys, and as well as that, Jonathan, I mean, it is still Wildcard at the end of the day, so they are also just going to be the favorites anyway.
Yeah, I think they've got themselves the draft to push this advantage. Like down the line, having the Alacrity out onto Sammy is going to feel pretty damn good. And power on a high base damage hero like the Drow is also going to be amazing. So you have a lot of options for scaling into the late game. Your early game tempo feels pretty good. I'm keen to see how Tilted Boys plays into the laning phase here. Again, there's some aggression that can come out. I think Ush's lane is going to be key. If you can slow down Sammy, it's going to feel pretty good for you. We've seen LCs, again, take this early timing for the Blade Mail and Blink and just dominate a game. Not as easy to do that up against the Drow. But again, if you can still get that done somehow for Ush, that is going to be the tempo for your game. Just Blink Duel, get these pickoffs, play the pickoff game, really, for Tilted Boys, as that is where their lineup shines in comparison to Wildcard, where their wombo combo team fights. You've got to kind of get that done from the laning phase, early mid game, and that momentum is going to have to carry through. Because if not, when it comes down to the later point in the game, sure, your Morphling scales here, but you're dealing with Phoenix Egg, you're dealing with RP, you're dealing with all of that on top with an Invoker. This game does not get easier for the side of Tilted Boys as the game goes on, even though you have the Morphling that scales.
Wash is going to move in here. With the overwhelming ones, he's feeling confident enough to just run in for the boundary rune and does manage to pick it up. He's going to be a 2-for-2 anyway, as though Sammy does not pick up the boundary rune for his team. We'll let his position 5 do that work, as I find that kind of hilarious from Sammy. Just he's playing the classic carry role, just can't do anything a support would do. Just leave it be for Sunlight to pick up. Speaking of Skyward here, being chased down just a little bit by Sammy, but gets a fair bit of damage off onto the Drow Ranger before we do start the laning phase. And while we're here, we'll start off with the top lane. You're going to have Ush against Skyward. They're up against Sunlight and Sammy. What do you think about this top lane, John? LC Techie seems like a pretty annoying lane to have to lane against here for Sammy Boy.
It is. I mean, again, it's a little bit better than having your Magnus safe lane. I think a Magnus safe lane here just gets run down. The Drow has some spacing to play with, and you can play with your Phoenix pretty nicely. It does take a few levels for you to really hit your stride, although Sunlight's doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, Skyward got very excited there, just trying to go for the... I don't even know if he expected to get the kill onto Sammy Boy, but he got a hell of a lot of damage off. But problem is, he kind of just feeds first blood away to Sunlight.
Yeah, it's a big concern. I was just going to say the levels matter here for the side of Wildcard, especially with a Phoenix support. You hit your level 2 early now, Sammy, halfway to level 2, but once you have the Frost Hours up, this lane becomes a lot more oppressive from the side of Wildcard. You can start to push back up against that Techies, up against the LC. And again, this lane is not as straightforward for the side of Tilted Boys. Techies does enable a lot of off lanes, but again, just having a range advantage for the side of Wildcard ensures that you're not going to be totally annoyed by overwhelming odds, and you have enough room here for Sammy to just farm as he pleases.
What about that mid lane? I mean, RCY against Volodka is going to be happening here, and so far Volodka's having a pretty good time. I fully expect Volodka to win the CS war at the very least here with the Invoker, because it is Invoker and he is a kind of hero that seems to struggle getting CS these days. For now, it's a pretty even affair between these two. It's RCY. On the Invoker, like, again, this man is a bit of a specialist, so don't be too surprised if we see some kill attempts here from the man. And he does go Quas Exhort build, so keeping it with the more aggressive build, which is what you love to see.
Yeah. Should be able to maybe look for some Sunstrike plays as well if it starts to present itself here on the side of Wildcard. Until the tornado is up, Volodka should be pretty free to do what he wants, as we see Flea take down Door now, down bot. Good little snipe coming out there.
Absolutely. That bottom lane monster Flea versus Ferte, and of course Door. Door already going down on the Marana. And so far, like, Ferte is having a decent old time in the Morph lane. I don't think he'll be too afraid for his life here as the Morph against the Magnus Rubik, because they are going to try and make a bit of a play onto the Mag. He's taken the Lotus away from Monster. But then this lane, it feels like Monster should be just fine farming up, and Ferte should be just fine himself. I think at the very least, if you are Tilted Boys, you really shouldn't be too concerned about Ferte dying. Unless he misplays the Morphling, but because as long as he presses that Strength Morph button, he should be just fine.
Yeah, he shouldn't be under any threat, especially as his level 3 comes out. He should be pretty stable in this lane. Does opt for the level 2 Adaptive Strike, probably just to secure range creep and get some good harass out. I think this is a lot more passive than you'd probably want for Tilted Boys up top. They are trying to get aggressive once more.
It doesn't really work out. I mean, Sammy and Sunlight going to be just fine. Thing is, Ash is finding a hell of a lot of CS, and it's just classic LC right now. Like, it's very hard to harass an LCR because it just has so much sustain with Moment of Courage, and of course then you're going to get 1 point and press the attack, so you have another heal available for yourself if you need it. Even with the Drow and the Phoenix, it feels like you don't really take any damage as the LC. You just Moment of Courage procs are more than enough to keep you going.
Yeah, you can just sustain through the harass, apply some decent harass down to the side of Wildcard if they manage to get a little bit too close. Sunlight, this lane is really reliant on him just landing Fire Spirits, because Ush isn't going for early levels and press the attack, so you don't have to worry about the Dispel, the magic damage, the attack slow is always going to feel good for the Phoenix here. Doing a great job of shoving Skyward away every single time, though.
Yeah, the Phoenix proving to be quite strong against this hero, and I guess it's kind of the thing with Phoenix, right? Because like Fire Spirits will make it literally impossible for you to get the attack animation off as a techie. So especially at level 2, like the attack slow is just so much higher. And speaking of Skyward, he shows up again. That might just be a kill here on Skyward as the Icarus dive. It's going to allow that to happen. Us trying his best to secure a bit of a trade here on Sunlight, but this is going to take a lot of time. And Sunlight, he's just fine. Sammy will make sure he is slowed up by the Frost Arrows. And sadly for Ash, nothing he could do to find a good trade for himself.
Yeah, just not able to run down. Again, a little bit harder for the LC in this lane to get the chase if they play their distance right on the side of Wildcard. At least he does have the value point and press the attack. So there's a Dispel on hand. A good start for Wildcard already. 0-3, less than 1k lead. You're finding maybe a little bit more CS out from the side of Tilted Boys despite these kills coming out for Wildcard. But those kills still rack up. And the early game is just really important. And every lane still somewhat even in terms of CS. You are starting to see RCY pull ahead on the Invoker. And oh.
You have Lodcart. Might at least be able to try and take out Flea on the Rubik. The power shot was no mana for it. No mana, no real play here for the Wind Ranger to try and secure the kill onto Flea, and he's going to be just fine to back off though. Top lane, Sunlight now finding himself in danger, but is actually going to be able to walk away. Ash not feeling confident, continuing to try and chase down the Phoenix when he was already dropping a little bit too low. He still had Sammy around as Volodka. In the end, does apparently find Flea. Not sure how exactly that happened, but Flea does end up going down mid.
Managed to snipe him out. They also invade the triangle just a bit, check out the stacks. Dor has the information for his team. No Ancients, only the large camp. They could invade it early on if they feel like it. Take away some of that catch-up gold, and they time it around the 7-minute mark. Arrow doesn't connect, so Flea should just find his Wisdom Rune. Skyward finds the same for their team here. Again, not too much going on despite some of those pickoffs up top. A lot harder to find that now with Ush having that value point and press the attack. And right now, you're really just waiting for levels to come in. Like, once you have certain levels up, it should feel a lot easier, especially for the supports, to start making these rotations happen. We've been seeing quite a fair bit more rotations out from Tilted Boys. It's, Wildcard just maintaining their own lanes just a bit. We'll see as the 8-minute power grid starts to come out.
It's still passive in pretty much every lane right now. Both sides just taking it easy. A lot of farm happening here for Ferte on the Morphling, 47-4, having a pretty damn good time. As top lane, Sunlight going to find himself in danger now. He's going to try for the Icarus dive away, but was a bit late. Skyward does get that final hit off with a right click and does secure the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, RCY is gone. Volodka able to get that kill himself as Flea does trade. But now Skyward's moving in, looking for a sticky bomb, but cannot land it. There's a pretty big kill onto RCY. Props to Volodka. Didn't even have Shackle available, just ran in with the focus fire and secured the kill.
Yeah, just taking care of that Invoker before it becomes a massive issue. The Midas is up, though, for RCY, so he's not going to be hurting too much. Maybe, you're kind of annoyed. It's off cooldown when you die, but be able to head back in, get some usage, start to rack up the EXP. Inside of Wildcard, those losses are a little bit bigger. Again, you're starting to give a little bit more towards Tilted Boys. I think Volodka, again, on his mid lane, has been doing a lot better than you'd expect for the Wind Ranger versus the Invoker. RCY is going to need a little bit of room to just kind of ramp into this point where the Invoker can just handle that hero, get the XP going. You are still farming pretty well on every core. Like, a Monster pretty much has a free land with a Vanguard. Oh, RP's down.
Ferte is going to drop. Monster setting up for a very important kill there onto the Morphling, and well, sadly for Ferte, like, you get caught out with the rogue RP like that from Monster, you're just not ready with the strength morph, and makes it very easy to secure the kill with Sunstrike coming in from RCY. I believe the Morphling was on maximum of 124 HP at the time, so not the best. As Volodka now mid lane, going to get caught by the lift of Flea, and he has no gameplay to try and get out of that. Sunlight able to secure that kill on the Phoenix. Is now top lane. Sammy's being chased down. Sammy still going for a bit of a run. A nice 3-man gust, and now the team is incoming. They can't secure the kill in time. Ash is trying his absolute best to get there. Skyward is already down. Ash so close for the duel attempt, still trying to reach him. Sammy trying to duke this one out the best he can. The extra movement speed, but it's not going to be enough. Ash cannot make it. Sammy proving to just be fast enough. And Flea will walk away with a double kill on the Ruby.
Now that is huge. Good punishment coming out there from the side of Wildcard. Getting that kill mid, rotating in to help their Drow. Just overcommittal from the side of Tilted Boys, diving so far to try to pin down this Drow. They just don't have the mobility to catch her out. You don't have a hero that just instantly jumps on top. And you do have the Morphling, but that's way down the line. No way you'd see Fer to join in anytime soon on these engagements. And now, off the back of those kills, you've got level 6s up early on your supports for Wildcard. Supernova ready to go on Sunlight. We've already seen the stolen spells of Flea with a power shot having a lot of impact. The team fight is ready if they did want to go for it. Maybe, not having the RP hurts a little bit more, but just, again, threat of Supernova with no direct right-click heroes from Tilted Boys that can take care of it, at least from the supports. It can be a little bit rough to try to focus that target down in some of these more scattered fights early on.
Yeah. Things looking pretty damn good right now for Wildcard. 2k advantage their way.
Tower has fallen.
Only person really suffering quite a bit is the Drow Ranger at the moment. Sammy has a bit of catching up to do, but it is Drow Ranger. Once you hit the jungle, you tend to escalate quite quickly.
Radiant's middle tower
It's
is
exactly
under
what he
attack.
will start doing. At least for Tilted Boys. Ferte is having a really good time on the Morphling as well. Not too far behind anyone on the side of Wildcard. It's bottom lane. It's going to run into Monster here in the mag. RP immediately committed again. This time he got the strength morph off though, so they're not going to be able to get the kill. And now Ush is incoming with Skyward and Door. They were trying to set up some bait for Monster, and the bait looks like it's going to pay off. If they do commit the duel now, there is no way for Monster to survive. And now even the egg being committed here from Sunlight to try and keep him safe. But it was already too late.
Radiant's
So you get a
middle
2
tower
for
is under
nothing
attack.
special here for Tilted Boys. So we'll even get away with a bit of duel damage.
Just a bit of overcommittal this time from Wildcard. Going for that same RP play, not being able to get the burst damage off. And no real bailout coming out there for Monster. Nice set of pickups for the side of Tilted Boys to find, as they did clump up all of their heroes down bot for that. There's a lot of room now that they have created for Sammy with these two heroes. So it's a trade-off, right? You're letting your Drow farm safely up top. You're dragging all these heroes down bot, but you make some sacrifices on your mag to get that done. Have to be a bit cautious about bleeding out. Again, the LC. With a blade mail up, Ush can start to hold his own in the middle of these fights. And it can start to get scary once that blink starts to become a reality here for Tilted Boys. The LC. It is going to be your jump to catch out something like the Drow in the back line. And if they can target Sammy with that blink up and running on Ush, things get scary for the side of Wildcard. It's not as straightforward yet for these team fights to break out their way, especially since they're not clumping up. It's still fairly early on for a big 5v5, but that's where this team shines for Wildcard. And while they're split up, they have to play a little bit more cautiously.
Double damage.
They just need to buy so much more time here for this Drow Ranger. Again, like Sammy's just nowhere near the point where he can really get involved. And you see the stacks Ferte's taken right now. It's Morphling about to become the highest net worth hero on the board in this game one. He's a big boy. He'll have the Mad Style on the way very, very soon. It's making it pretty hard to lock this guy down throughout the team fight. So Ferte kind of being the saving grace here for the side of Tilted Boys. Just all the farm being placed on the Morphling. I think Wildcard will be more than happy to take their time with this game as well. I think no rush here. Like, you know, the Drow's nowhere near at the point where you feel like you can really start to push an advantage. So Sammy gonna have to take a lot of time to try and get that farm going for himself. And sadly, it's just so much slower compared to the Morphling at the moment. And I don't think it's gonna get any faster here for old Sammy boy. He's just gotta continue doing it the old-fashioned way. So Tilted Boys, like, if they knew how close the game was, I think they would try to press their advantage now. But they are sitting back and taking their own time as well, which I suppose is fair enough, right? Like, you still want to give time to your Morphling, because perhaps the way you view it is the Morphling should be able to outscale the Drow anyway.
Radiant are scanning.
It can certainly feel the way. This hero is not to be underestimated, especially once you get the Aghanim Scepter up. A lot of stats to be stolen, especially from this Drow if you do manage to get her. Even the obviously the Magnus, very, very good morph target as well. So I suppose late game scaling is also kind of on the side of Tilted Boys.
Arguably, I'd say the team fight of Wildcard is still a concern. You can't count out RP plus, say, a Cataclysm down the line from RCY if he goes for the eggs. And you've got a lot of buffs for the Drow. Even though directly core to core it's not the best, you've got Alacrity plus Empower for a Drow. So it's not a straightforward game for Tilted Boys to take into the late game. You have to really be somewhat cautious about the fights you take. You always have to play the pickoff game for the most part here on Tilted Boys. They will go for a smoke out though, with Dor and Volodka.
That they will. Down towards the bottom lane they go, where Monster is probably going to get caught out here. What of Atos to lock him down. Volodka with the follow-up shackle and the arrow even connecting. And now the duel, just to make sure there will be no skewer attempt away. Very nice rotation here from Tilted Boys, handing over a free duel victory to Ush. Going to feel very, very nice for the LC as well, Tilted Boys now, I believe, have a blink on the way for their LC. And that means they can continue the aggression if they do want. You've got the surprise blink reveal coming out from Ush. Maybe just wait for the jewel to be back up in 35 seconds, but once it is up, I feel like you certainly just want to go.
Just start running down. You have the openings, you have the initiation you need on the side of Tilted Boys. And again, the pickoff game is where Tilted Boy shines. While Wildcard's trying to farm up, work the map, leaving these exposed cores like the Magnus. It's just easy pickings right now for the side of Tilted Boys. 6 to 8, less than 1k lead coming out for the side of Tilted Boys now. And this blink for Ush, this should be, again, the launching point for a lot of that aggression. Because if you are Tilted Boys, there is some pressure to play a little bit faster. Even with the morph being the be-all, end-all, the team fight of Wildcard just scales a lot better. So you kind of want to press that advantage in terms of damage, in terms of how you position on the map early on here. Not quite clumping around the blink just yet. Duel is off cooldown for Ush. Eventually, once they start playing around the LC, that's where things can get scary for Wildcard. Wildcard, for their part, RCY, he's got the Octarine up. So a lot more spells to spam in the middle of these fights. The levels are starting to rack up on our Invoker as well, with a Midas being utilized. Level 13 about to be approached here. So more output from every single spell. But you've got the early BKB being queued up by Volodka, and that's one way to kind of mitigate the impact of this Invoker up against the Wind Ranger. Just spell immune to you. And that should be enough to ride you to the point where you start to pick up your talents. You start to get that, you start to approach level 25 where Wind Run isn't going to be dispellable. And that's where things can get a little bit dicey in terms of trying to handle that Wind Ranger.
Vodka, Rodovaitos is going to land onto the Phoenix and Sunlight. Going to barely avoid the arrow. Don't think they were going to go for the dive anyway, though, so not too big of a deal. Really concerning seeing how much further behind Sammy Boy is getting here on the net worth board, John. Still at 7.9k, almost 3k behind Ferte. And Tilted Boys, they know it. They've smoked up, or rather just popped the Moonlight Shadow. Problem is that they gave mines to Flea, so he's placed those around and he's getting a lot of information for his team. So now they definitely know the Moonlight Shadow was popped and it is going to wear off. This amounts to absolutely nothing here for Tilted Boys. It still seems like Wildcard are not interested in trying to force any fights at the moment. Tilted Boys have smoked up, but they run right back into the mines. So, again, very obvious that this is a smoke happening from their end of things. And I mean, Sammy was nearby, but it doesn't seem like they can really connect to the eastern side of the map and be able to actually secure the Drow. So instead, they'll start pressuring the mid-tier 1 tower. There will be a defense to come out though from Wildcard. The Volodka showing up here, gets tornadoed up. Meanwhile, Jewel has been committed. Ush trying to finish off RCY, but a big RP coming from Monster, landing on 2. They've lost both Ush and Ferte in all this. There's now Volodka gonna get chased down. The Wind Ranger, pretty big trouble for him, but with the Wind Run, he might just make it. Monster trying to chase, lands the shockwave into the gush, or rather the gust from Sammy. And Wildcard, they suddenly find fourth of their trouble off the back of a beautiful RP.
Again, it's just down to this timing. It's down to how Tilted Boys found their success. Their success has been in pickoffs. Like every single time they found these big kills, it's Monster being isolated, it's Sammy just kind of being on his own. Once the clump up comes in from Wildcard, just RP, the egg coming down. The Phoenix Spirit Slows are really good in mitigating that dual output. So you can't press the attack early on. You can't press the attack once you commit the duel. So you've got a lot of good answers on Wildcard, and Tilted Boys has to be cautious when it comes up to the clump up. Your teamfight presence is just not that big. You need to find a pickoff. You need to find a numbers advantage first before any of these wider fights spread out. Otherwise, you're just going to be in a lot of trouble.
Mid-tier 1 tower is going to go down here. So regardless of the lost team fight, Tilted Boys do come back in to clear up that tier 1. Knowing the RP was down, they knew they could go for that quite easily. Some pretty bad news, like dropping the team fight like that is going to feel pretty horrendous here for Tilted Boys, I'm sure. And now, suddenly 6k behind in net worth and giving so much gold. Back the way of Sammy, who was struggling so much to try and keep up. with the net worth of this Morphling. Now only about 500 gold behind. Pretty big comeback situation here from Wildcard. Just managed to kind of escalate that net worth lead. And Tilted Boys, they've got to kind of take a back seat now, it feels like, and buy themselves some more time to have the Ags up on Ferte. Mind you, though, as we saw last team fight, like if he cops the RP, it does not take them long to burst him down. Especially if he doesn't hit the Strength Morph in time. Like, it's just happens so quickly. So Ferte, like, Ags or not, you cannot afford to get caught initially like that.
No, it's just too much control, too much output, especially with the Invoker stacking spells on top of that RP. You still hit a really good stride for Ferte with the Ags. I'm wondering what his priority will be. Again, Sammy's a pretty good target just because 20% stat steal is still big and 70 attack speed is massive to take away from Drow. We'll see. It's Wildcard this time going out for the smoke play. They do have RP and Egg ready.
Shadows take us.
Mid lane, Ash. They did see him there for a moment. He's in the Moonlight Shadow right now, but they'll place a Sentry Ward preemptively, just hoping he walks in, and Ash, he does show up for a moment, but immediately blinks out. The All Scepter is going to land, however. Ash still in trouble. Monster's got the Harpoon and the Skewer back here on the LC. So that'll be Ash going down. But Roshan has started. So yeah, you lose the LC, but it's all a bit of a distraction because Roshan is happening here for Tilted Boys, and they are going to get away with this one for free.
Fallen to the Radiant.
Nice and easy.
Just a little bit late for Wildcard to jump into that one, as they also back off and allow Ferte to head up top to farm. Ag's fully up and running on the Morph. So again, you've got some good fight play. You've got some good openings for Tilted Boys to try to find, but you need the pickoffs to really start to shine. Wildcard, as long as they stay clumped up like this, it's just hard to see an angle for Tilted Boys to take. Like Blink Duel, if it's not in Phoenix, then the Sunray, the Fire Spirits are going to be really annoying. We've always got a way of stopping just that instant burst onto one from coming in. The RP and Egg combination is still pretty scary from Wildcard. And RCY with his combinations on top of that RP can be pretty annoying to deal with as well. So we'll see. Like, I think Tilted Boys, for their part, probably need a little bit more to come out on Volodka more than anything else. Like the Gleipnir, having this AoE setup of your own starts to make these fights maybe a little bit more manageable for the side of Tilted Boys, and that Gleipnir timing is going to be a big one to allow him to increase his DPS as well. Let's see if Volodka is given the time to build up there. The Tilted Boys themselves, huh?
We're going to move in. They have found Skyward here on the techies. Skyward not going to be able to get the blast off to try and make a gap between them. I mean, even with the Aegis up on Tilted Boys, it seems like Wildcards are the ones that still want to try and go fight. This is fair enough, because they are the much stronger team at the moment with the 6k advantage. I'm sure Ferte is finding heaps of farms still in the Morphling, but he's really the only one. As soon as he's gone from the team fight, you just suddenly lose 14k net worth on your side of things. And well, Ferte right now is being watched by Wildcard. He's going to be able to waveform away in time, though, so they won't have the opportunity to try and chase him down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's always funny to watch a team that does not have the Aegis just running towards a team that does. The Tilted Boys are just going to continue retreating, and even with the Ags up on Ferte, it doesn't seem like they're quite ready to try and smoke up and fight with this Aegis.
No, just a little bit harder. I mean, you need the pickoffs. You don't have the forward vision here inside of Tilted Boys to try to look for those pickoffs as well. And Wildcard just, for the most part, staying clumped up together.
Dire are
So you don't have any easy targets to just find without any save coming out here from the side of Wildcard. Tilted Boys start to clump up and head top. They've got the smoke now. See if they find something.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on smoke scenario between these two teams. Wildcard actually getting wrapped around on here by Tilted Boys. They're going to have a high ground advantage, though, because they do hang around in that Radiant Triangle now, and Ferrete is jumping right into them. This could be a real big problem. Sammy, though, he's the first one to get spotted, so he gets jeweled up here, but a nice tornado going to buy him a bit of time, but it's not quite enough. Sammy is down, so they do find a great RP. He has got 3 targets within that. Skewer back as well. The egg, however, it is not going to last. And Wildcard, without their Drow Ranger, are not going to have the follow-up damage to be able to win out this team fight. As it's going to be Tilted Boys pulling off the victory here, even finding RCY on the Evoker. And that'll be 4 down for Wildcard, as Flea is the only one to walk away from this. Tilted Boys suddenly closing that net worth gap just down to 1k. Hell, they don't even lose the Aegis and all that.
Yeah, you're just free. No punishment coming out from Wildcard. The team fight not breaking out the way they'd want to. Like the egg just being so close to the area of the fight. The tornado save was there to stop the duel, but still not enough to really prevent that downfall of Sammy Boy. And that's again the shining point for Tilted Boys. If they manage to break up these fights, break up the way the side of Wildcard uses their spells, ensure that the connections aren't there with the RP and the egg, then you still are in a world of hurt for Wildcard. Like these team fights have to line up perfectly from their side. They need to be able to execute with his AoE control. Doesn't come out there. Sammy not reacting fast enough to get the gust off and just dies. It has to really be careful. I mean, he's protected by the Lincolns, but they've got a lot of ways to pop it. They pop it easily in the last one, getting the duel off. For the side of Tilted Boys now, you don't have much to wait for. You can easily dig into the high ground. There is still teamfight plays, still a decent high ground hold potential from Wildcard with RP Egg, but it's looking pretty rough. Like for their part, their movement hasn't been lining up. The impact of Sammy's been negligible to say the least. They just need a lot more time to get this drought to the point where it can be an actual threat in these engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a very popular hero this in this patch for a reason. The Drow Ranger. I mean, to be fair, like Sammy certainly did not react to seeing the Morphling, so can't quite just blame the Drow for that one. But Ferrete is just looking like a much stronger Morphling at the moment than say Sammy Boy's Drow. And well, Tilted Boys, I mean, looking really good. Like this matchup is very close between the two, which is not something I was quite expecting. But they've actually got a very slight net worth advantage, and 30 minutes in, win probability is actually 62% their way, so pretty good game thus far for Tilted Boys. It's actually their game to throw now, ironically enough, so the Wildcard are the ones that need to try and find a way back into this game one. You see Monster and RCY hanging around down to the bot lane, just hoping that somebody does go down to the low ground and give this an opportunity for a skewer back, but that's not going to happen. Still just split pushing the lanes is mid lane. Skyward, nice little TP out in the tree line, is not going to get scouted here by Wildcard. He will be able to get out just fine, and I kind of doubt we're going to see a team fight anytime soon, I'll be honest, John, because I mean, if you're Wildcard, like you're just looking to split push lanes and drag out the game more for Sammy to actually have a chance to get some farm going. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they'll do. Is you see the bottom lane just constantly pushed out. Just the classic gameplay. Just one thing that never changed in the new patch is just the fact that you fall behind, you split push lanes. That's what you do. Job never changes.
Yeah, you work the jungle. You try to catch up. Try to prevent any movement onto the high ground. And managed to do that quite well here on Wildcard. You have the full Scotty up for Sammy, so a few more stats to play with, a lot more HP, and the healing reduction going to feel really nice up against some Morph if you can find the angle. And Ferrete already has a Satanic. Along with Manta, he's got a lot of self-dispel on hand. Wildcard trying out for another smoke play here.
That they are. I'll run into door. The door is backing off at the right moment, though. To be fair, he wouldn't mind tanking the gank for the team. Oh, Ferrete's a much bigger kill, and they see him. Pings are out. RP immediately onto the Morphling. He did get Strength Morph off in time, but it may not matter. There's still a waveform. It's going to be quite nice. Now they'll focus the egg down. A big blast up from Skyward, landing on 2 heroes. Looks like they'll even find Monster on the mag, as they just did not have enough damage to finish off the initial Morphling kill. Sammy, he is going to be left behind, trying to at least finish off Door, but it is not going to happen. Volodka with a triple kill on the Morphling. And another terrible type fight for Wildcard. They get wiped with Forge on. They don't even find the initial pickoff. Like, Ferté just survives through all of this.
Now, Ferté just managed to get off the strength gain in the end, and that's more than enough durability. Again, for Wildcard, they had the right idea, just try to get the instant lock-in on the Morphling, take care of that hero ASAP, but the damage output wasn't there. The egg, again, in a very awkward position. They couldn't save it. The response was out from Tilted Boys to melt that egg. And your presence here for Wildcard, it's just not there. You're going to need way more items to be up, especially in RCY. I mean, he's got a lot of defense, but Lincoln's still needs the full BKB. Wants the Hex as well for additional control. But I'd say this is a pretty solid Ags game for the Invoker if you can pick it up. It's so much farm that you need to keep finding here. And you're running out of map space with Tilted Boys just taking over. They get the free shard for their LC off the Tormentor on the dire side. So you've got a lot more presence as well. With the overwhelming odds with the armor, it's going to be even more durability coming out here for the side of Tilted Boys. And for Wildcard, this game is starting to slip away. You'd expect a little bit more coming out from these team fights, but they're not able to get the initiation they'd want, and on the side of Tilted Boys, just way too durable. Ferté's just done an amazing job on that Morphling.
Gosh, top lane. Big pick off here if they do catch him. RP committed immediately onto the LC. I mean, he's kind of a big boy. They will eventually get through him. Something they desperately needed, but the problem is while that was happening, Roshan is also happening for Tilted Boys, and this is the exact same scenario as last time. Like, they catch an LC, but they miss out on the Roshan. So no fight to come out here from Wildcard for this Roshan attempt, and the Tilted Boys, yeah, they give up an LC, but they were happy about it last time, and I'm sure they'll be happy about it now.
Yeah. No worries about that. You get the secondary life up and running on Ferté. You've got the cheese for Volodka to play with. So you're pretty set for something like a fight leading into the high ground now. No outer objectives to worry about here to take away from Wildcard. Wildcard, for their part, and they've got the Lincolns up and running on Monster. You can kind of just set that onto whoever the dual priority is, which should be Sammy Boy. Just have some protection for the duel coming in now. Double Lincolns, at least stack up there. The side of Wildcard can 7k behind. Pretty awkward position. They're playing poke just a tad bit. The support's down mid.
Well, damage room going to be picked up here by Volodka. That's going to be a very nice rune for him. They are going to group up and maybe force a smoke here from Tilted Boys. Or maybe not. Maybe just run as 4 to strengthen numbers here as they do draw out a line towards the bottom lane. Darcy Y was spotted there for a moment underneath an observer ward of the Radiant.
Radiant are scanning.
The smoke popped on 2. RCY going to TP out at the right time. Monster at the bottom right corner of the map, but highly doubt he gets caught out here on the tech on the Magnus. He should be fine. So he will TP out as well, just before anyone gets anywhere near him. Side lanes, Jonathan. You just keep pushing out the damn side lanes and buy more and more time if you are a Wildcard. But to be fair, the more time that goes on, the more time Ferté is finding his own farm. But there does come a stage in the game where net worth just doesn't feel like it matters anymore, to be fair. And you might be getting to that stage of the game pretty soon. Sammy going for an Aghanim Scepter build up now. Already has a Skadi to deal with the Morphling. So, Tilted Boys, you might start really thinking about going high ground very, very soon, because there's only so long you want to deal with the split pushing here from Wildcard. Of course, the Aegis is eventually going to expire if you never get to the high ground. And we'll see it now. Top lane, they are going to go through the tier 3 tower quite quickly here. Once the creeps are around, and there they are. Glyph is forced out by Wildcard, and they are going to be around to try and defend this. Lift is there onto the Morphling. Ferté, they're going to be just Healed up here by Ush and does back off successfully.
Dire's top
Still has plenty of time on the Aegis though, so we'll go back in, of course. This monster, Harpoon, Skewer back is out. Tier 4 towers now attacking the Morphling, but Ferte again
Dire's top
just going to waveform away safely as they did not lock him down.
Radiant's middle tower is under
For
attack.
Wildcard, I think as long as they hold on to this this Tier 3 tower, they're going to be pretty happy. I don't think they necessarily wanted the big team fight to break out anyway. And now they've got the Ags up on the drow, so perhaps it's time to smoke up and try to make something happen with the hypothermia available.
Gonna be even more healing reduction to deal with Morphling. A lot of good solutions on hand for the side of Wildcard, but they have to be careful. The vision that's still here on the cliff could provide an opening for the side of Tilted Boys. You see Sammy, they're just instantly collapsing onto that area. You might see RCY as well with a good sentry from Skyward. Not gonna nail it though.
They will not catch him. I see why down at the bottom lane. Like, he might get caught here if he's not too careful. Chaos Media are going to make it pretty obvious he is around. We'll realize though that Ush is chasing him, so he's going to Ghost Walk and does have a TP available if he does want to just pop it. Rest of Wildcard still hanging around on the high ground, basically just letting Sammy take over the northern side of that jungle here on the Dire end. Tilted Boys, I mean, it's going to be kind of annoying that you just can't get a high ground attempt going as the Morph. It's kind of the position you're in right now, though, and I think they're running out of time. Like, this age is going to expire in 35 seconds. Doesn't seem like there's going to be enough time for them to group up and really make the push happen, so obviously you'd probably rather not wait for the next Roshan if you can avoid it, but you might be in that scenario as Tilted Boys where you are forced to just wait for next Rosh before you try high ground again.
Dire's bottom tower
Just have to be patient. Have to wait for that opening to come out. You're still farming up well anyway. You know, you're scaling up in the Morph. You're starting to scale up on everyone else. You've got farm parity across every core. Beyond a Morphling being ahead for everyone. So you have some good solutions there. Hex is up for RCY. The sheep stick is ready. Again, another piece of pivotal control for Ferte. He doesn't have anything like the Lincolns on hand here. So we'll have some lock-in outside of just the RP. But how close RCY can get to use that site is another question. I think it's really risky if you have your Invoker stand that close. We might see it soon, though.
Gosh. In top lane, he's got his teammates around, but there is going to be a big smoke up here from Wildcard trying to connect to the top lane and join the rest of the team. A BKB now up and available here on Ferte. So even more defensive capability for the Morph. It's Wildcard. They're going to hold this high ground around their outpost, but taking the outpost does mean that Tilted Boys know exactly where they are. So Moonlight Shadow was popped here from Tilted Boys trying to get within range to start a big team fight. Monster might actually have his smoke broken and does break it onto Ferte, but he's the one to back off. They thought the Magnus was chasing them down, but in reality, Monster had no idea they were there. And so a bit of a missed opportunity because you could have had the Magnus kill.
Could have had something big to open up the high ground. Miss out on an opportunity, but it's also a bit of a risk. Like if that fight goes southwards for Tilted Boys, that's Wildcard coming back into the game as well.
Oh, skill back. They've got the Mirana. Door is gone. It happens that quickly if you get skilled.
It's a lot of money and a good gem to pick up as well. So you're more than happy to find a free pick-off like that. And Tilted Boys, this could lead to them just posturing for Roshan a minute away until we see that respawn timer, but for Wildcard, that's a lot of gold. You had a 444 kill plus 668 shared. It's a lot to bounce back in when you're like 10k behind. Equalize just a little bit here for the side of Wildcard, and that is the Hex reveal now from RCY as well. So you should be able to kind of prep for it here on the side of Tilted Boys still. Wildcard moving forward. Ninja Gear for Monster scouting around.
Bottom lane. TB there, just casually waiting here. I did hear an RP, didn't I? It was used up. Whoopsie daisies.
Monster.
Skyward, blast off this. Oh boy, they found the drow immediately. That's Sammy gone. Monster now getting caught as well. Is going to end up going down, and Flea is just going to try and escape here, but they've got the stun. What was that RP? Because he was smoked up, wasn't he? Did he RP an illusion?
He was... Maybe, but he was under ninja gear the entire time. I figured he wouldn't, in any
you would know.
RP. Yeah. It's a little bit strange. Probably just the illusion, trying to jump the gun and catching a morphing illusion out. Get punished for it. It happens, and now you've got a little bit of an opening for the side of Tilted Boys. They tried to chase down RCY, not able to really lock in the Invoker, but Roche is a quick respawn. If you're going to have it down south, just need to kind of collapse into that area. They could opt for the high ground instead. There are still buybacks in wildcard if things do get that bad, but they won't quite. They'll shove in the lanes. Probably just work their way onto that Roche door already in position here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Wild
attack.
card. I mean, after taking a nice pick off on Mirana, just lose it on... Yeah, they'll just start high ground. No need to wait for the Roche here.
Sunlight. He's getting soloed here by Door, and yeah, he's gone. Ouch. RCY is going to show up with the side device, but bottom racks is being taken as we speak, so... I mean, sure, you can try to secure this kill on the Mirana, but look at the amount of time that Tilted Boys have to just take the racks off wildcard. Second racks is being taken right now by Tilted Boys, and there's just no reaction to it. Now Sammy Boy does respawn up, to be fair, but they've already lost 2 lane of barracks. Tilted Boys, they'll happily retreat knowing Roshan is available. No need to stick around. Just go straight for the Roshan instead and just come back later. In fact, they'll go for a Tormentor first. Door.
Okay.
Oopsie daisies. Ferte just going in and just killing off his support for no reason.
Why not? You can afford to. Send a message, show them who's the real boss, who dictates who lives and dies in this game, even for his teammates. It's Ferte. We'll go into the Roche, but now Wildcard have an angle in. RP is ready for Monster if he manages to land it this time.
Yeah, nice RP here from Monster, catching 2 of them. Chaos Meteor down as well, doing a lot of damage, but they are still surviving for now as another skewer is there, this time from Ferte. They have got Skyward down at the least. Ash dropping low, but gets a dual victory before he does go down, and now Sammy has been used up. Still trying to run with the Gust committed, but Skyward takes him down with the blast off. RCY also in trouble, will drop. And again, Roshan is well and truly available. So Tilted Boys can move in and go for a free Roche for themselves. And sadly, wildcard, they can do nothing about it anymore. It is gone.
Yep. Free Ags out now for Volodka as well. You should be able to pass that on to Ush. So now, no way to interrupt the duels, no way to stop just that single target lockdown from coming in. Like, the idea from Flea to go into that Wind Waker is nice, but it's just not enough time in the air to save you from that lockdown. And, well, wildcard, no RP for this defense, no egg, no teamfight combination to deal with these 2 lives. So the boys, they'll probably just find Mega Creeps and onto the tier 4s. Wildcard need to rely on maybe just a massive skewer back to find an opening here. And Tilted Boys just looking great. Like, they play this pick-off game, they lose some momentum maybe around the 20-minute mark, but they just kick it into gear once more, forcing Wildcard into some really bad fights.
Mid-tier 4's now under siege. I mean, Sammy's down for another 23 seconds, though a nice skewer back here from Monster right by the fountain. Is that going to actually be enough? No, it's not. He's actually going to survive with the Strength Morph. He's just not going to drop. His Monster is down. It was a nice attempt. They could try again, and they are going to probably do so. His Door being chased down should go down to the Yule Scepter. Sunstrike, no, that's actually not going to land, but Door is still being chased here by Monster and is eventually going to drop. His Wildcard is still trying to fight back. Ferte will just force staff away. Sammy's still chasing him down, but Ferte just pops the BKB now, going right after Sammy. RP committed to the Morphling, but Ash is dueling up the Drow Ranger, not allowing the follow-up damage. So the Drow just in huge trouble as Ash just focusing down Sammy, has got the kill. Monster has to get out of there. So do the rest of them as Wildcard are slowly falling apart here in this game 1. Even RCY looking to go down before this game is officially called. And there you go. He is down as GG is finally called by Sunlight. And that is a victory I was not quite expecting here, Jonathan. But Tilted Boys, they'll get so far the first game off the side of Wildcard.
And they played really well. They understand what they had to do. Yeah, just really happy. I mean, they beat probably the toughest opponent here in Div 2. They play around this pickoff game well. They force these really awkward fights from Wildcard. And for Wildcard's part, I think they had pretty decent lanes coming out. Sammy's lane probably going a little bit slower than you'd want in Drow. And they go back into the Drow, which, you know, it's not really a popular hero right now. It doesn't have the best win rate. You didn't have any reason to go into the Drow like, say, your usual Terrorblade matchup wasn't really there. So I'm really curious as to what the mindset was from Wildcard. Even the build-up they had, like RCY going for Octree and Lincolns, means that, you know, you couldn't really play around with the RP outside of like a single Sunstrike instead of like a Cataclysm play. The team fights were a little bit awkward. It looked a little bit disjointed from Wildcard, and Tilted Boys just looked a lot better as a team, executing with where they were strong here. Yeah,
absolutely. You're going to give props to Tilted Boys again, because I don't think anyone really expected this result to come out here for Game 1. Wildcard obviously not going to be too happy about the results here of Game 1, and you know, to be fair, just the Drow just never ended up popping off. Like, this is a hero we have not seen in the meta so much. Comparatively, the Morphling has been much more popular in this 7.33C, and yeah, the Drow just really just never took off. It was pretty much a no game here for Sammy, going 3, 5, and 6s. We are going to see some highlights. I mean, at least the start of the game was quite nice for Wildcard, and you see a beautiful RP there from Monster, setting up a nice lead for Wildcard, and I believe at one stage they might have been 9 to 10k ahead in terms of net worth, but yeah, Tilted Boys just keeping it together, finding time to just get this Morphling farmed up, and Ferte just proving that he is a pretty damn good Morphling player. You see here the RP was committed, and I believe this is the time where they didn't even find the Morph. And yeah, he just survived, like, just pops the Strength Morph, and they just didn't have the damage to deal with him. And this was a pretty big wipe against Wildcard. And after this team fight in particular, like, they really start to fall apart here, Wildcarders. They just gave so much gold back the way of Tilted Boys. They just never really recovered from this moment.
Yeah, it's just pretty unplayable at that point forward. And it felt like these team fights were just not in the way that Wildcard wanted. It was very disruptive from the side of Tilted Boys. They were constantly jumping in, getting these great duels off. And Wildcard just had no easy answers. They itemized pretty well. I like that Flea did go for the Windbreaker to try and save. It's just not enough. And it just took way too long for them to try to build up. Like, Sammy was so far behind. They didn't have, like, a core that they could rely on in this game. And Tilted Boys, again, they play spectacularly well. We've seen some promise from this team. We do have to hand out an MVP. Ferte had an amazing game. I'd say he's certainly deserving of it on the Morphling. He was pretty much uncontested for the most part in lane. He was farming up well. He understood when to go in and out of those fights. And he shows us again why a Morphling is just the better hero than a lot of heroes. Like, he turned into Magnus. When he turned into Magnus with the axe, I think on full Agimorph, he still had 3k HP. That's how insane Morphling with Axe is up against Universal type.
Yeah, he's kind of just huge. And you see that just how impressive the XPM and GPM was on this Morphling. Like, he's almost approaching 1k on that XPM here. And I mean, Ferte definitely deserving the MVP here for this game number 1. A fantastic performance here, just putting the team on his back and just really taking over this game. Can't wait to see how game number 2 goes here between Wildcard and, of course, Tilted Boys, though. Again, I think if you're Wildcard, you're probably going to be going to a different position 1 now, because that Drow just did not look good whatsoever. So maybe Wildcard will look back at their draft and just, you know, say to themselves, maybe we just need to pick a more popular position 1 in this current meta. We will find out rather soon, though. No guessing necessaries. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2 between Wildcard and Tilted Boys. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Wildcard and, of course, Tilted Boys, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So Game 1 going the way of Tilted Boys against what we thought should be a pretty hard matchup for them. Tilted Boys looking fantastic here in this game number 1. Game 2, what do you think Wildcard need to change up here, at least with their draft, to try and force us to a Game 3?
I think if they pick a much more in-meta hero for Sam to play, this could go a little bit better. The Drow just didn't have the impact you wanted it to have in lane, didn't have the impact you wanted it to have in the late game as well. Like, the hero just didn't manage to find enough farm. And it's really just down to Drow. There's a reason why this hero has faded out of popularity. I think the only feasible moment where Drow feels good is still up against maybe a Terrorblade matchup. Everything else is just kind of wonky for the hero. So we'll see if Wildcard do pick something more normal for Sammy, because last time around he also played something like Safe Lane Snap, so it's down to Wildcard. Maybe they just feel themselves a little bit sometimes. We'll see. Already with the openings here, Techies and Legion Commander being banned out by Wildcard. Respect banning Usher's LC had a lot of impact there. Tilted Boys taking out the Timbersaw and the Bat Rider and picking up the Undying themselves. So a solid foundation for them to start here on the side of Tilted Boys, having a strong laning support to kind of set up for themselves, having the Tombstone for these team fights. For Wildcard, Pangolier and Kotl not too far off the mark as to what we've been seeing. And this is a decent enough Chakra Magic combination with a Swash spam. Tilted Boys just go back to the Morph. As well, you already have a Pango to turn into, and that's a universal type once more. So all the stats in the world for this Morphling to come in. I need to see more presence from Monster. Like, the Morphling just had a really free lane. I don't think Monster did enough to stop Verte from farming there. He had some good RPs to lock in the Morphling for sure, but you were really reliant on RP as your one solution, and I think you need more than that to find these openings here.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you on that. Wildcard, of course, going to rethink the draft here, as they've also already got like so much more team fight, it feels like, just with the Pangolier alone here for RCY. So already off to a better start, I think, here on the side of Wildcard. And we've seen this Keeper of the Light quite a lot in the pro meta as well. Like, just the Chakra Magic, minus 6 second cooldown on spells is pretty damn strong. And here, like, even just the Pango alone is going to make it feel really busted. We are going to go into the next ban phase. A couple mid laners, a couple carries being focused on here. I do like the fact that Tilted Boys are focusing solely on Sammy Boy's hero pool here. Just making sure he doesn't have those comfortable position ones to play that he does enjoy. And as well as that, obviously just banning out the Morphling counters here in this game number 2 draft. I think that's just a smart way to play, because last game really did feel like it was on the shoulders of Sammy Boy and it just did not work out in their favor. So Tilted Boys are just remaining focused on those heroes, as Wildcard are kind of speedrunning through this draft, going right for the Beastmasters, so not really thinking about it too much, just going for what they already know should be pretty good. Tilted Boys, on the other hand, will think about it a little bit more. See what they do want to go for here with this third pickup. Probably just into the position 4, but they could also decide to go for their offlane pickup here as well. Yeah, it's
still open enough for Tilted Boys to kind of make that choice. They've got the back-to-back picks here, so they're going to have to show their hand a little bit faster. I think you've already got a stable lane, and like Morphling Undying feels pretty good. Even into, say, the Beastmaster lane, it's not the worst. Can certainly punish a little bit nicely there. They do go for the Void Spirit. That should be our mid up against the Pangolier. We've seen that one a million times before. Should be fairly even, with maybe a slight advantage for the Void Spirit. It does tend to feel like Void Spirit hits its timings a little bit faster. It's a little bit easier to execute on. A little bit more spammy as well in comparison to the Pangolier, and how close you have to get to maximize your shield crash, and how long the cooldown is on Swash for harassment and CS. And I pick up the Rubik now as well on Tilted Boys. So that should be our Skyward hero on hand. Some pretty big spells to steal here. Rolling Thunder, even the Roar, not going to be too hard to take out. Heck, even the Chakra from something like the Kotl is going to feel pretty good on the Rubik. So I don't mind this at all. I think, it's still a stable laner. Matches up with pretty much a lot of offlanes anyway. And for Wildcard, you're already probably going to run the Beastmaster Kotl lane. Again, looking for the support pickup to tie up this part of the draft.
Dire team ban.
They will go for the Disruptor. So there's some team fight, there's some AoE hold, and there's a good silence to kind of help you lock in the Morph and the Void Spirit to an extent. Like, we have seen Disruptor as a solution to the Spirit Brothers with Static Storm. So there's a lot of pressure here to just get a good catch with your Disruptor in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see the Disruptor coming
5
out.
seconds
Mind you,
remaining.
you are giving more spells to steal for the Rubik. Like, if there's one spell in particular that Rubik really likes taking is the Glimpse, and it always feels just better when you take it on the Rubik. So yeah, that's now going to be available for the Rubik to take here for Tilted Boys. But I think the thing is, there's just so many spells to steal here for the Rubik that it's going to be hard to even think about taking the Glimpse when you've got you got Roar to take, you've got Rolling Thunder to take. All the Coddle spells are even quite nice here for the Rubik, and now on top of that you got a Disruptor. So I'm not sure if too many choices is really a bad thing here for Tilted Boys with their support Rubik, but yeah, you could make the argument it could be. You know, sometimes going to a buffet, Jonathan, the variety you get is a bit too much. Not for you,
Yeah,
though.
I
I've
mean,
seen you at a buffet, Jonathan. You're a pro at that stuff.
Yeah, I get a good balance. I'm almost on the Whitemon level of piling my plate with trash, as we heard from good old Tomato. But I think for wildcard, yes, you're giving a lot of Rubik spells away. At the least, it's not going to be a major factor
5 seconds remaining.
unless you get like a very fast Ags here for Skyward. So you should still be able to play around that. The Rubik's still here that you can burst down. And Tilted Boys, oh boy, they take the Mars. This Pangalier's not going to have a game, dude. I don't think that's been patched out. You're just going to stop roll, and you literally have no gameplay as Pangolier. Like, it is so bad for Pangolier.
Well, it's funny because I know you were complaining about this. I don't want to say change because
5
it's
seconds
kind of a question
Pretty
of
sure it's
whether
a
this
bug.
is meant. Right, that's why I don't want to say change. But the thing is, it's I don't mind it though, Jonathan. Like, if it is a bug, right, I'd actually prefer it kind of stays in the game, if I'm quite frank with you. So I just thought Rolling Thunder's too good of an ability as it is. Like, this hero has just been so popular ever since it came out. At least allow Arena to do nothing, or rather do something against it, as we are going to see the Jug coming out here for Wildcard. Interesting pickup here for Wildcard, because this hero, yeah, we have been seeing it picked up a little bit in the pro meta. I think we saw Yatoro last time playing this hero, looking very good on it. I don't want to say Jug is that strong though. I still think the hero is not that incredibly good. But I suppose in this game, considering what you are up against, it's going to be a lot harder for the Mars to catch you. The Rubik, the Void Spirit, all those heroes are going to struggle against the spin of the Jug, just being able to just, spin and just kind of TP or get away from these engagements. But when you compare it to, say, the Morphling, I don't know if Tilted Boys are going to care too much about the Jug.
I don't think they should. I think they've got a lot of answers for the Jug already. Their Morphling core matchup now feels pretty damn good. Like, you're not actually worried about the Jug itself. You're more worried about just getting caught out by Roar, getting caught out by Static Storm. But your core to core, not an issue for Ferte. I'm really curious as to what Wildcard will try to do here. This is not a simple game. I think you've got some good team fight, you've got some good tempo to play with, but just the fact that your team fight control from the Pangolier is taken away by Arena it's pretty rough for Wildcard. I think it's down to Ush to kind of try to maximize his Mars. His lane isn't going to be the best, to be fair. Mars versus Jug is pretty 50-50. It depends on the spin usage here by Sammy. And if Sammy does manage to find himself a better game here, then this game should be a lot better. You can play a tempo Jug, less farm-oriented. Maybe something like a Maelstrom comes out here. But again, the last time we saw a Jug, it was a Battle Fury build-up in that game. So I'm curious to see what Sammy's itemization will be like. But I want to see Wildcard play a faster game. Like, don't even try to give Ferte room to farm up, because your Morphling answers, they are there, but they were also there in the last game. And as that one dragged on, it just didn't feel any better for Wildcard going up there.
Yeah, and they're gonna run right into Door. He's found himself 5 heroes. I mean, at least a great decay opportunity, but it's not gonna matter when you don't have your team around you. So eventually Door is just gonna feed First Blood, and Sunlight doesn't have taken it. Couldn't really help it, to be fair. The Thunderstrike was just going, and that does allow Sunlight to take the kill. So a bit of a shame because you would have, you saw Sammy trying to secure the first blood there himself in the jug. But nevertheless, you know, the supports need gold too. It'll give Sunlight a brown boot start, which is not going to be the worst thing in the world. In fact, never mind the brown boots. He just goes straight for the magic wand. Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, just you understand your lane's going to be pretty spam heavy with a Morris and a Rubik. So you at least get some value for yourself out there. Checking for the ward. They should figure out there is a ward down.
Oh,
Courier.
Jeez. At least he does get the wand. It's fine. Not too big of a deal. Just a bit of gold being given back the way of Tilted Boys. Speaking of gold given back the way of Tilted, now Ush will pick up a kill here, or rather Ush will pick up a kill. So the Mars is going to be a happy boy before you get to the laning stage as well.
Yeah, wild card again. Misstepping a couple of times, feeding a courier and a kill back is actually a pretty big deal. That's a good chunk of gold going the way of Tilted Boys to even out after bleeding out first blood. Take a look at the lanes as they break out. Up top, you've got Doran dying once more with Ferta on the Morphling as well. Flea on that Coddle along with Monster and a Beastmaster. So you do have a good Chakra lane with the Axe spam, at the least here for Monster. Courier Snipe again onto Monster's Courier. At least he got his items out, but this is a pretty stable lane for the side of Tilted Boys. Okay, I can see Monster. If he lands every axis, this can be a little bit oppressive for Ferta. It does take quite a few levels on Flea. You know, once he hits level 2 with Chakra, that lane starts to simplify a bit more. Before that, it's pretty static. Like, the Morphling's not going to be threatened too hard as long as the Chakra axes aren't quite up yet.
A nice little creep meat here from Door. Doesn't allow Flea to get the big pull on the creep wave that he really wanted. So we're going to have the creeps just fighting it out in the mid-river, and eventually there are going to be some Radiant creeps left over, so ultimately working out in the favor of Tilted Boys up at top lane. Because bottom lane, Sunlight and Sammy having a decent old time so far. I mean, Mars Rubik has always been a strong laning duo to have, but to be absolutely fair, Mars has not felt the best in 7.33C, and you know, purely feels like it's been picked up just because it's against the Pango this game, which is a fair choice. I mean, you love to talk about how great Mars is against Pango right now with that quote unquote feature right now with the Rolling Thunder interaction. Thing is, though, against Sammy, like, as long as he gets the spin off, it's going to be pretty hard to land the lift into the spear. And maybe you can still get it as Ush. Bit of a chase down now on the Mars, but it's not going to really work out as Sunlight ends up dropping extremely low on HP. But like I was saying, if you can get the lift into spear, you probably have quite a bit of kill potential here on Sammy, but it's hard to see that happen.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to just nail it onto the jug. Your openings are when you see that blade free committed. So every time Sammy tries to get aggressive and doesn't line up, you can punish quite nicely here on the side of Tilted Boys. I think the more interesting lane breaking out is actually this mid. RCY is just stomping Volodka right now. 17-5 up against a 5-1 Void Spirit. That's not something you expect. We've seen Void Spirit draw even in that lane, but a Void Spirit at 5-1, 3 minutes in. Yeah. RCY's done a fantastic job managing this lane.
Well, this is another one of those heroes that RCY tends to spam quite a bit, right? Like we talked about his Invoker last game, but if there's one hero he really plays mostly in all the games we've seen during the DPC, it is this Pangolier. Mostly considering the fact that Pango has just been busted for the longest time is probably why he has to keep playing it, but you get my point. His bottom lane, Skyward's being chased down here by Sammy, but Sammy's going to be in trouble. Going a bit too deep, and Skyward just lifts him up and throws him into the T1. Thank you very much, he says.
Nice little kill to pick up. Just, again, an overcommitment out. The damage just not there for Wildcard in that chase. You have to respect that. Like, there is a lot of counterplay, a lot of repositioning here on the side of Tilted Boys, and now your Jug has already had a pretty rough time. It's just falling further behind. Sammy's falling back for the Battle Fury build. Up top, Monster.
Yeah, Monster's going to be chased down. The zombies will keep vision of Monster, so it's very hard to see him getting away from that one. And I mean, Verte obviously going to be really happy about that. John already top of the CS board on the Morphling, now finding himself a kill on top of that. So we do have a quick pause here. Sammy complaining that there was a bit of lag going on, but it's gone now. But state of the game right now, John, like, you're having another bit of a free lane here for Verte. So this Morphling going to be maybe a bit of an issue once again. Brighter side is RCY is just completely destroying the mid lane against Volodka. But even that bottom lane's not really going the best right now for Wildcard. Like, it's a bit of a slower start for the Jug, and we saw that earlier kill thanks to Skyward with the lift up into the tier 1 tower. That's just without the lift spear. You know, well, what happens when you start landing the lift spears out of this Juggernaut?
It's going to feel great for Sammy. He's going to have to watch himself. Tilted Boy's winning out everywhere else. I think even if RCY wins out the mid lane, how much does it matter when your role? It's not going to be that great unless you take these fights with the Mars elsewhere on the map. That's where it really counts here for the side of Wildcard. Can you utilize a strong start from RCY? Because he's the only one with an actual start. Both Sammy and Monster just not having a great time as Sunlight.
Bit of a glimpse back. Ush, bottom lane, is going to be the one in danger here. Sunlight is going to be fine, but now Sammy's being chased down and the lift is... Oh. Uh-oh. That's a pretty big missed opportunity. So I suppose they just did not communicate which way the lift was going. Ush may be thinking it was going to go left, but that was not the case, and that's a really upsetting opportunity that's been missed out, because now Ush might just be in danger. Glimpse back on the Mars, but he's going to be fine, as Sammy did not have the spin to commit. But still, you know, that was basically a free kill that you did not take.
Bit of a missed opportunity. You still don't lose too much down mid, though.
Wait, the Rim not going to make it in time, but the knockback down to the low ground on Volodka, it's still not going to matter. Sadly for Volodka, he was one creep away from level 6, but just could not get there in time. And also had no points in Dissimulate. So no real easy way to escape that scenario.
Good read out from RCY. And does have the chakra to back him up to get that shield crash onto the low ground. It's a nice little play coming out from Wildcard. Again, building up on this really good start on mid for RCY. That's what we need to see from Wildcard. This is their launching point. It's all in on RCY kind of getting something out for the team, as Monsters already forced the jungle early on, clearing out at least the large camp, getting a few more stacks on the Ancients here as well for Flea. But you're leaving a free lane for Ferte. Again, Sammy's lane we've seen kind of struggle. Get a good scan here. RCY on the chase though.
Yeah, Door should be going down. The raindrops do buy him a little bit of time, but RCY is not going to give up on the kill. Volodka is going to move in, but can't really trade with him. The Skyward now shows up, so maybe you have an opportunity, but they won't even waste their time. RCY probably going to prove to be a little bit too tanky on the Pangoliers. We'll just be able to walk away from this. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sammy did just commit his spin, so needs to be somewhat cautious now because Skyward's moving in, and Sunlight already committed the glimpse, so they could try to go after the Jug. Looks like Skyward could not get in range for the lift up on the Juggernaut. They'll just leave Sammy be for now. But again, they've done a pretty good job of slowing his net worth down. Like, he's currently 900 gold behind the Morphling. Ferte just having a much better time already. The thing is as well, it's not going to slow down anytime soon because Ferte is not being forced to go into the jungle yet. So he can just remain in this laning stage and just keep farming creeps, which are always going to be better in terms of the net worth. And we haven't seen any rotations from Wildcard either, up towards the top lane. So Ferte, at least for now, is having a bit of a repeat, if not a better performance than last game. Skyward. He's gone. Sunlight will take the kill. Volodka, he tried to rotate to try and help out, but still pretty far behind in the Void Spritters. Now Ush is in trouble bottom lane. Does eat a Lotus. Sammy, though, still going to secure the kill, though Volodka is going to try and trade, but the healing ward is going to make it rather challenging, so he will commit his second Astral Step charge. But the glimpse is there from Sunlight to ensure that he cannot follow up. And again, not having the 1 point in Dissimulate is kind of costing him. So it would have helped him avoid the glimpse, but well, sadly, again, he just doesn't have it.
Can't really fault him. Again, it's not just the glimpse he's worried about. There's a lot of spells coming out from Wildcard that are causing issues, but he kind of wants a farm, and going all in like this does help RCY. And Cops a Remnant, but no real threat here.
Yeah, RCY actually going to threaten him with his life. No mana available here on Volodka. Thing is, there aren't many places for RCY to bounce off, so he probably won't be able to find this kill. So he will now look to retreat, and does do so. Rolling Thunder, not exactly the longest cooldown in the world, so he won't really care too much as RCY trying to fight now, back in onto the Undying. RCY dropping quite low, but the thing is, Velotka just does not have mana. So even with the step charge that was available, he can't really go in as Skyward and Dora are going to try and go after the chase onto Sunlight. But now Dora just going to sacrifice his life. Sunlight able to take that kill on the Disruptor, and I mean, these attempts in the mid lane, they're quite challenging when RCY's just gotten this far ahead on the Pango. Like, it's these support rotations just are not working out when it comes to trying to kill off RCY.
No, like you don't have enough lockdown in your supports. You don't have enough burst on hand, so you can't really punish. Illusion Rune is spotted out by Volodka. He does get glimpse back, so you should be able to secure here, although he has the steps if he wants to commit, and they will be forced to deny. No top up for RCY, forced to walk all the way back. But RCY's timings are lining up. He's one part away from the defusal, just lacking the recipe. He is kind of carrying that momentum for his team. They've done a great job of slowing down Ush and Volodka now on Wildcard's end. And the only hero to get out of control is Ferte, but quite frankly, in this draft, that's the exact hero you want to kind of free farm anywhere. So despite this kind of lead for Wildcard, I don't think you should mind too much in Tilted Boys. These timings on Ferte, they're still really scary. Yasha already up with a casual Morbid Mask, Lifesteal away. Once you have the Manta and some stats on, you're going to feel pretty damn good. The arena doesn't quite do anything down bot. That does lead to some pressure coming out here with 4 heroes on the bot tier 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just looking to trade T1s across the map because Wildcard are doing the exact same thing up at top lane. Just a direct trade looking to happen here between these two teams. So I do feel like this just favors Tilted Boys, though, to be fair. Like, this gives even more time for Ferte to get to that match style timing he's looking for. Meanwhile, rotations happening in the mid lane. The Tilted Boys heading in to try and maybe pick off Sunlight and go after the tier 1 mid tower. And it's not going to be too hard to do so when Volodka has have the easiest initiation of his life. Ush maybe not needing to commit that arena, though. That might make it so they are forced to get out of that mid lane. So now they don't have the big ulti available against the Pango roll. In fact, they are going to need to retreat. So, you know, maybe unnecessary to pop the arena. Nevertheless, they got the kill for free. And, well, now they're forced to defend mid tier 1, which is where the arena being used makes it pretty awkward. Jump in from RCY, though he does get lifted into a spear back, but they don't have really the damage to take him out. RCY is still going. Rolling Thunder, but no. He does go down. Ush eventually able to secure the killers. Now Monster being chased here by Ferte. He will continue to run, and looks like he is going to barely make it. But they got a huge kill onto RCY. And now they're onto the mid tier 1 tower here, Tilted Boys. So another tier 1 trade happening here on the map. That kill onto RCY, that's going to feel really nice. And Volodka, he did get glimpsed up for a moment, but this time he has 1 point to assimilate. So he can avoid it.
He's got some dodge plays. Good punishment onto the Pango. RCY maybe just a bit too far forward, not respecting that control coming out from the side of Tilted Boys. They miss out on the opportunity to get anything done. They even popped the Roar on Wildcard. That's a cooldown that you're going to have to wait for next. They are smoked up, though. Ush could be a target.
He seems to know something is wrong, but the glimpse is there. Static Storm immediately committed, so there's no games happening here. And luckily they didn't commit that silence, because there was Ferte around the corner. So had they dropped an arena or a nice spear, we may have seen the follow-up here from Tilted Boys, who are currently getting caught out. Skyward still being chased down. He's going to get glimpsed. And he will also go down. So Wildcard finding a 2-for-nothing trade. Even able to pick off the tier 1 bottom tower. Very nice.
Good timings for them. 14-minute Wisdom Rune coming out here as well. You might be able to contest for that one as Sunlight's in the area. You might get fed out to Ferte, though.
Kinetic Field going to buy him a little bit of time. Ferte not going to have the waveform to continue the chase. They will successfully defend the bottom tier 2 tower, however. Literally took no damage here from Wildcard. They won't mind their wild card. Not looking to really get the damage out, just looking to force the rotations here from Tilted Boys.
Yeah. You're just looking for the Wisdom Rune. A little bit greedy to just have Sunlight walk in by himself, but they miss out. It's all right. They have their own Wisdom Rune. No one from Tilted Boys around to snag that one away. And you've got the full Battle Fury up and running on Sammy. So he can start farming up. He is going for the SNY build-up on the Chug. Some good stat resist to play around with. RCY does have the full Diffusal up now. So a little bit more control with that Inhibit. Is working towards the Blink. To have his angles worked out here in these fights. So far, a strong bounce back in for Wildcard. 8-5, 3k lead up. Still no clear answers for Ferte. But again, you've slowed down Osh and Volodka to the point where it does feel like Ferte is the only real core at the moment here for Tilted Boys.
Ooh, that's a bit of an awkward pause. Skyward. We're having a bit of packet loss issues. Ash actually trying to pause the game himself, but does end up having to pause again. We are going to see the disconnect here, so hopefully the packet loss issues are resolved rather quickly. And now Sammy's complaining about getting random bouts of 500 ping, so that's not very good. 500 ping is very just the hyperbolic time chamber. Though that's true from Skyward. That is fair.
Yep, it's fair enough. It is NA. For sure, they've played through worse. I see that, but 500 ping's pretty atrocious every now and again.
I wouldn't mean every now and again. It's always bad, John. There's a 5-second delay. It's a pretty unplayable.
The 500 ping comes in every now and again. Not that it's bad every now and again. It's like sometimes it's good to have 500 ping. You know, if you're playing an FPS, sure, perhaps.
Wait, what?
Backtrack.
Well, why would it be good to have 500 ping in an FPS, John?
There's some games where netcode rollback means that you're teleporting around on the enemy screen rather than you not seeing the enemy. It's the enemy doesn't see you. Right. Your position's the one that's a little bit more random. So it's like, all right, some games let you give you a slight advantage for that, although not many. Can feel awful.
Well, sadly, we aren't in an FPS right now, John. Tilted Boys. I mean, they are going to go for a big fight up top. Smoke is there. Static Storm, however, was dropped onto the morph, but he got the strength morph up in time, and now Ash with a great arena down has caught RCY. RCY going to go for the roll, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. This flea is going to drop to boot. 3 down on the side of Wildcard. And Roshan is right next door. So Tilted Boy is going to rush right in for that. Why the hell not? Another big team fight for Tilted Boys. And I'll tell you, John, Wildcard, they have not looked too flash hot today.
No. It's just looking awkward. The way they take these fights. Sonnet gets to jump in. There's no follow-up for Ferte. And they just get caught out by Osh. Really good use of that early blink. RCY. Oh, the roll.
Nice. Skyward's got it. Does catch out Sunlight here as the Omni's committed from Sammy Boy. He's going in. I mean, he got Ash and surprisingly enough, Tilted Boys just not feeling like they want the fight. They just need the resets instead. So Sammy does get away with the Mars kill here with the Omni slash being committed. They want a bit more, in fact. They're going for another Skyward. But he took the Omni. He's trying to TP out, but the Roar is committed just to ensure they will get the kill. And suddenly Wildcard in a position where they could try to force Roshan.
They don't have to worry about too much of a team fight of Tilted Boys coming into this one. They've got the damage output. What the heroes they have on hand, Sammy is just going to show up and help to clear this one out. So they get to have the Aegis. Tilted Boys are still running up to the area though. They get the scan off. Maybe Volodka can do something with these 2 jumps, but just a bit too late. RCY are going to have that protection now, and they still have a Rolling Thunder to play with if something breaks out here.
Yeah, I mean, they're thinking about trying this one. The arena is up. Sammy does not have Omni, but with the Aegis up on RCY, I'm not sure if it's really well advised to try and go for this big team fight. They do decide better of it. They do let Wildcard just get away for free. They're worth getting closer and closer now. Like, Wildcard's still 3k advantage their way, but like, you look at those position 1s, and Sammy has closed the gap quite nicely here with Ferte. It's only about 1.3k behind, but really not too much to write home about here for the Morphling. Well, Sammy having a much better performance here in the Juggernaut this game, and Well, that's definitely good news for wildcards because it was their pos one that felt very lacking last game around. But this time, at least Sammy is top of the net worth board on his team, and certainly actually feels like a position one this game.
He's got the full S&Y coming out, going into the butterfly next, so even more damage out for him. And as long as he uses that Omni Slash well in these fights, then he should have a pretty good time here.
Volodka moving in. Ash Arena is down, but Sammy can spin out of that. He will do just exactly that. As Arena now down, so wildcard, like with the Aegis up, might think about considering a team fight. They'll back away for now, though, and just keep that farm game going. And of course, if you're Tilted Boys, you definitely want to get the farm game going right now, as you don't have the big spells to throw out. Wildcard, it seems like instead they might start pressuring the top tier 2 tower. Tilted Boys, they might just have to watch this one go down. I don't really think they can afford to try and defend this. Instead, the line has been drawn out through the bottom lane, so they are going to try and maybe just go for a bit of a trade, but if they do go after the bottom tier 2, I'm sure Wildcard will just rush for the tier 3 top tower instead. No matter what, I think you're just forced back here as Tilted Boys.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, you do have pretty strong push lineup in wildcard if you do decide to commit. Beastmaster Jug can kind of get that done for you. They'll smoke out instead, though. Wildcard wants the engagement.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they're not going to find anything with the smoke. Just smoke behind Sammy with a double damage rune, but see, nobody really wants to run into the jug with a DD anyway. Wildcard still able to find the top tier 2 tower, but Tilted Boys have forced in the bottom tier 2. Not that it's really taken much damage yet. Sunlight going to be found out by Volodka. Gonna pop the Glimmer Cape immediately. Seems like he actually wants to try and set up for a kill onto Volodka, and they actually don't see him, but he gets glimpsed just in time. Flea barely getting the vision here on the Void Spirit. Everything being committed to try and lock this man down, and they really do commit everything. No chance for Volodka to have a chance to get up.
It's a massive committal, but it's a big kill for you to find. You don't mind too much in wildcard to throw everything out just to get that pickup. And for the side of wildcard, you maintain a 5k lead. Again, you're shutting down Volodka and Ush. Your only issue is Ferte and that Morphling. Ferte doesn't have a massive lead. As you mentioned, around 1.3k still standing above, but he will hit his Ags, and that's the point where maybe the game starts to open up a lot more. For the side of Tilted Boys, stealing all of those stats on any of these cores feels great, especially the Chug. Taking away attack speed on a Chug is god-awful for Juggernaut, relying a lot on attack speed to get some output on the Omni Slash. You see, the line's being drawn. They do want to start to run up top and utilize this Aegis. Only less than a minute left here.
Mid lane, jump in is there. Skyward, the one to get caught out on the Rubik, though he does barely survive, at least for now, but no, not quite. Spirit Vessel will do enough damage here from Fleas, so the Coddle will pick up the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
12 to 9 is the scoreline now. 5k advantage Wildcard's way. No signs of slowing down for Wildcard, which is exactly what you want to see, what you would to be expecting. Though with the Ags coming up on Ferte, you might start to get a little bit concerned as Wildcard, because this is around the timing that Tilted Boys did start to feel much, much stronger. As Door hopefully learned from the last time and is not going to die to the Outpost, or rather the Tormentor, excuse me. But apparently not. Door's running back in, but he'll be fine. He'll survive this time around.
And he'll survive Truro. Side of Wildcard. And again, Aegis does expire, so they're just kind of set to take it a little bit slow. The Ags for Ferte is a concerning point. You do have 2 universal types to steal 40% stats. And again, 70 attack speed loss on Jug is massive for that hero. Doesn't feel like you can really get anything done once you lose all of that attack speed on the Juggernaut. So it's a really good solution here from the side of Tilted Boys once it's up. But Ferte's also having to pick up the slack for a Void Spirit and a Mars that haven't really had a game. Like, you have enough items for Ush to feel impactful. If that arena doesn't connect though, then you're kind of just stuck in an awkward position. Like, the Mars doesn't do much. It's not an aura carrier right now. Same with Volodka. Like, he's got Echo Saber Yasha, Matt is still a ways off. So you're not really at the point where you're just unkillable and slippery in the middle of these fights. Wildcard. For their part, I don't like it when they sit back and farm. Like, I do feel like they've got to take that early aggression, play this game while they're strong, because once it slips away from them, once this morph becomes an issue, I don't see a straightforward answer from Wildcard. I mean, they have the control, but let's say Ferta hits Ags plus Lincoln Sphere timing, then you really start to wonder what you can do up against a Morphling, because you can't use the Roar. It's going to be hard to glimpse him back with Static Storm when you have the Manta. So there's a lot of counterplay from Ferta, and this hero is still a hero that can 1v5 pretty nicely in the right circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Sammy now picking up the full butterfly on the Juggernaut, looking a hell of a pretty strong carry here on the Jug. Going for the Skadi timing next, of course, the big item against the Morphling. Fuerte about to have the full Ags up now, just about 300 gold away from that happening. It's not going to be the easiest game in the world. Like, you would have liked to see something like a Lincoln Sphere up against the Roar of the Beastmaster, but just going to try and play with the BKB instead as Wildcard. There's a bit of a smoke-on-smoke scenario here. Skyward's going to find Sammy, but he's going to run right into the side of Wildcard, and RCY is already there with the Rolling Thunder just preemptively. Ready to go as they are going to find Dora in the back as well. Ash is going to jump in, trying to burst down Sunlight, but he's going to be saved here by the roar of the Beastmaster as Ferte is still trying to move in with the BKB, but the Omni Slash is going to go right through him. He is barely alive for now. Will waveform away, and it seems like Tilted Boys are forced to try and retreat from this. It's not the team fight they wanted, as Sammy Boy apparently still lagging. And, it seems like Ash is having the same issue here. Skyward having the same one as well. There you go, a bit of a shame here in the middle of a team fight. Definitely not what you wanted. Still, speaking of that team fight, Wildcard, they end up at least getting a 1 kill here. Not able to find any more than that, at least for now, but maybe we see some glimpses coming up. Though it is on cooldown for 13 seconds, so probably not. So everyone else is going to be just fine here, but definitely a strong team fight from Wildcard.
It's a strong fight, but really just finding Rubik doesn't feel like it's all worthwhile. Like, you pop all of your spells, you can't lock in Ferta, at least you force one BKB charge out. But again, you're not satisfied with just a Rubik kill, for sure, considering how much was expended. We'll see if they find a better opportunity for themselves, especially as that BKB starts to tick down on Ferta. It does feel like you really need Sunlight to have his Ags now. You need that AoE mute, just to ensure that the follow-up save isn't going to be there for the morph. They all instantly gate up top. Wildcard does have the opportunity to back off, and he does have his own Manta up. He's got some additional stats, additional way of dodging out here.
Sunlight. He jumped on. Thing is, he has plenty of help around, so Wildcard forced him to simulate out. I don't think they want the team fight right now, considering what happened last time around. They will retreat. Wildcard, though, they're looking for the next Roshan, but it is still about 55 seconds away, so a bit of time on that. I think Tilted Boys can't really afford to allow that Roshan to go the way of Wildcard for free. But at the same time, I'm not really sure if they can afford to fight them at the moment. And so Wildcard will remain nearby the pit. You've always got the Hawks to throw out to give you the vision and tell you when Roshan is coming up. And it seems like Tilted Boys, they're not really going to be in a position where they can try to counter the next Roshan attempt. And to be fair, they are by the Twin Gates though, so they could try to make their way over, but it's never really preferable to go through the Twin Gates when Roshan is already happening. It's a very awkward, kind of vulnerable position you put yourself in. Speaking of Roshan, he's 10 seconds away now, but Wildcard as well have backed out of that area.
Yeah, a little bit curious that they don't wait out.
Verte, he's been spotted. Sunlight does have the glimpse, could force out the BKB usage here from Verte, but just can't get the vision over the Morphling. A missed opportunity, sadly, for Wildcard. They rotate 4 heroes down there to try and get that done, and this actually could be huge because now the Roshan's up. But it may not be, though. They're just going to go through the twin gates anyway. Wildcard making their way over, and they might run into Ferte once again if he's not too cautious. He is still farming that northern side of the Dire map. Rolling Thunder is going to be there. RCY just going right in, has found the Undying, and Sammy now has found Ferte, but the creep wave is going to tank the Omni Slash for him. At least Door is down, and Roshan again is available, so it's going to be a 4v5 for this next Roshan. The Wildcard, they will have first dibs.
They have first dibs. The Undying kill not the biggest. I think if Tilted Boys wanted to force the issue, they could have, but they all immediately back off. So a freebie coming out here for Wildcard. A little bit interesting, because that's Roll plus Omni Slash and Static Storm down. You figure with the Arena and a Morphling and a Void Spirit, you wouldn't be scared of just the Roar alone. Still, Wildcard not going to ask those questions. Pick up the Aegis onto Sammy. We've got the Basher up and running on the Jug now as well. You can start to focus in and, open up the game even more. 10k lead up for Wildcard. Should be able to start to think about further tier 2s to take into the high ground. Side of Tilted Boys. Well, they at least find Sunlight once more.
They do. Sunlight is down. Smoke is there from Tilted Boys. As 4, they're going to head down towards the bottom side of the map where they might just find RCY.
Dire are scanning.
They'll barely miss out on the Pangolier. I mean, they are at least going to find a Helm of the Overlord creep if they want it. He's just kind of running away, and I don't think they really want to break this smoke for that. But sadly, there's no other hero to go for. This looks like Ush will just go ahead and chase it down. Try and deal with that. Meanwhile, Wildcard just going to start forcing out the top lane. Try to force Tilted Boys back into their base to defend this. Of course, the thing is, like, Wildcard have so much time on this Aegis that they're just going to take their time to get the Skadi, I think, on Sammy. Or maybe even just finish off an Abyssal Blade on this Jug. And then, of course, just go straight for the high ground. Like, there's not really much in the way of stopping them from doing so.
No. Not much they're really waiting for here on the side of Wildcard. I do like that Sammy's going for the Ags instead after the Scotty. I think the Swift Slash has a lot of use here. Just mitigates some of the... or reduces some of the downtimes of the Jug with his atrocious uptime on Omni Slash. I still wonder why Omni Slash is 120 seconds for what it does. It's rather interesting, however, when everything else kind of got power creeped and Jug's just... he's gotten a lot of buffs in a row, but then it's always down to like Omni Slash. And he gets nerfed on his Blade Fury and that shard buildup we used to see. And Omni Slash still stays... well, it did get buffed from 7.33. 10 seconds down, Mike. What a reduction.
We are going to have another pause to come out as Sammy's going to just try and restart. I mean, obviously, again, 500 ping is definitely very, very unplayable. Hopefully, this disconnect reconnect will resolve the issue here for Sammy. For all our sakes, because pauses are not very fun. What can you do though? Yeah. 500 ping is 500 ping. I've been having some pretty bad experiences myself on the SCA server recently, John. Things went bad again. Back up to 180 ping for me for no reason. Damn undersea cables just not doing me any favors.
Yeah. Probably something like that, or the Typhoon's just wrecking some infrastructure somewhere. It's Typhoon season. We're coming into it. Not quite. No. It's still the tail end of summer, but we're inching towards Typhoon season here in Southeast Asia.
I can love Typhoon season.
I'm sure you do. Nice and comfy there in Australia while all it breaks out. Well, for the most part. You get the spiders when you have heavy rains. I guess that's a trade-off.
Oh, we don't mind.
Not sure what's worse. I suppose. Yeah, it's just a few creepy webs here and there, a few spiders in your route at night. No problems.
It's extra protein.
Free protein, Mike.
Bottom lane.
Would you actually eat a spider, though? I'm very curious.
People do eat spiders,
Would you be down to try it? Yeah, but
no,
would you eat a spider?
I wouldn't do it. No, God, no. Right? Why would I need to do that? I never understood people that like taste things for the sake of the experience. Like the weird stuff, I mean. Like eating fried spiders and stuff. I just don't understand it. Like, it's not really an experience to me. It's just, sounds a bit silly if you ask me, Jonathan.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
Yeah, it
top
is.
tower has
For the sake of convenience, I mean, I feel like if you will try that stuff, it's either you try it because you think you're gonna enjoy it, or just because you're kind of cool. That's it.
Yeah.
As they try the high ground as well.
It's kind of
Tasters
hard.
there.
'Cause it's challenging to do with Sammy Boy. He's got the Aegis up for another minute and a half. Keeping in mind, he actually has the Ag Scepter sitting in the backpack right now. He's just holding on to the Ags for when the Aegis will expire. He'll switch it in after that. I think Wildcard really want to back off here at the moment, but
top tower is under
doesn't seem like they have the much of a choice because they haven't found any kind of pick off. So while they already got the tier 3 tower, Tilted Boys are going to be in position to defend the bottom racks. So Sammy is still having ping issues here. 1,000 ping now. So the DC RC just kind of made it so his ping issues doubled.
What need have I for invisible? Oh, that's quite nice,
Yeah.
actually.
Amazing.
Outstanding.
Dire's middle tower.
All right, Skyward. All right. Nice all chat, kid.
How toxic of you, John. How dare you. Tormentor?
What?
He's going to be taken out here by Ferte. Unless he kills himself, that is. But he's alright.
I wish Dor was around to cop that, you know? Dor needed to be there, as is tradition. He died to the Tormentor.
That's true. He wasn't, though, sadly.
He-
Dropped the ball here.
Yeah. Breaks tradition. Gets you in a lot of trouble in the Philippines if you start breaking tradition, Mike.
Middle tower.
It does.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Sammy's only got 15 seconds left on this Aegis. Again, though, he might be happy about that, considering he can actually put the Ags in the bag instead of just holding it in the backpack. It's for 4.2k gold just being not utilized here by Sammy at the moment.
I mean,
There's the Aegis expiring. There's the Ags coming in. And I think they're actually going to just group up and smoke here. Wildcard, and there we go. Smoke is upon us. Or they could find Ferte in the dire triangle right now, but he is going to waveform just in the nick of time, realizing something might be wrong here.
That gives him a head start.
Wildcard. We're going to have another pause to come out. I heckin' love ping issues.
yep.
I mean, this could be, game deciding for Sammy. Like, if this happens mid-team fight, if the guy just randomly gets a 1,000 ping spike or a 500 ping spike, I mean, sure, you can pause, but generally speaking, in the middle of a team fight, you don't really want to pause. So it can be a little bit hectic for poor old Sammy boy. So we do have the go-ahead once again. Hopefully, that this ping issue does not happen in the middle of a team fight, because that would be disastrous here. Even just for a few seconds, it can just change the whole dynamic of the fight.
Dire
Now,
are
they've smoked up, John. They're going to head down towards through the mid lane, towards the west side of the map now. So you're not really looking to force a fight here with Wildcard, but rather get their own farm going at the moment.
I mean, like, Wildcard Smoke was just a weird angle. They go into the triangle, then head down south. And they don't find anything. They'll re-smoke. Maybe this leads into something. They have a pretty clear path onto the high ground right now, though. They can just play around that here. Just smoke behind Sammy. We'll see. Side of Tilted Boys all the way across the map, and yeah.
He's going to try the DC reconnection again. Of course, Tilted Boy is going to be forced to try and move in to try and defend this, as everyone's having a pretty good laugh as to what's happening here with this disconnection. I suppose on Tilted Boys, keeping high spirits, even though I'm sure they're getting just as annoyed as Sammy Boy is. These constant pauses happening.
Yeah.
So prepping for the bot racks defense here is Tilted Boys. Though Skyward doesn't have a TP available, so he's gonna have to walk the old-fashioned way, sadly, on the Ruby. Not the best of news for him, but everyone else can TP back towards the base.
And they can make their way down there. This does take me back to old content creators and their accusations of getting DDoSed. You know, Certainly
Yeah.
content creators, Mike, a long time back.
A long
The good
time
old
back.
days. They used to play
They
a
were-
lot with good old Banana Slam Jamma.
Yeah. Fun times.
Peak Dota right there,
Reconnections here.
2015, 2016.
They were some good times those times. Reconnection is out. Not sure if it's actually resolved the issue though. It seems like Sammy's just going to have the issue no matter what. But he's trying his absolute best to get it fixed up. Alright, he does give the try again. Onto the high ground they go. Ferte going to reveal himself already. The Swift Slash is there from Sammy. It's being committed, but now the spear is out. Sammy's been caught, but he will be able to spin away. Keep in mind, like, he does not have the Aegis to play with, so you definitely don't want to lose the jungle if you can avoid it. Ush now being caught will try to use the Odor Steel Totem, but can't really get away from it, so Rolling Thunder's going to hold him down, and Ush is just gone without buyback now on the Mars. Sammy will start moving in onto the range racks. Volodka, Big Astral Step is committed. Sammy is staying behind. He'll go for the Swift Slash once again onto Fuerte, who is completely out of mana now on the Morphling. And is forced to try and go for a reset, but the Glimpse Back is there. Raw being committed now on the Morph. Into the Swift Slash once again from Sammy, but they've got complete control on the Morphling. Wayne Formaway is there, however. He's going to buy himself a little bit of time to retreat. Wildcard look to try and go for the rest of the bottom racks if they can. And I don't think Tilted Boys can actually defend this. They're going to pop the glyph.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sammy proving so challenging to try and kill off here. Sure, with the butterfly up, just the evasion making it very hard for the Morphling this game. Swift Slash again, getting the bash off into the Rolling Thunder of RCY. Spear's going to lock him down though, Ush. He's got a nice arena going. Sammy still trying to fight this one out the best he can. Will be able to get away once again thanks to the Glimmer Capes of the supports of Wildcard. And sadly for Tilted Boys, they are still falling apart in this team fight as they've lost Skyward, who bought back, but he was mid-glimpse. Oh no!
God.
He bought back while the glimpse was happening. That's the worst.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how, that's one of the things that persists through death for your model. You'd think death would dispel a lot of things, but certainly not the Glimpse Back. So we'll go back into the higher ground. A really well-executed fight from Wildcard. I have to say, the Chakra spam with Swift Slash is actually quite hard to deal with from Sammy. This Chakra jog is actually really annoying with how often Swift Slash does fly out in the middle of these fights.
Static Storm being dropped. RCY again with the Rolling Thunder. Going to immediately be onto Volodka, and he is just getting deleted as now they've got the Roar out onto the Morphling, and Fuerte is alive for now. Does get Door, but Swift Slash is there once again from Sammy. But that was the Omni Slash being committed. And GG is called. Tilted Boys, they do not believe they can make it the comeback here in this game number 2. And I tend to agree with them here as Sammy is proving to be a little bit too big on the Juggernaut. King issues or not, Wildcard will take game number 2, and that'll tie up the series 1-1. Tilted Boys now looking to try and get a 2-1 victory, but I think Wildcard definitely the team with the momentum behind them for that.
Yeah, they managed to show up really in game number 2 here. Their lanes went off a lot better. I think maybe Sammy's lane was definitely the big improvement. RCY had a complete curb stomp down mid, keeping down Volodka on that Void Spirit. And think for the side of Tilted Boys, I understand why they went for the Mars. It felt like a Pango counter, but for the most part, they weren't using the arena to stop the Pangolier roll. They were just using it offensively, and as an offensive spell, it doesn't feel amazing. Like, it still felt like you had a lot more angles to take here on the side of Wildcard, and they took those opportunities much better in this game. It felt like a lot longer of a game as well, but that's probably down to the pauses. Wildcard managed to play a pretty up-tempo and do manage to force out a game 3 after a pretty rough showing in game 1. A good bounce back here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly a fantastic performance here as we do get to see some of the highlights here from game number 2. And I guess it does go back to picking a carry that they just feel a little bit more comfortable with here on Sammy. And I mean, the rest of the team also played this very, very well. Like Monster on the Beastmaster, RCY on the Pango, just making so much work happen. And sadly for Tilted Boys, like, they didn't have the worst laning stage in the world, but it certainly wasn't quite as good as game one. It's kind of the thing as well, like, you choose the Mars into the Pango, having that kind of bonus of the arena making life hard for the Pangolier, but the hero itself just feels so bad at the moment. So it's like, unless you land the perfect arena spear combos, it just doesn't really do much. And hell, even then, it doesn't really feel like it does too much. Wildcard still making the victory happen regardless of those interactions with the Mars arena. Regardless of the farm that Ferrite was getting, the Jug was just farming a lot faster here thanks to Sammy. And ultimately, Tilted Boys, like, yeah, sure, they're still tied up the series 1-1, but it seems like Wildcard have got a pretty good read of this series now, and Tilted Boys, they need to get it together, maybe change up a few things with their draft, and hopefully give themselves a good shot here in game number 3.
Yeah, they're going to need to try and rally the side of Tilted Boys as Wildcard look amazing in this game. And MVP has got to go down to RZY, right? Like, his mid lane performance was just incredible up against Volodka. I've never seen such a slow start for a Void Spirit. And RCY and his Pangolier, you mentioned it, but one of his specialties, one of those heroes that he really spams out for a Wildcard, having that impact that the team needs him to have. And again, just phenomenal plays coming out from him. Even though he was counteracted by the Mars, it didn't feel like an issue. Even when he was held back in that one fight, just kept spamming his shield crash anyway with the Ags and still had impact.
Yeah, he certainly did. RCY doing a fantastic job this game. He certainly deserves the match MVP for game number 2. So there you go, Jonathan. Now the series tied up 1-1, which does mean we get a game number 3 here between these two teams. And I can only imagine how this series is going to end, as we are going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, we're going to be back with our game 3 between Wildcard and, of course, Tilted Boys. We'll see you soon. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are going into our game 3 here between Wildcard and, of course, Tilted Boys. And it is MLP Dodo and Tronix joining you once again. John, game 2 going back the way of Wildcards. They do manage to fix the issues they were having in game 1. And obviously making the game 3 happen here against Tilted Boys, as we do have a draft live already, so we can get right into that. Is there anything in particular you'd like to see Tilted Boys change up here in Game 3's draft to perhaps give them a shot of getting a 2-1 victory over Wildcard?
Getting a better hero for Ush this time is probably the key. Last time around it was Sammy with his Drought that we were saying needed to change up. Now it's Ush from the Mars. I understand why they pick it up. It's against the Pangolier. It theoretically is good. It didn't feel that good that time. RCY just kind of running away with that game with how well he started off. So I want to see Tilted Boys kind of shake it up from the off. They do have a couple of options that slide through. Bat Rider's there, and they do pick it up. Spirit Breaker's on hand as well for Tilted Boys to pick up, which we know Skyward has performed on spectacularly. So I'm keen to see what the idea is from Tilted Boys down the line. Wildcard, they get the Shadow Demon save up against Bat Rider and potentially even up against the Spirit Breaker now as well. And they do pick up the Magnus. So I'm wondering whether or not Wildcard will run that Magnus for Monster once more or give it onto the safe lane. I think you've got a couple of ways of running that mag still. You've got some combinations down the line. Magnus plus Void Spirit's pretty good. Magnus plus Ember is pretty good if Tilted Boys don't ban either of those. And for Tilted Boys, again, Skyward's Spirit Breaker is still in the pool. If they want to pick that up, they can run the core Bat Rider off lane instead and run the Spirit Breaker support. Although, I suppose the Spirit Breaker or the Bat Rider can be support as well, as we've seen a lot of flex in that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Pulseful Bat Rider has been very popular, and I think position 4 is where Bat Rider really fits right now, because it doesn't need to be a core. That's kind of the thing. Like, the hero does almost the exact same thing in the support role. In fact, one would argue just having it not be a core is just so much more effective, as you don't have to kind of deal with the fact that if you have a bad laning stage, you never recover with this hero. Just pause 4, you might buy an Octarine core or Blink and just get the big initiations off with the lasso that you're looking for. They do follow up with an Ember Spirit as well, so that does kind of indicate that the Bat Rider is probably going to be a position 4 anyway. It still has the opportunity to go off lane as well if it wants to, but I think the support role is probably where it belongs. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they do go back for the Magnus pickup, this time also picking up a Shadow Demon. So having the counter towards the lasso in the disruption, and the Magnus obviously proving to be very strong right now, so not too surprised to see that pop up as well.
Yeah, still pretty much in the meta. I like that Tilted Boys do take away the Ember Mag combination by picking up the Ember themselves, and they take out the Void Spirit combo now. So quite a few less options here for RCY to play on mid. You have something like the Puck, I suppose, that he could pick up as well. I'm not sure if he's ever played a mid Omni Knight, but mid Omni Knight against Ember is pretty oppressive for the Ember as well. So I would like to see something maybe a bit left field coming out from Wildcard. Do ban out the Wind Ranger and Tilted Boys, just to ensure no shenanigans coming out there. Yeah, I think Omni Knight is still a solid pick. Like, it's another solution to Bat Rider if you're still worried about that. It's a great lane into the Ember Spirit. It can actually play with Empower pretty damn well. Funny enough, the Omni Knight. So you can actually still utilize that buff quite nicely. And I like that they, again, take care of the Spirit Breaker now. So removing that comfort for Skyward, removing that aggression here. And they get to pick up the Mirana on Wildcard's end. You've got the setup with Shadow Demon. This is a combination I feel like you and I haven't seen since, I don't know, last year. Or maybe 2 years ago now, Mike. But old Shadow Demon Mirana comes out.
Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? It's just almost a guaranteed arrow, assuming you don't mistime the arrow usage. It's pretty damn easy to land it, as Tilted Boys are going to go at least for the Slark Disruptor, so you do have some decent kind of ways of dealing with all the disable that Wildcard do have. So now, the Slark, one of the better heroes, I think, against the SD Mirana, because you generally can get Dark Pact off before the arrow does connect. So you have a nice way of kind of purging off the stun. Wildcard, probably not going to be too dissuaded by this. Now, seeing the enemy position 1, I don't know if they want the Magpos one here. They might choose to just run an offlane instead. We shall see. Wildcard 4th pickup for themselves. Might just leave the RCY hero till last. Unless it's also just a mid Magnus, because this hero just fits any role, any lane at the moment. So they could just go the down the mid Magnus now as well if they do want. Wild card. Fourth pickup. Plenty of reserve time to think about this one.
I don't
Two more
mind the
calls to come.
mid-mag too much. I think it's a fair enough flex. The lane against Ember is maybe... It's manageable. It's not the worst thing in the world. You can always just play with Empower and clear out the creep wave, no problem. Get some free harass on top. RCY's having a bit of a laugh, though. I wonder what they're suggesting for him.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Omni Knight. Omni Knight's still a good hero. Into a Slark. Not bad.
Omni Knight, just that mid Omni you spoke about. I mean, it feels so broken when you have to play against that damn thing. It's so stupid how much damage the hero does with the Hammer of Purity, and then obviously the like just having Harpoon on that hero. it's just like it's all over. He's got Harpoon calling.
Pretty much. It's just like, yeah, it's done. It's just gonna chase you down. Unfortunate you lose your what was his aura even called? I forget now.
Oh,
it's been erased from my memory.
Why is that
Yeah, but
unfortunate?
Can you imagine a Harpoon with a slow? Oh, you can't even run. You're just dead.
you basically can't run anyway. The double slow with the Echo Saber and the Hammer of Purity anyway. So it's I guess you're right. It could get worse, but probably unnecessary to say the least. In fact, doesn't he still have it? No, he doesn't.
No.
Now they removed the shot. Never mind.
Yeah, they took it away. Storm does slide through as it was left unbanned, and right now Tilted Boys don't have the best hold for Storm outside of Static Storm. So there's a lot of pressure here for a good Static Storm to come out, kind of line that up and try to capture RCY. Mid matchup, I would say it can go either way. This is very player-based. We've seen Ember win out more often than not, though, as it does feel a little bit easier to hit, say, Orb Corrosion timing, easier to just dodge around with Sleight of Fist and control the lane. You don't need to necessarily walk up and cop 2 overloads, cop the Static Remnant. You can just play it a little bit safer on the Ember. So I don't mind this matchup too much. I like that wild card. Still respect ban that Legion Commander of Ush, as he did have a spectacular performance in Game 1. So just preventing that from coming out. RCY is so happy about something. So curious what's making this kid
10
smile.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Final banouts to come. We'll hopefully find out very soon what's making him smile. Couldn't help but notice as well, by the way, only Skyward's left with the sunglasses on here on the side of on Tilted Boys. So shout out to Skyward at least sticking with the theme. The rest of the team though giving up on it pretty early on after their Game 2 loss. Everyone getting rather serious, but Skyward, who's again sticking with the theme with the sunglasses. Very good to see. Now, once they're on, Jonathan, you can't just take them off like that. You've got to go all the way.
Yeah. You got to keep them on for an entire tour. Maybe even more. That's the tradition now. I do enjoy that Tilted Boys ban out Jug, just to be safe. In Jug versus Slark matchup, it's something we used to see, and I always felt like Slark came out on top just because Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud kind of ruins Jug. But it's rather interesting that Tilted Boys felt like Sammy's performance in that hero necessitates a respect ban. So you still have a lot of heroes that Slark doesn't deal with. Illusion spam heroes on the line, Naga, Terrorblade, PL, all ready to be picked up by Wildcard. For Ush, what's really left here? I guess a Beastmaster is still there. That's been kind of left in the pool. They want some hard hold. Beastmaster plus Batrider lane's not the worst in the world. You can kind of run down. Running a Batrider 4 with Beastmaster off lane. So wouldn't mind that too much. I think that's one way for Tilted Boys to get aggressive. It gives them some tower pushes here as well. And they'll go with a Bounty Hunter instead. Ooh. So you get the Bounty Hunter Disruptor combination. And the Beastmaster comes out for Wildcard. So they'll run the safe lane Magnus here for Sammy Boy.
I like it.
It's a bit of a shake-up. I'm surprised Tilted Boys do stick with the off-lane Batrider for Ush, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I think Sammy does have a bailout just with Skewer, so you shouldn't be under any major threat for the most part. You get the dynamic support duo though of Track plus Glimpse. So there's a lot of good catching that Tilted Boys can get done here. But Wildcard has enough saves, I think, that it's not going to feel too scary. Like, again, you've got Disruption. As long as Sunlight's around, whether or not you can catch someone and really utilize that burst window is another question. I think Wildcard, they're in for a pretty decent game for RCY. Again, mid matchup is rather even, really very player dependent, but I think overall your hold for something like the Storm, it's a bit too reliant on just Disruptor. Like, it's all in and kind of just hoping for a good static Storm, maybe just lasso static Storm, something like that. And as the game goes on, I think the Storm just has a better and better time once he has even a couple of defensive items up. Like a Linken's this game feels really good for RCY if you can farm it up. Again, you just don't have the best hold. So for Wildcard, launching point's going to be RCY once more. There's some good collapses they can get done onto mid. You get Flea on his signature Mirana. It's been a while since you and I have kind of seen Flea on that hero, and he does perform really damn well on that. So I'm leaning towards Wildcard's draft just a little bit more. I think Tilted Boys, their draft is still strong, but it's really down to execution. We did see them execute fairly well in Game 1. We need to see them kind of replicate that performance here in Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. As we will be heading into game number 3 rather soon here between these two teams, Wildcard versus Tilted Boys, in a 1-1 so far. Looking for that third game victory is both these sides, and we can head into game number 3, see exactly how game 3 will pan out here between these two. Again, a pretty important victory for both these sides to try and achieve, though. I think for Wildcard, it would be against expectations if they did not pull off this game 3 victory. But it was also against expectations, at least for us, that they lost game 1. So, you know, combine that with the fact that Sammy's been having a lot of ping issues throughout this series, you really never know what could happen. It's all up in the air here between these two.
Yep. Anything can happen. And I think you have to respect that packet loss when you're playing a Magnus. Sammy could end up in a world of hurt if he's not careful. I like what they're doing here on Wildcard. They'll go through the gate. Just trying to look for a flank. No one up top. No one down bot either. Very defensive from Tilted Boys to just hang around their own rune. See if Wildcard get anything for their trouble in running across the map. But rather interesting, Mike. They've done a full lap already, end to end.
I think the thing is, like, you look at Wildcard's draft, and they certainly have the much stronger level 1 team fight. Just with the Disruption arrow alone, it can be rather hard to try and fight into this draft at level 1. It's like Skyward's going to go for a run in, but does decide better of it. Just in case there's a Sentry Ward around the mid lane, they will back their way out. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties anyway. So nothing's really lost here for Tilted Boys. They just completely avoid that level 1 team fight. Happy days for them. And while we're here, John, we may as well start with the bottom lane. You've got Sammy Boy on the Magnus. He's going to be there along with Sunlight on the Shadow Demon. And of course, Skyward and Ush are going to be against them on the Bounty Hunter and Batrider respectively. You do have a few combinations here as well, right? Because Disruption into Skewer's kind of nice here for Sammy. Like, if you can get them near a tier 1 tower, it's always going to be quite nice. And I dare say that if you are Tilted Boys, that is probably going to be the combination of spells that you're going to be most concerned about.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing you have to respect here from the side of Wildcard. They've already got the Sentry ready for Sunlight to drop as well. Of course, you have to respect the output of a Batrider. He does do a lot of damage, especially by level 3 going for the 0-1-2 build. So a melee hero like the Mag, although he does have the bailout and Skewer, has to be a bit careful about how much burn damage you will take from Ush. You can see how much they will get done there for the side of Tilted Boys. Still down mid. RCY on that Storm up against Volodka on that Ember. And again, not too bad for either side. RCY working his first few levels pretty nicely, getting some free harass onto Volodka. The Ember starts to equalize at level 3 when Sleight of Fist spam is a little bit easier to maintain. Until that point, RCY is just free to keep clearing out the creep wave, shoving it in. No problems for him. Wondering if he goes for the 1-on-1 double overload kind of play. A little bit harder to look for that opportunity up against the Ember.
Ush. Bottom lane, a lot of damage being dealt here. Chase is on from Sammy, but ultimately decides better of it as he just had no spells to throw out. Ush getting very, very low there, and Wildcard already trying to get as aggressive as humanly possible. Just while we have a chance as well, we should have a look at that final lane, which is the top lane here between Door and Furte against Monster and Flea. For now, pretty passive sort of lane here between these two teams. Rotate. Because he can't really get too close without a disruptor. Like, every time Dor wants to go pull against the Beastmaster Mirana, just so many spells to be spammed out here in Ferrite. It's kind of copying it, and you gotta keep in mind as well, Mirana is now a universal hero, so just with these stats alone, he does a hell of a lot of damage on this Mirana, and Tilted Boy is certainly going to be a little bit wary of that, because it can stack up rather quickly.
And it can. And to be fair to Mirana, Mike, it's no techies. 630 range, not as scary. Right click damage, not as scary as well. So are you really scared of Mirana? Probably worth respecting, but it's no techies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, there's a lot of mobility on this hero, Jonathan. I know you love to trash
But
techies
techies
a
is
lot.
blast off. You know, even though it doesn't have
It's
charges,
not as easy.
you've got blast
Come
off.
on now. It's not that simple. Ferrite is going to take more damage than he deals. You're such a techies hater. You're such a techies hater. It makes me sick.
You're such a meta slave, Mikey.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I was doing
that's all I
techies
have to
before it
say.
was popular, John.
I mean, that's fair. It's fair. You kind of were. Like, even the last patch. I'll give you that, Mikey. I don't know.
Bottom?
Techies gets too much.
Ash, he may drop if you get a couple more Shadow Poisons here. It does have the stick charges, though, and has a Lotus. So, in the end, probably will just make it out.
Are fortified.
Even a Tango being handed over here to the Bat Rider. Plenty of space, though, for Sammy to farm up on the mag. He's having a pretty damn good time. Doesn't really seem like they can afford to slow him down. And I think the good times will just continue here for the mag.
Could be set to have a pretty decent start. Echo Saber timing not going to be too bad for Sammy Boy. It's a bit disruptive onto Sunlight, but not going to be able to follow through with too much. We do manage to get the Creep Wave pull, but the illusions will drag a little bit of attention away. They equalize. So you're not losing out on much. I think the issue here for Ush and Skyward is it's harder to play Bat Rider plus the bounty, like scouting in, trying to stun up to chase down. It's a lot harder. Ferret's dropping low as well, but they've got the glimpse to save at least.
Yeah, arrow won't land either here from Flea, so Ferrite going to be just fine. Though the spam with these wild axes just continues, and though you are getting some nice one charges for yourselves here on the side of Tilted Boys, the damage does rack up quite quickly here as Monster is continuously just throwing them out. Ferrite almost going down, forced to pounce away, as now even Skyward shows up, trying to secure Flea on the Mirana. Flea does not have any leap charges at the moment. Glimpse is there, and that should allow Flea to go down as Door setting up very nicely. The Monster is just continuing to chase forward, but not really having the damage quite yet, as Skyward now in trouble. Eventually, Monster does get the kill on Door. Another bunch of axes available. Skyward unable to juke them out. So it's going to be a double kill here for the Beastmaster. And this is all for the price of a Mirana, so happy days for Wildcard in this off lane. I mean, at least he didn't lose Ferrite. I guess there is a bit of a nice positive note here for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, you don't lose Ferrite. You bleed out a lot onto Monster, which is a bit troubling. I think the Beastmaster farm is still pretty scary to deal with. Lots of tempo to kind of come out here. Sunlight playing poke and prod with Volodka. Not going to be under threat. Level 6 is up for Volodka, so he's also just fine, kind of bouncing in and out. But the laning start now for Wildcard from that mid and safe lane. It's starting to build up. RCY is in a really good position. He's got some good initial farm. And even though you can't get that kill opportunity on the Ember anymore at level 6, your Storm's still set to farm. Power Tread's up. Going to be working onto the Witchblade, Falcon Blade, I'm sure. And you're kind of set. He's going to be able to snag away a free bounty rune as well. Very nice.
On top, T1 Tower's being pinged out. Looks like Monster wants to start the T1 once again, and it's already quite low in terms of HP. Wildcard going to be able to get away with this T1 Tower very early on. Even both Wisdom Runes now being secured here by Wildcard, so a pretty big advantage being gained from their end of things as Door. Be spotted by Flea. Door might just be dead here if Fleet can just keep up the vision. Odd Axes are going to land as well onto the Disruptor. They'll get the arrow to connect. Raw being committed just to make sure they do not have to mess around with this kill. Sammy will even hand the tip over. I mean, it was a bit of an unnecessary Raw, to be fair. But I think Sammy's actually quite happy with the way this top lane's gone. Yeah, considering Monster is just dominating 3-0-0 right now on the Beastmaster and finding the top tier 1 tower. But now Sammy, the man of the hour, he is going to drop. Nice little dive in here from the side of Tilted Boys, and they won't even lose anyone. They do get the Batrider out of there just fine.
It was a bit unfortunate. Sammy got stunned up by the Centaur creep, and only him, when they were setting up to make a play. Popped RP earlier as well. Not quite the results you'd want there for good old Sammy boy. As the punishment is quite severe from the side of Tilted Boys. Really big to find that kill. I mean, for Skyward. Like, as he approaches level 6, that's the point when this combination really starts to kick in with the Glimpse plus Track. You're going to have to expend a lot of resources here on the side of Wildcard to get your sentries down, to get some dust going, to ensure Skyward's not going to be able to, get that build up for Tilted Boys, because once the Track kills reel in, that's when things get scary.
Glimpse back, RCY. Really targeted, but they are lacking some mana here on Volodka. Arrow's going to land after the disruption. RCY still going in, does have the mana to be able to back out. And again, Volodka with his low mana right now just can't really help. Didn't have any spells to throw out anyway. So they lose the disruptor. The wild card, they'll somehow get RCY out of this, as Volodka again going to try and get aggressive. The Flame Guard is already gone. Just does not last. In fact, Sunlight now, disruption is out. Arrow's going to land.
Perfect.
They have 5 stacks of Shadow Poison. And Sunlight will get the kill onto Volodka. That's something you really don't like to see if you're Tilted Boys.
Definitely
RCY.
not. Sunlight can flee.
Glimpse is out at least onto RCY here by Door. And now Sammy kind of getting baited by his mid laner, is forced to RP the Batrider to try and fight back. But Ush is just going to go right into the lasso. Moonlight Shadow not really going to help either, as they have the Sentry Ward to provide the detection. And Skyward eventually going to take the kill here onto the mag. Sadly, RCY kind of forgetting a disruptor exists in the game. Gets glimpsed immediately and just forces Sammy to just go in for nothing.
A little bit of a shame. Miss out an opportunity again. Your Magnus is starting to get punished pretty hard. RCY has to be a bit cautious, a little bit low on the mana now to get the harassment out. But for Tilted Boys, again, another big kill. Rune control comes in for Volodka. So he's got the Arcane Rune ready to go. Can still keep that aggression up. Sammy, it's about time he just goes back to the jungle. Like, he's got maxed out in power. He shouldn't be hurting too much for farm. But he should not be dying in these lanes as well. Monster showing up mid. Does have the Dominator up, so they can get a pretty solid push going here.
Mid tier 1 tower now under siege. Tilted Boys, I still really don't want to see this go down like for free like this, but Wildcard just making it very hard to fight back, because now an arrow landing onto Skyward means the Bounty Hunter is going to go down. This Shadow Demon Mirana combination really paying dividends here for Wildcard so far, as they do get the tier 1 mid tower basically for free. This is another very strong start here from Wildcard. The Tilted Boys, the ones that need to try and catch up and keep up. And for now, it's looking really rough. Like, the rotation's immediately up top, seeing Ferrete was farming a creep wave. Just wanting to apply the pressure onto the Slark immediately. And Ferrete, he's got no farm right now either. Like, he's at 4.2k net worth. He's very far behind at the moment. If Wildcard can keep the aggression up, he's not going to be able to find a way to catch up in this game.
No, I mean, you just can't match the farming pace of even Sammy. Despite Sammy taking 2 deaths, no kills, no assists, it's still a Magnus. You've got him power, you can fall back into the jungle well. The Slark not as quick in that area. Having to play around with the Dark Pact, and takes a little bit more time to get in between camps. Sammy still being tracked up here by Skyward. Shouldn't be under any kill threat though. Should be able to farm. Ferrete does manage to bail out. You're not really finding too much just yet, but you can sense that Wildcard's starting to gun for more. They know they've got quite an early advantage that they can play with.
The prize is mine.
Top lane, I mean, they're still looking at that Slark, but he's hanging by the tier 2 tower, so making it kind of hard for Wildcard to try and initiate, as now there is going to be a 3-man smoke from Tilted Boys, but a Moonlight Shadow was committed here for Wildcard, so the smoke is broken and they'll see Volodka. Wildcard maybe looking to move back in, but they decide better of it because they weren't quite in position for this. Monster going to keep hanging around with the Moonlight, but it is going to wear off now, so they'll see the Beastmaster. But this looks like bait at this point because his team is right behind him. Static Storm is going to be dropped, but RCY will just zip right into the backside looking for Door. He will get pounced up, but it may not matter as RCY is going to be fine to zip back out. Wildcard finding at least one so far. Go on to Skyward, we'll find another. That's 2 down.
Sammy?
But Sammy boy, dying again to Ush. This time completely solo.
Yeah, you're finding good support pickoffs on Wildcard. Yeah, Sammy has got to stop laning, I think, at this point. Like, you just can't deal with a Batrider with no supports. Just go into the jungle, farm up. You know the bounty hunter is up top, so you're not being tracked around. Work onto the Harpoon. Once you have the Harpoon, it feels a lot better to even play into Batrider. You can threaten him instead of him threatening you. Right now, despite these losses for Tilted Boys, despite being 4K behind, it's still somewhat manageable because Sammy isn't able to really pop off and hit his item timings. Monster is still #1 in net worth, and our Beastmaster should hit that Overlord timing. And again, RCY is having a pretty good game himself. Witchblade flying out now. Oh, Ush.
Zip is there. Ush being caught out on the Batrider, going to be worth a fair bit of gold here as he is going to drop. RCY taking the spree away here from the Bat. I'm sure Sammy Boy's going to be happy to see the Batrider finally dying here. Wildcard, I mean, it's still a pretty good lead. 4K advantage their way. Really just need their carry to get farmed up for them to start applying some huge pressure. But the other 2 cores on Wildcard are well and truly going really well. Like, this Beastmaster Storm having a great game thus far. When you compare it to the mid and safe lane of Tilted Boys, it's just not anywhere close at the moment. I think Wildcard, realizing this, might just keep the aggression going. It just feels like there's no real reason to back off.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to back off. Like, RCY, again, is... I hear that you don't have a great solution for outside of Static Storm. Although... Nah, to get the
glimpse is there on RCY, but Sunlight's just going to go Disruption. Arrow is actually going to land on Door. He wasn't able to sidestep to avoid that, so RCY going to jump in for the freeze kill of his life. Lasso was committed, but they can just keep the fight going anyway. Monster getting the tip once again because he's doing so much work for Wildcard. So they will lose Skyward to boot. 3 down for Tilted Boys. And there was just no fight for them.
Yeah, it's just... And they stagger in. They try to get this control onto the Storm, but you need to follow through. You need to connect everything. Losing out your Disruptor kind of ruins that fight. You are so reliant on Static Storm to really set up. And we talked about that from draft. This is a pretty free Storm game. You kind of have to play with Lasso into Static Storm to get that kill. And even then, it doesn't feel like you've got quite the damage to really pin down the Storm just yet. So RCY is free to do what he wants. 7K lead coming out for Wildcard here at 16 minutes in. 12-5 coming out. Sammy now, he is starting to be a threat. He's got the Harpoon ready. He's queuing up the Satanic. Instant smoke break by Sammy as well.
And he's got the Harpoon up. Skyward going to be the sacrificial lamb here for Tilted Boys. Very, very upsetting. The smoke break plus the kill onto the bounty hunter, and now Sammy getting a nice power spike with the Harpoon available. It's even top lane. Monster's having a look around to see if he can try to make Ferte's life a bit of a living hell. Smoke is immediately popped here by Wildcard, but it looks like they're going to hang around the mid lane rather than heading up top. Trying to find maybe a pick off here in mid, and they're going to see Volodka. RCY zipping in, but unable to get the Vortex off. So Volodka going to be fine with the quick reactions on the Remnant. Meanwhile, bottom, Sammy. Static Storm. Kinetic Field, though, not going to hold him down. He got the 3-man RP off. Oh, and now the skewer back into the tier 2 tower. He still goes down, but they should be able to get a bit of a cleanup going. Never mind, the chains to lock them down and hold them back. It was a nice RP, but ultimately the trade is not worth it for Wildcard at all.
No. Yeah, and Sammy, whenever he's alone, it's just such a sitting duck. Like a harpoon alone isn't enough to give him the stats to survive, even with double racer up. Needs something more. Needs that satanic rare BKB to be up and running here. One Tilted Boy's just identifying a great target to constantly jump. Wildcard, though, it doesn't look like it bothers them too much. They're still maintaining good presence in that top jungle. And eventually they should be able to get a push going. Top tier 2, not too healthy. With the ancient granite golem, shouldn't take too long to clear that out, and they will. So tier 2 gone. Wildcard and maintaining map control their way. Just need to watch Sammy. I think he's died a couple of times too many. 1-4-1 in the mag. Unfortunately, his impact, it's detrimental right now for Wildcard, but it is what it is. You know, maybe some of that ping is kicking in.
I mean,
I guess in the end, it's maybe space.
And I appreciate the excuse making here for Sammy Jonathan. Definitely his position has been not very good, to say the least. But you know, I kind of go back to the advice you gave earlier. Maybe it's time to just stay in the jungle. You know? And you are playing Magnus after all. He's one of those heroes that enjoys, he's a jungle enjoyer. Roshan has been started. Going to be a very quick process here for Wildcard. No real contest coming here from Tilted Boys. I mean, they had smoked up and they were rushing towards the pit, but they do react a little bit too late. So Wildcard, they'll hand the Aegis over to RCY in the Storm and immediately go through the Twin Gates down towards the bottom side of the map. Sadly for Tilted Boys, even if they wanted to force a team fight after the Aegis pickup, it's not going to happen. Wildcard completely avoid them. They are looking to go for that bottom tier 1 tower instead, it seems.
They should be able to find it. Doesn't take too long with a Beastmaster around. Should be able to find a nice objective. The side of Tilted Boys can trade for up top. Looks like they will just put themselves in that position. Wildcard, again, they're starting to hit some key item timing. Sammy inching closer towards that Satanic. The full pipe for Monster not too far off. It's a little bit more to block out some of the magical bursts you're trying to do, especially with your Bat Rider right now. And again, there's just no clear solution for RCY. In fact, he's going for Lincoln's. Already has that full Kaya and Sanj up. So his damage output, his stat resist feels pretty damn good. And he'll just keep going for tier 2s. If you don't respond here on Tilted Boys, then you'll just constantly lose these objectives. It doesn't take too long.
Tier 2 bot tower is gone. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sammy has been caught by a static storm, but they might be trapped in with him here, John. Disruption is going to make sure Sammy does not go down, and now with the roar out on Ush, he is gone to the Bat Rider. RCY looking to go in the back, has found the Disruptor as well, so Door should just be going down, and does. They do at least find Flea on the Mirana. But it's certainly a significantly better trade here for Wildcard, getting a 2-for-1 in their favor. And all this is happening while the bot tier 3 tower was under siege. They left their Helm of the Overlord creep and some balls by the tier 3. Mind you, not so much damage has been done, but it does force the rotation back here from our Slark. Sverte had to address the creep wave on the tier 3 tower. And Wildcard, they are still looking to keep that aggression up.
Yeah, they still have a lot of spells ready. I mean, Roar and RP are down, but you're still healthy enough at RCY to make these dives. Age is still up for a lot longer. They could gun for the Tormentor now. And they'll just grab the Wisdom Rune first and clear out some of these stacks. And Wildcard, I love what they're doing on the map, Mike. They've been really efficient. Their movement's been on point. Outside of the positioning of Sammy, it's for the most part been pretty clean from Wildcard. And even Sammy right now, well, he is starting to be a bit of a threat. Blink is up for the side of Tilted Boys on Ush, though. So again, another initiation angle to play with. Bat Rider, Blink forward, Lasso into Static Storm is probably your best bet in locking in RCY. We'll rely on that combination to get that Storm out of the picture, but once RCY has that Lincoln Seas queuing up, that's where things become really difficult. You don't have a great way of popping that in the Bat Rider, at least until maybe he gets, I don't know, 4 staff up. Until that point, then Lincoln just ruins your combo. Sammy?
Here we go again, Sammy. And this time he's got the BKB available, so he should be safe even if they do make the jump in. mid lane is where the action seems to be breaking out very soon because Wildcard have grouped up as 4. But they might just be trying to pressure that mid tier 2 tower.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Sorry.
Another smoke up here from Wildcard as 4.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sammy, again, going to be spotted by Skyward, but nobody really around the bounty. Is now the zip through is going to find Ush, so RCY just going right in. Arrow's going to cancel the TP from Ush. The Batrider immediately gone here.
Dire's middle tower.
In the meantime, Monster was just casually taking the tier 2 mid tower. It's just multiple objectives being taken by Wildcard across the map. And, well, Tilted Boys, they're kind of split up all over the place right now. Wildcard, they're eyeing out the Tormentor of the Dire. I mean, why the hell not? Free shards.
Yeah, free shards. You got a lot of things to share the damage here as well. You're not going to lose too much HP. And they will find that Tormentor free shard for Sunlight. So Demonic Cleanse on hand now, on top of everything else. Sammy.
In mid lane. Was caught out there for a moment. Did commit the RPs. Volodka still going to be fine. Try and chip away at Sammy, but he's going to be just fine as well with the BKB up. The Tilted Boys will successfully force Wildcard back. Spells were committed. Like, with the RP down, they probably won't want to force a fight here, Wildcard. So, the retreat for now. But Tilted Boys, knowing the RP is down, maybe want to try and go for something. So, they head immediately down south with the big smoke up. And they're running right towards Sammy Boy. Though a nice scan from Sammy, going to hand over the info he needed. But he's still being caught out here. Flamebreak is out. The Mag in a bit of trouble, though he's a bit of a tankier boy, but not tanky enough. He is down. Sunlight getting caught out as well by the looks of it, but RCY going to jump in. Door does commit to Static Storm to make sure the Storm can't just kill him off, but RCY is going anyway. Finding one. Now the Slark caught by the Roar of Monster. So that'll be a second kill to come out here for Wildcard. They should be able to perhaps find a third as Skyward gets his TP cancelled off on the bounty. So he is gone. A double kill for RCY. So even if you lose that position 1 Magnus, just you still find 3 heroes for your trouble. One of them being the position 1 Slark, so you're going to be more than happy as Wildcard this game.
Yeah, it's a decent enough trade for 1 hero. At this point, it feels like Sammy's literally just acting as bait out of his own volition. Like, this might actually be their game plan. Drag all the focus onto Sammy, ensure that RCY can just zip across the map, do what he wants, with all the focus onto the Magnus. And it's paying off. I mean, you're still getting the farm anyway in Sammy. It's not like he's slowing down from these kills. Still a good 2k above the next hero from the side of Tilted Boys, and his Satanic is almost done. Get the full Halberd up on Monster, helps you massively up against Fairtest Slark. And the side of Tilted Boys are just shoved all the way into the high ground. 17k lead out for Wildcard right now. And they're in a really strong position, RCY.
Arrow going to give some vision over. They want to go for the fight. Looks like the jump is there from Monster. The roar out immediately onto Volodka. Meanwhile, Door again being picked off by RCY. But now the Lasso going to hold down the Storm. Still RCY looking to be just fine for now, though they do chain him up and hold him down with the Static Storm. In comes Sammy, though. A big RP committed. He found 3 targets with that. So they do really punish for the death of RCY. Is now Skyward also caught. Going to go down. The Wildcard again finding a 3-for-1 trade. This time Sammy able to secure a double. And perhaps they could look to go high ground off of this.
Yeah, they've got the opening set up here on the side of Wildcard. Losing RCY is pretty damn big. It's still a lot of net worth if you look at the graphs here in our post game from Tilted Boys. Like, despite having a dieback and disrupt, you still gain like 900 gold on your Ember. So you're still happy to an extent on Tilted Boys, but you don't have too many options to stop this push. Like, it's a Magnus and Beastmaster. There's a lot of damage here.
They are just going to take the tier 3 tower. Looks like the respawns are coming up here for Tilted Boys, so Wildcard not going to overextend themselves. At least wait for RCY to rejoin the team before you do go again.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Speaking of RCY, he's going to find an arcane rune. So might make the call to just go. Though he is about, what, 500 gold away from having a full sight device up, mind you. Sammy's going to be spotted here by Skyward, who's rushing right towards the mag. Does get the initial stun. Secondary stun as well, but his team is not able to catch up. I don't necessarily think they'd want the fight anyway, even with the RP down. Again, with an arcane rune on the Storm, it can be pretty scary to try and go into this next fight. Sammy, he's having a look around. He's going to find door to start. Glimpse is there. Sammy will get the shockwave to slow him down, and now Sunlight's in with the Purge. And I see why he loves going after the Disruptor. Takes another kill for himself on the Storm Spirit. And now they are back in onto the high ground. This time going through the top lane. That's going to be a pretty fast process here for Wildcard if Tilted Boys can't defend.
Dire structures are fortified.
Another harpoon. Volodka forced to BKB up, but a nice lasso on the mag. Still RCY is there with the Vortex, and he has a sight device up now and available. RP was committed, but it was only on one target. Nevertheless, it's going to be enough to at least get the Batrider down as RCY is being held here on the Storm, but the 4-staff away is going to make it so he can zip out. He'll barely make it away on the Storm. Sammy, meanwhile, still fighting Ferte right by the fountain of the Dire. Just look at this man go. He couldn't give a crap. But he will eventually be forced to back off as his team is trying their best to keep Sammy alive. Though Sammy's trying his absolute best to die here, it feels. He will be able to back his way out eventually.
And they take a nice set of racks for themselves up top. Not going to be able to find any more. Really good save on trying and bailing out RCY at the end there. Not giving any openings out to the side of Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys, they still hold on to 2 set of racks, right? Like, they've still got some play left in them. It's just, they need to manage RCY more than anything else. Like, killing Sammy is nice. Although even that's a bit of a tall order with how much HP Sammy has at this moment. Like, 3.9k with so much damage output. You can't even burst down the mag. It's too fast now. Tilted Boys will try with a smoke out here.
Yeah, they will. Smoke broken on Ash. Sammy immediately skewering in here into 5 heroes. Nobody wants a bar of him at the moment. Lasso is there from Ash, dragging the Magnus back. Meanwhile, Sunlight is being jumped on the Shadow Demon. Monster, though, a nice roar being committed. Volodka is gone already. Ferte still trying to deal with RCY, but really can't do it. He just doesn't have the damage. Now without the Shadow Dance, he's in big danger, trying to get his way out of this, but it's not enough. RCY just following him with the zips. Gets the job done. No buyback available on the Slark for a minute. No buyback on the Ember either. He's down for 30. And so 25k advantage Wildcard's way, and it seems like they should be able to at least secure one more lane of barracks, if not megas.
Yeah, not much to hold them back here. There is this threat of Static Storm from door, so you might try to be able to stall, but it just melts too quickly. And the damage output here is just too much.
I reckon it'll be whiffed here by Flea this time around, but it won't really matter. All they want is the mega creeps up. Trying their absolute best to delay this last lane of barracks going down is Tilted Boys. Flea's going to jump in. A nice arrow here on Skyward, and that's going to be the Bounty Hunter gone immediately. As Ash sight device up as he blinks in. Still looking for a lasso, but can't find one. He is going to go down, though he does have buyback available, but they are just falling like flies here. Door is gone to boot. Ash still looking for a lasso opportunity, but immediately RP'd up by Sammy. Could still commit the lasso now. Death Shroud will buy him a little bit of time to save. But Volodka also caught, and that'll force the GG well played call here from Skyward. Tilted Boys, a valiant effort here as they did take game 1 in this best of 3 series, but eventually Wildcard just kind of making the comeback here in this series and getting the 2-1 victory. Which is, I suppose, what was to be expected, but you've got to give props for Tilted Boys, John. I mean, at least finding that 1 game off Wildcard, and that's something I don't think either of us were really expecting.
No, certainly not. I think we expected Wildcard to just dominate for 2 games in a row, which they do after dropping that first game. Tilted Boys finding that a pretty nice win for themselves. Unfortunately for Tilted Boys, though, this does mean they have yet to find a full series win in our DPC out of this point. They've managed to drag all of their series into 3 games, but just not enough to close it out. I think in this game, and you had a lot of issues in trying to manage a Storm Spirit. You left that Spirit Brother alone. You feel like your matchup with Ember Storm is pretty decent, but your hold for Storm is just lacking. Like, it's Static Storm and Lasso. And if you can't land the Lasso into Static Storm, then you have literally nothing else to pin him down. Like, maybe the Pounce out, but you have the Save and Disruption. Like, this Shadow Demon early pick from Wildcard just gave them so much. Sunlight did a ton of work in saving and setting up for a lot of these engagements from Wildcard.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very strong performance here from Wildcard overall. And yeah, I mean, Sammy obviously getting caught a couple times, but one could argue maybe he was setting up team fights. Who the hell knows with Sammy anymore? I mean, he was playing POS 5 just a couple weeks ago, John. So you never know with this guy. Just doing what he needs to do for the team, I'm sure. And Wildcard again, looking good here with a 2-1 victory. Of course, that does mean they remain undefeated so far for Division 2, which is, again, this is probably the most favoured team here in Div 2 for NA. So fully expect them to remain undefeated for a little bit more than just today. There you go. With a 2-1 victory, they will do so. But I'll tell you what, John, they certainly aren't looking invincible, right? Like, if a team like Tilted Boys takes a game off you like that, chances are the other teams in NA Div 2 are going to have a pretty decent shot of taking the series win over Wildcard at some stage throughout 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think there are cracks in the lining of Wildcard. It's showing that just because they are on paper the stronger team doesn't mean you can't take a game off them. You can't potentially cause an upset in the series. So they still have to watch themselves sharpen up a little bit. But of course, they do manage to win this one 2-1. Our MVP coming out here onto Monster. A spectacular performance in Beastmaster, not dying even a single time, and controlling that lane up against Ferta really well. Like, we've seen what Ferta can do in a pretty free lane. It doesn't come out this time around, and the Monster just gets the work done.
Yeah, certainly did. Definitely Monster is the MVP. I mean, 7-0-19 is already a great KDA to have on an offlane Beastmaster, but just the positioning, the roars that were constantly coming out from this man really made the game so much easier for Wildcard for game number 3. And I think throughout the whole series, Monster has been just very, very effective here for the side of Wildcard. So MVP is well-deserved here for this man, and he will be able to receive it. And that's the 2-1 victory for Wildcard, John. Happy days for them. I think if you're Tilted Boys, you still kind of leave with your head up high. Head held up high is what I was trying to say. Again, you took game 1 off Wildcard. And speaking of Wildcard, we actually have the man himself, RCY, is joining us for an interview. So let's have a chat with the man, Mr. RCY. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling good. It's good that we got the win. It's a bit rough the first game, but we should keep secured 2 wins.
Well, talk to me about the first game, RCY, because I think John and I were both surprised that game 1 did go the way it did. Can you tell us from your perspective what went wrong in game 1 for you guys?
The main thing is that we just didn't find the kills with our cores. The build was really weird. The draw wasn't farming enough, so the morph is just free farm whole game.
All right, I guess it's about it. There's more free farming is generally a problematic thing. We saw Sammy Boy talking a lot about some ping issues. Are you able to kind of clarify like what was happening there? Like, is it these 1,000 ping? I think he was complaining about throughout game 2.
I don't know. I think it's internet. You could have played the game.
It probably was Sammy Boy's internet, let's be honest. So Sammy Boy never wants to admit he's wrong at things. John, go on.
Hello, RCY. ¿Cómo está? Congratulations on your win. I am curious.
No.
In game 2 and game 3, in game 2 in particular, you're playing the Pangolier. For you personally, how do you find it playing against the Mars? Because we've seen a lot of teams prioritize Mars when they see Pango now. Do you feel like it's pretty hard for you? Is it manageable personally?
You just need to go on them first. The Mars wants to go on you if you go on other heroes, so I'm just trying the backlines, trying to find them. It's a hard matchup though.
It's fair enough, and it did work out very well. It did look pretty difficult. Yeah, I saw you spamming your shield crash a couple of times, just stuck in a corner. It can be really frustrating to burn out. Although that's what Australians like to hear, Mike. Still, going forward here for Wildcard Gaming, is there any opponent that you guys are watching out for in Div 2? Like, is there anyone that you feel like could bring you a pretty close fight? I mean, to be fair, this did go 3 games, but what's the one team that maybe makes you guys want to prep more?
Maybe American Goons or C-Dub. Both hard matchups for me.
What can you tell us why it's a little bit harder with those teams? What in particular makes you think they're strong teams right now?
We were screwing them in C-Dub, and they just like to flex everything. It's like crazy. I think it's manageable
That has
against
been,
Goon Squad. American Goons. But yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. And I'm curious, you know, you're one of our younger players here, RCY. We've not had an influx of newer blood in a while, and we didn't really get to talk to you too much when you were in Dog Champ. So I'm curious here, you know, starting your career in Pro Dota, or, you know, just continuously going into your career in Pro Dota, is there any player that you looked up to before going in to Pro Dota yourself? Like, is there any mid player you kind of used to watch a lot? I'm just curious.
Mid players, CCNC mostly. It's like very good player mechanically.
All right. All
It's,
right. I'm a
not the
little
name
bit
I was
surprised
quite
by that.
expecting. Yeah.
I thought you'd say something like Abed, honestly. You know, but that's fair. That's fair. That works perfectly fine, my friend.
It certainly does. I'll see why. We won't keep you too long. Again, congratulations on the 2-1 victory, and best of luck in your next series.
I think you guys see you later.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Lovely RCY speaking to us. We don't get the chance to talk to the man very much. Jonathan, of course, in classic SEA player fashion, the interview was the hardest part of that series for RCY. And he's a young man, a man of few words, and he is the mid laner, John. Mid players, they don't talk, right? Mid players don't need to talk. They talk with their play, and that's exactly what he did in that game. Of course, we do get to look at the schedule now that first series is over. Wildcard 2-1 victory over Tilted Boys. And now we've got Grin up against Ravens for our final series of the night, which should be a pretty fun one. Of course, the last time we saw Grins, they ended up losing 0-2 to Goons. But Goons is one of the hardest squads to beat in Div 2. And of course, for Ravens, they actually ended up winning their first series against Tilted Boys, who did just take a game off Wildcard. So this should be a pretty interesting matchup here between these two teams. I don't know who you can really favor between these two, because I don't think we've quite seen enough, and we don't really have enough historical data to really make an educated guess here as to who should be the favorites. But I think it should be a pretty close series between these two teams.
For sure. I'm keen to see. This is when we start to form a stronger opinion on Grin. Ravens, not an easy opponent to go up against. Another NA team was pretty strong last tour as well.
Correct. Well, with that, John, we'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 1 draft between Grin and, of course, the side of Ravens. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the night. It is, of course, going to be up against. I say up against. I haven't even mentioned the first team yet, John. It's Green Esports up against Ravens coming up here for our final series of the night. How you doing, Jonathan? How you feeling?
Feeling good, Mikey. This should be an interesting one. Again, Grin, they're a team that they did pretty well in the closed qualifiers. They beat teams like Fart Studios. They beat out American Goon Squad quite well. American Goons quite well. But again, not much data on how they'll do against other teams. They've already taken a 0-2 loss earlier on this week. So up against Ravens, a veteran Div 2 team. Curious to see how they do.
Absolutely. Bans coming out very, very quickly, so we can head into the draft here and see exactly where they are headed with this draft. As the ban phase going again quite quickly here, at least for the first three bans. Void Spirit, Timber, and Magnus all being removed, which are pretty standard bans to be fair. So I suppose there's not really too much to think about here for either of these sides. Question is now with this final ban, what are you getting rid of? Like, do you want to get rid of Deucer, Techies, all the other crazy heroes that are available right now? I know you're going to say Techies, John. I don't even have to hear you say it.
I'd say it's a
Radiant team pick.
and Techies for sure, but Bat Rider actually.
Team pick.
No, I was actually gonna say Bat Rider. I don't know if teams have been prioritizing Bat Rider 4 and offlane a lot more. For some reason, especially in NA Div 2, I think the teams here just have a preference for Bat Rider now. I still feel like Techies is a higher priority. Grin does pick it up. Ravens straight into a Pugna starter along with a Storm. So you've instantly got that battery running up here. And I mean, you can't really go wrong with this one. Like it's a solid start. It gives you just a very stable Storm game, especially since Void Spirit's banned. You can kind of cover with an Ember ban out now, and your Storm's not going to have a rough lane into anything. So you have a pretty good opening here for Ravens, I think, for Grin. It's down to them just trying to, I don't know, maximize this Techies pick. Like, you could go Techies Doom. That could be the answer coming out. No, they go with the Techies Deucer. So Deucer early on for Grin. There's some flex. You could run that for good old Soul on safe lane or for Muzi on the off. Open enough. Tends to lean towards safe lane, but we have seen a few more teams start to experiment with the off lane Deucer. And I do feel like that's still probably its best position, just because you can have another bigger win condition, and the Deucer just feels so good early on with some really fast itemization, like travels plus phylacteries. Feels pretty big for the hero.
It does feel pretty big though. I must admit, I don't know what feels like a more busted opening. Like, is it Pugna Storm or is it the Techies Medusa? Because I'll tell you, every time we've seen Pugna Storm, if you can prolong a team fight, if it can drag out just a little bit, this combo does seem extremely busted. But then again, Techies Medusa is also an extremely busted combination, and I'll tell you, if you can lane these two together, it starts to feel impossible to lane against the sticky bomb spam as well as the Mystic Stakes spam. You just can't get close to anything. So we are going to see some more bans coming out before we can see some more picks to come out. But yeah, I mean, two pretty broken openings here for the side of both sides. Can I just say, by the way, I couldn't help but notice a stat I think that popped up on Reddit recently. I think almost 80 of the heroes available in Dota 2 right now, Jonathan, have a sub 50% win rate, which is something I couldn't help but notice myself, because I tend to look through all the win rates of the heroes because, you know, I like to win games by picking broken heroes right now. John, as you'd like to call me a meta slave. And
Yes.
I must admit, a lot of heroes are sub 50% win rate for some reason in this patch.
Yeah, it's weird. I think it's just because, well, I'm guessing the rest of those heroes not in those A tier, mainly universal type. that's really what it is. Really, right now. I mean, it's just the dominance of the universe. You know, it's maybe it's time for Universe to come back, play some Universal heroes,
Right.
drag him out of retirement. It's his time to shine.
That's
you
a
know?
good point. That is a good point.
But yeah, I think it's just down to Universal being as busted as it is. Like, especially in pubs, core picks up like Magnus, Abaddon, Wind Ranger, support pickups like Techies, offlane pickups like Beastmaster, Visage, Like, these are all pretty damn annoying heroes. I think it's just, yeah, universal type right now is pretty up there. Although it's funny, even though a lot of these heroes have sub 50 win rate, I feel like the patch is still in a good spot. Like, I'm actually not, I actually don't feel like no hero is not viable. It's just that in pubs, you know, you tend to be able to abuse those universal heroes way more than you should be able to in a pro game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's yeah, universal heroes are fun, that's for sure.
10
See,
seconds remaining.
we do see another universal hero coming out in the Mirana now.
5 seconds remaining.
See if Grin wanna continue their draft with some universal heroes themselves.
Radiant team pick.
We'll pick up the Doom for now, as surprisingly enough, this hero was not banned out throughout any of the ban stages, which is very unusual to say the least, but here it is available against the Storm as well. Like, this Doom will feel amazing. Obviously, at some point you are going to go for the Lincoln Sphere build up on the Storm, but you know, it's kind of one of those classic counters anyway. Like, the Dooms know exactly what they're in for with those Lincolns to come out. Nevertheless, I think the Doom, obviously a very fitting hero for the draft of Green Esports here against what Ravens have.
Yeah, you get potentially the Doom Techie lane, which we've known to be really stable. Grin do pick up the Wind Ranger, and we've seen this matchup of Wind Ranger versus Storm. Wind Ranger does win out. Like, Storm can't harass back. You can't abuse your overload and try to run down the Wind Ranger when she has Wind Run up. Wind Ranger can stand back, power shot wave. Doesn't care too much. So I like this response from Grin, even though I think overall the Wind Ranger is a pretty baity pick. But in a matchup against Storm Spirit in particular, it does feel pretty nice. So I like that coming out from Grin. Of course, there's still some flex. You could maybe run it as a support, say pause 4 with a 5 techies.
Oh,
But
now this is interesting. Alchemist comes out, which is not a hero we've been seeing at all recently. The past few weeks, I just can't remember seeing it. So Ravens seeming to think that it's a good game for it. To be fair, they're up against Medusa, John. So you know, this Alchemist just obviously wants to outpace what Green Esports have got here with the Medusa. But I don't know if I believe in this hero anymore. I don't think it's a very good carry at the moment. Mind you, Ravens is a great team, so maybe they already have a bit of a game plan as to how to run it, but I don't have faith in this hero at all.
it's dropped off quite hard. I think the lane for... we've seen Alc have to deal with techies plus Doom. It's not a fun lane for Alchemist at all. Like, it's very easy to punish the Alc there, especially since we're looking at what? An Alchemist plus Pugna lane, not the most synergistic, not the most saving lane either. So I think Grin has their lane set up quite nicely. I think the one thing for the Alc here is that you could actually go for a Diffusal build if you are that worried about the Medusa. What other sneaky picks do Ravens have here? They have some option, like say a Nyx off lane. I find it interesting Grin ban out the Morph just in case. And they ban out the Terrorblade, so they're expecting Ravens to do something else with this Alchemist, maybe on the off lane here. Like, off-lane Alc into the Medusa lanes, maybe a bit more manageable. Although Mystic Sneak spam is still going to be annoying. I am quite curious to see what the final pickup will be for Italiano Gangstar. Because Alc off is not bad, but it's also a little bit too inactive for what we tend to see from the off. Like, Alc is not a great aura builder in terms of like Crimson Guard, Pipe, and it does take a little bit of investment for the Alc to get running. So I don't like it for the tempo of Ravens for offlane. But Grin, you know, they've scrimmed a lot. They've practiced against these teams. They seem to think it is Italiano Gangstar's hero.
Well, here comes the final pickups. We'll find out very, very soon. Green Esports, they'll have the first final pick. Must admit, Jonathan, RRL, like I do comment on handsomeness quite a lot, but this man is handsome. My goodness, I mean, he looks like he'd be part of a K-pop group right now. If you told me he was part of BTS or something, I'd believe it straight away. I don't even watch those guys, but you get my point. That is a handsome man.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, the vibe I get from RL, it's like he's a dude who knows how to dance. I don't know why. I get that vibe, like he's a cool kid, you know?
5 seconds
Too cool
remaining.
to be playing Dota 2 in the pro scene, but you know what? He does both of it. He breaks expectations, Mike.
I don't know if you were aware of the shuffle, Jonathan. I don't know if you were there back in the day. It was very popular in Australia, the old... they used to call it the Melbourne
You
shuffle.
may now
Yeah.
select your hero.
It's like the Running Man.
The,
I don't know if you know that dance move either, but it's you know, back
Isn't
in the
Running
day,
Man
you
a
would have been one of
show?
those guys. It is a show. In
the
Korea.
running
I
man's
used
a
to
dance
actually,
move?
I used to actually watch that. Yeah, it is. It is. Anyway,
Ah.
Jonathan, it doesn't matter. You know, it's we're in 2023 now. This is back in my day. Back in the you know, mid ages. It was the old shuffle.
Yeah. Well, at least the one thing that isn't shuffling here is the Ravens draft. They close out with a Marcy.
Oh, very good.
So you've got Italiano Gangstar on that offlane Marcy. And that is a decent diffusal carrier that can melt through the Mana Shield of Soul quite nicely down the line. We'll have to say again, synergistically, Ravens draft doesn't play with itself that nicely. I mean, your Pugna is basically really just a mana battery for Storm. There's no way you're connecting with any of these other spells here from the side of Ravens. I think for Grin, what they do have on hand are these really strong lanes coming out. I think you kind of have to watch yourself here on Ravens just because every lane combination is pretty scary. Like Techies plus Doom is pretty scary. A Medusa plus an Ench is pretty scary. So you have a lot of ways of just winning out from the laning phase. I think Ravens takes a little bit longer to really pick up the pace. Like you're talking about Alk, Marcy, and Storm. This will take some time to reach that point where they're going to be a threat. I mean, if they do manage to scale up, and this lineup scales up really well with two really hard carrying cores and Storm that can give you a lot of control, but that's a lot of time that I don't think Grin is going to look to give you here, despite running a Dusa plus a Doom.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this game number one does pan out between these two teams. Again, I think going into this matchup, you'd assume Ravens should be the favorites, but we kind of said that about Wildcard during game one of that last series, and that was not quite the case. So let's head into game number one here between these two teams and see exactly how it is going to turn out. So we might have a very early team fight to break out here as Ravens have smoked up and run right towards Grin. The thing is, though, Grin are holding the higher ground, so pretty obvious position here for Grin to be in. Ravens, understanding this, will hang around their own vision. Mind you, there is an observer ward there by the Radiant as well on the low ground, but it has not spotted them yet, I don't believe. So you are still within the fog right now for Ravens. Just give you an opportunity to land something like a nice arrow here if somebody does rock up for the bounty rune. Though never mind, because Argus is now revealing himself with Italiano Gangster. So I think now it's very obvious that they are looking to try and get a gank going.
Yeah, they're still holding position on both sides. It's down to who maybe has a little bit more patience here.
I mean, they could bait with Italiano Gangster. He was the only one to show. Now Argus will be shown as well. Never mind. They all show. Grin, seeing enough, they will back out. Is going to be... Actually, there's two banner runes on the map that have just been left right now. RRL will not go for it. It doesn't realize that they are just there. So Rojo Fireflu will have a nice surprise for himself. So he will pick up one, but he won't get the other. So there's just one banner rune sitting there doing absolutely nothing. A 2-for-1 trade thus far. See, someone will eventually pick that one up. While we're here, Jonathan, let's start with the bottom lane. You've got Italiano Gangster and Wake Me Up against Salivating Salamander and, of course, Soul on the Medusa. How is this bot lane meant to work, John?
It's pretty damn annoying for Italiano Gangstar. You can't walk up here at all. You'll cop impetus shots, you'll cop the snake. It's pretty free for the side of Grin, honestly. And again, this is where that draft shines through for Grin. Their lane setups are nice. For the side of Ravens, it's going to be slower. You have to try to drag this one out, minimize your losses in the laning phase. By the time you hit level 3, perhaps, on the Marcy, it starts to become a little bit more playable. But, man, you see Salivating Salamander just walk up, hit the impetus, and Italiano Gangster has no threat. Like, you can't even just try to play with Dispose Arrow.
First blood already being drawn. Argus the one to go down, as I believe they were chasing LGTK, but now he's going to go. Kara, however, going to feed a double kill over to Muzi. And as a Doom, you couldn't really ask for a better start. Getting the first blood gold plus a secondary kill So we are going to have a quick pause out. Seems like Argus might be having some lag issues, but pretty rough start here already for Ravens.
Again, just the lanes. Like, you have Doom Techies up against Alk. We've seen Alk lose this one multiple times, even at the start of the patch, even before the sub-patches came in. At 7.33 itself, in, I think, Dream League 19, we've seen Techies Doom be pretty much the counter to Alk in lane. Granted, you can still recover as an Alchemist. You can still kind of farm it in the jungle if enough room is given out for you, but you don't want to have to rely on that. You know, you don't want to have to get off on the wrong foot here. And that does set a good tone for Grin. Top lane's already going well. Bot lane, you're not being zoned out. Your mid lane as well during this pause, we can take a look. Rojo Fireflu crushing RRL, which is to be expected. Not quite in the CS, but in terms of the harassment, it's just a lot easier for your Wind Ranger to take control in this lane. And every time you have Wind Runners, no threat, RRL can really bring onto the Wind Ranger. So you're free to just do what you want. You don't have any natural Dispel on hand here from Ravens to kind of take away that Wind Run as well. So Rojo should just be free to really do what he wants every single time. And for the side of Ravens, I mean, it doesn't feel like any of their lanes are just going to go nicely. I don't see any quick timings they can hit to relieve pressure. It's Italiano Gangster. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's down as well. Bot lane not going too well for him. It's just such a challenging lane to have to go up against. Italiano Gangster going down to boot. And this lane's not going to get any easier for him as well. Like, sure, you can get some levels up, maybe get a point or two in rebound, but still against the impetus, you know, that rebound can work kind of against you. So we'll see exactly how this does pan out for him. But again, off to a pretty rough start as top lane. LGTK dropping pretty low himself on the techies, but is going to be able to walk his way out. So I don't think they want to dive into the Doom again. So last time around, it did not work out in their favor. So Ravens will just let LGTK remain on pretty low HP. But Kara, they say that, is moving up now. Let's cancel a salve off here for LGTK. Muzi is going to take a bit of time to chase down the Pugna, but a bit too fast at the end of the day. Instead, we'll just go for the Devour on the Chain Lightning creep. But to be fair, I don't really think he has the biggest mana pool to spam the Chain Lightning, but he can get like 4 or 5 of them off right now, so it's not too bad. Full lot of damage.
Yeah, not the worst. Should be enough to shove away the Alk if Argus is not careful with his positioning. And overall, you're still seeing a solid laning start. Again, every single lane just having better aggression. RRL does manage to dodge out quite a fair bit of the power shots from Rojo Fireflu, but that lane is starting to get a little bit out of hand as the Wind Ranger again just has a much better time. 0-2-2 build up as well. So more damage output, more uptime on the Wind Run, less opportunities for the Storm to try and harass back. And well, Wind Ranger's universal type. You know, you start off with a magic wand, a circlet, and an iron branch, and you can just outright click a Storm.
That you certainly can. RRL not having a good time whatsoever. Barely going to escape his bottom lane again. Italiano Gangster just being followed right now by Salivating Salamander. He did not go for the point and rebound at level 2, but rather went for the sidekick. And you know what, John? It might pay off now because Salivating Salamander went way too far here. Could try to deny himself off to the ancient camp, but instead will just continue running up north. Wake Me Up trying with an arrow, not going to land. So instead, right into the tier 2 tower. And ultimately, the gold will still be credited to Italiano Gangster anyway. He will just be kind of missing out on the XP bonus of getting the Ench kill, but I mean, regardless of that, I think Italiano will be pretty happy considering how badly this lane's gone. He just wants the gold right now.
He needs every little bit he can get. At this point, it's a little bit more manageable for Italiano in this lane. He has the double bracer up, so a little bit more HP to play with. That said, you know, Salivating Salamander comes back in with full mana and the impetus spam begins once more. There's just no counterplay for Marcy. No, there's nothing you can do on Marcy Mirana to really relieve that. Especially without rebounds. You can't even jump in and try to dispose into arrow. Just always gonna have to play it safer and just accept that Solo will get free farm here.
That he will. You know what I really like? The Ags on the Marcy right now is, it feels so broken. Let me tell you, like this this Unleash Aghanim Scepter upgrade, it is ridiculous. I think I'm sure we'll see it at some stage here for Italiano Gangster, but like the silence, like the amount of range that thing has. I was playing against this the other day, and it's just you can be a few hundred units away, and it just still the silence still hits you. And you kind of underestimate how often she silences you. It's ridiculous.
It is. I think it's kind of funny as well because it feels like the Marcy Ags was always the build. We just never reached a point where Marcy can build the Ags when you do get the Marcy core. Feels like the game just kind of ends when you get like this timing on Basher. But it's a lot of value. Like just lower cooldown and Unleash alone is already worth its price there for the Ags. We'll see if that's something they can build into for Italian Gangster. Some pressure onto the mid. Wake Me Up does pick up the regen at the least.
LGTK's blasted off into Kara. Problem is he didn't have the damage, so RRL is just going to happily jump in and secure the kill for himself. And if I know mid laners, Rojo Fireflu is not going to be very happy with a kill being fed to the enemy mid lane, as it does give him that level 6. Rojo Fireflu, though, going to pop the focus fire and just chase down the Storm, who's very low on mana, but RRL still able to just get enough to zip away, as Rojo does not have enough for the power shot, though he does have one charges, and he may need to use them very soon, because Wake Me Up is just continuing to go onto the Wind Ranger. Rojo finally pops them, and we'll have to Wind Run away. But it really does wait to the last moment, and now with the Starfall out, it's still going to be enough for Wake Me Up to get the kill. In the meantime, though, at least top lane, Muzi does pick off Argus. So they do lose the Alchemist once again. But big kills happening across the map nonetheless here for Ravens.
Yeah, you're more than happy about mid starting to catch up a little bit for RRL, considering the slightly slower laning start for the Storm. Still a bit behind, like 2.5k net worth, not the best position for the Storm. The kills do relieve some of that pressure. There's a few stacks for him to clear out. Not the biggest, but any gold is good. Jumping onto Muzi.
He's a tanky boy, though, with all that bonus armor he got from the Devour, but not tanky enough against all the magic damage they can provide here, and RRL happy to secure the kill himself on the Storm. So 5-5 is the kill score at the moment here between these two. Very slight net worth lead standing for Grin. And pretty much all that net worth lead is sitting on your Doom and your Medusa, which is pretty natural, I suppose. Both these heroes want to be top of the net worth board. So Grin, you know, regardless of these deaths happening, as long as your Medusa and Doom are finding net worth, you're probably still going to be pretty happy. Because Wake Me Up, going to avoid the blast-off stun coming in from LGTK. This rotation not really panning out for Grin, but it does give them a nice opportunity of at least securing the Arcane Rune here on Rojo Fireflu.
That spell spam and Wind Ranger are going to be pretty important to set up in this lane. RRL already just walking all the way back to get a bit of a reset and a full bottle in. But they've got this opportunity to push mid. They've got the output with the Ench around along with the Wildwing Ripper. It's not going to take too much to melt this objective. No Fortify left. Just an easy mid-tier 1 from this movement from Grin. Opening up the map more, giving them more space to farm up on that Doom and Medusa. Speaking of that Doom, though, Muzi.
Here we go. Italiano Gangster is here with the Unleash, and I mean, it is still a Marcy, John. She does a lot of damage with that sidekick Unleash. So even the channeled stun here by our Alchemist, but Argus was not required. Italiano Gangster will get it done himself.
Yeah, and again, that's a good sign of life despite having a pretty atrocious lane for Italiano Gangstar. He still has more farm than his Storm. And this is a pretty impactful kill. He is working onto a Diffusal Rush as well on the Marcy. But Grin take this opportunity to just focus fire down bot. Look for another quick push to come out here. Fortify will stall them out. And Italiano is back in the area, but he doesn't have Unleash for a minute.
He's going to run right past them, in fact. He's just going to reveal his position, not really wanting the team fight without the Unleash, but it's kind of forcing them back. Very, very nice. Argus, please reconnect your webcam, sir. We want to see that beautiful face of yours. Top tier 1 tower. Going to see cheap off from Grin. Because Argus not really in a position as the Alchemist where you can really commit for a defense here. Bottom, however, Rojo Fireflu getting caught. Windrun is going to allow him an escape route, but the chase is still ongoing as Rojo is trying his best to survive through this, but RRL is going to be there to back up the Mirana. So they've got the Wind Ranger down.
is under
Meanwhile, Kara finding himself in a spot of danger, but is going to be able to survive through it. Ariel would love to try and take down LGTK there as well, but sadly was out of mana completely. We'll have to let him go. Still some nice pickups coming out here for Ravens, as we are going to have another pause coming out from Argus. Maybe just to try and resolve some of the webcam issues we were having. There we go.
Looks like it is. Camera's back. Should get back into the game. G's are called. And Ravens, I mean, these are big kills, and especially since you're finding them on RL. And we talked about how bad this lane was for RL. He's bouncing back in. He's not too far behind now. Only 300 gold behind a Wind Ranger. So this investment for movement onto mid has paid off. I think for the side of Grind, you're still in a good position. You know, you mentioned it. As long as this Dusa and Doom is farming up, you're not going to feel too upset here on the side of Ravens. But you have to be cautious. Like if Italiano Gangstar hits this defusal timing, your Deuce is still just going to get run down. The Alchemist as a core, sure, it's kind of faded away in the later stages of this patch, but it's still a decent hero, even though, again, it's not been winning as much, but the only thing you have to worry about the Alch here is really just this Deuce Scotty timing. Outside of that, you're pretty free to do what you want here.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a very even game between these two teams. Might take the time out to say, Jonathan, by the way, that Rojo Fireflu actually tweeted at me the other day. He was kind of defending your point that you were making. He said, how could you say that my name is better than Salivating Salamander? And I just outright said to him, it is better. Rojo Fireflu is better sounding than Salivating Salamander. Just because you've got the double S thing going doesn't mean your name's good, John. And speaking of the devil, he will be punished for his insolence here, salivating. They do land the stun, and he is going to go down to RRL.
You know what that tells you, Mike? This should be a self-reflective lesson. Your taste probably is a bit trash.
But think about it, John. Like,
lot.
you try being a play-by-play caster where a guy names himself Salivating Salamander. Like, you want to say that every 2 seconds?
Yes.
No, you.
It's just like in China when you've got, what was it in China? You have Super and Super. We had
Super
XSS, XXS. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of really mind-blowing stuff in China, if I remember right. Just really confusing names, you know?
I think
Could always be
overall,
worse, Mike.
I think overall, just choosing letters for your name is always a no-no when it comes to the casting side of things. Just remember SCCC. That was a real one.
SCCC.
Yeah, that was fun.
SCCC. I missed that.
And then there was the M's. Remember in Div 2 of China last tour? Oh, that drove me nuts. That drove me nuts.
At some point, you were just like, I'm just gonna say M, and I was like, nope, I'm still saying
It's like, I mean, when you choose names like that, you don't deserve to be you know, you don't deserve the recognition, honestly.
How about someone named ABC123? Would that be acceptable?
No, it wouldn't, Jonathan. Put some effort into
Why
your
not?
damn name.
It's effort. He had to hit 6 keys, Mike.
He did. Rojo Fireflu. He's gonna have to hit some keys here, John. Italiano Gangstar, focus fired up, but he's just fine to rebound away. In fact, now Ravens have grouped up down a bot lane. They want to try and go for this big team fight, but not seeing the initiation. And also potentially not wanting to fight into the full squad of Grim. Now they even bring in Muzi. RRL still trying, but a nice shackle, and now the Doom out. They've got the Storm down, and that's going to mean that Grim, they'd love to continue the fight now. But Ravens obviously looking to back their way out of here. I think the one hero they did not want to see in all of this was the Doom popping up last second, but, well, there it is. He does get there.
And Muzi just in the right spot at the right time, taking that gate through to have that impact. Rather unfortunate for the side of Ravens, losing out in your Storm. He is your big playmaker at the moment, so you're just forced to back off over a pretty awkward start. Italiano getting jumped early as well probably doesn't help the cause. Not able to utilize that defusal to try to melt through the Dusa while it's still somewhat manageable at this point. So you're more than happy for Grin, 6-8. 1k lead standing for Grin, the side of Ravens. Try again.
Yeah, not to be dissuaded. Salivating Salamander now getting targeted here and does go down to RRL. RRL quite close to having an annoying name himself, John. Speaking of the lettered names. Wanted to point that out. Because R's not a nice
No
letter to
ABC.
say. Yeah, but ABC is
RRL.
easy to say. That's the thing. Bottom lane.
You watch, Mike. I'll convince a C player to rename to ABC123.
Well,
You'll
I'd
have
have to
some
be
fun there.
I'd have to be casting C first, Jonathan, to really care. Bottom lane. Soul. Gonna get jumped here on the Medusa. Arrow's actually gonna land and he's quite low on mana, but he does have the Stone Gaze going. Still RRL is able to get out of there. Meanwhile, Ravens. So they're just gonna retreat for now. You're a bit, I say you're a bit low on RRL, but he has reset with the bottle, so you could think about going back in, but I think the threat of Muzi is what's scaring them. Thing is, he doesn't have the Doom anyway, so they're gonna make the jump in with the Unleash up from Italiano Gangster. And it really just doesn't take very long when you've got this sidekick and Unleash available. And I actually like the Diffusal build up by Italiano Gangster as well on top. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a solution. It's a good way of just slowing people down with the inhibit.
What happened to
Kara
Kara?
maybe going a little bit too hard. Yeah, he topped up RRL.
Okay.
He topped him up, Mike. He did the needful. He did what he had to do. Okay?
Yeah.
Sacrifices have to be made.
Are scanning.
And they were made. RRL, full mana, full HP. He's a happy man now. He did what he had to do. 3k advantage now to the way of Ravens, which is to be expected because you do have an Alchemist on your side of things as Ravens. Speaking of that Alchemist, Argus has spent a lot of time just off the map, and well, he's doing a great job of it, John. Like, Radiance up, S&Y up, now has the full blink up, and that does mean he can start to get involved with his team. And I think you may want to get involved rather soon, because you don't really want to give Soul the time to finish up this Skadi, you know, just peacefully just farming up in the jungle all the time as this Dusa. You'd much rather get involved now and start applying a little bit of pressure here with this Alchemist. But then again, he might wait for the BKB to be up before he really gets going. We'll see.
Yeah, can't fault him either way. I think either call out is fine. We've seen Argus actually join in some of these earlier fights if it's in his general area. So I don't think he'd shy away from the opportunity. We'll find out soon enough. 4k lead still stands for Raven. And they should... I feel like there's a need to really try to get something done with Italiano. Find a shield rune for themselves here as well. So this should be our dive rune for RRL. And actually, they are clumped up as 5. We'll see. Want to show that blink off.
Here you go. Down towards the bot lane they go. Muzi was showing there on the creep wave for a moment. They know exactly where he's gone to farm, in the hot tub. Sometimes, John, you get caught with your pants down in the hot tub. Not the greatest situation to be in here for Muzi, but it does happen.
Would you be in a situation where you're in a bathtub with your pants on?
No.
Is the question.
No,
so
you
I
wouldn't.
guess
You'd
it's not too
preferably not do
surprising that you get caught in the hot tub with your pants down. That's perfectly natural. No need to be
LDTK.
embarrassed.
He might be a little bit embarrassed here, John. He's getting caught out here by RRL, though a lot of disarms coming out. In fact, RRL now the one getting taken out. It seems as he has to zip away. Top lane in the meantime, a full-blown team fight has broken out. Italian Gangster being protected here by Kara, but there's only so much the Pugna can do before they start to take his life. So 2 down for Ravens. Grin can start working on towards that top tier 2 tower. And obviously
Nice
you
pickoffs
don't
coming
wear
out.
full-blown pants in a hot tub, Jonathan, but you might wear board shorts, you know? You might wear some underwear.
Are fortified.
I mean, if it's your own private hot tub in your room, then
In your
you know,
room?
it's just like a bathtub.
Well, how
in
wealthy
your
are you,
bathroom,
Jonathan,
I mean.
to have it in your room?
I don't know. This is their house. It's right by their tier 2. It's their hot tub. They can decide whether the pants stay on or off, Mike. But in this case, Ravens, Italiano Gangster was walking down the lane with no pants. He gets caught. he gets embarrassed. Nice cleanup from Grin, enforcing modesty as the Scotty's up. So the timings for Soul are lining up. And for Raven, I mean, you start to get worried whether or not you can handle this Dusa. Because, yes, you have an answer in your Marcy, but just doesn't feel like we're seeing an easy way for Italiano to just focus in on the Dusa in the first place. Like, even with the BKB up, as a melee carry, once Stone Gaze is popped, you're kind of stuck in a really awkward spot. And Grin, just going for a smoke play now.
Here we go. Smoke up the run through the mid lane. RRL actually maybe going to be spotted here first. Be a great opportunity to get a nice Doom off here on the Storm if you could. Kara there as well to help out the Storm. Grin are taking their time to move in. Keep in mind, you don't have anything like a blink to initiate with on the Doom. You are relying on your team to set up for that Doom opportunity. No Ravens, they're just going for Roshan instead. It's not going to take too long with the Acid Spray and the Sidekick available. It's going to be a pretty fast process here for Ravens. There is plenty of time for Grin to try and get in there and try to force a fight. In fact, they are making their way over now. Kara is in position to break the smoke, and Roshan is getting extremely low. They don't have that much time. Kara, he's going to get jumped here, but Roshan is still just being focused by Ravens as they do secure, and it seems like they just want to go for the retreat. Muzi popping the BKB preemptively, getting ready for that big team fight, but never gets a Doom target for himself. And everyone from Ravens seems to be out just fine. They are all safe. In fact, there is a chance they could try to turn this fight now. They did throw a casual arrow out, but it doesn't end up landing here, so they won't bother trying to capitalize.
Yeah, no need to force the issue too hard here. Just get back, reset, wait for your program to be back up to have even, further battering for RRL. And just kind of rest easy. Not too much pressure onto Ravens just yet. A heart on its way for Argus with a little bit more gold necessary for it. So your Alk is starting to hit critical mass now. And your one issue right now is just having Italiano Gangstar try to be on top of this Dusa. The BKB will help. Only 160 gold away now for our Marcy. And once that's up, again, it starts to simplify just a tad bit. It does feel like the blink is probably more necessary here. Again, more time needed for that to come out. Grin, they've done a great job of just farming up on their Dusa and Doom in this downtime. Although, again, they're starting to lag behind in comparison to the Alchemist, but that is the Alk. That's to be expected. Like, the full Scotty being out on Soul is pretty scary to fight into for the Alk. And for Muzi, he's saving up for that blink. Once you can get the blink Doom off, I don't know how scared you'll be of RRL in the Storm. And he is the one big issue you have, just the Storm zipping in and out. A blink Doom fixes a lot of that.
Mid lane, LGTK spotted. RRL immediately just jumping in, though disarmed again. Is rooted up in place. Shackle also going to land here from Rojo Fire Flute, but they are not trying to go for the... Oh, never mind. The blast off will get it done. So they do at least get an Aegis for this death on LGTK, but RRL is not done yet. He zips right towards Salivating Salamander now. Not hitting with the zip damage, sadly, but should be able to control him up long enough for Argus to come in with the Unstable Concoction. And while it is going to be a bit of a slow process here against the Ench, they are going to be able to secure the kill just fine. And RRL going to get his nice little top up here by Kara. They call it the gas station in China, as they do. And the Ravens starting to really take over this game, though it is still only a 2k net worth lead, to be absolutely fair. But it seems like they are ready to once again try to apply some more pressure.
Yeah, they can start to try to take more of the map away, try to slow down the side of Grin. They are going for another smoke play out. Full.
Rojo Fire Flute going to be targeted. Vortex is out and he just gets bursted down. That's your mid-wind ranger dying pretty casually here to Ravens. This is where you start to feel really strong as Ravens, just finding these individual pickoffs. It's not going to really lead to any objective taking yet, but these are very nice kills.
These are very big kills, actually, for them to kind of reel this back in. Again, keeping a lid on the Wind Ranger. again, Nick, your point still stands though, Mike. Your earlier point where the Deuce and the Doom are farming, but you do start to get worried about how much you're bleeding out to Ravens. Like these heroes, they're not doing too bad. They've managed to keep parity with a Doom and farm, which is not a good sign for your Doom with a Midas Devour. The fact that RRL and Italian Gangstar are even within striking range it's not the ideal. They are still clumped up around top. They've got vision in the area.
I'm just going to move in. That's Salivating Salamander, but he ignores him completely, trying to find LGTK on the techies, but sadly ends up stunning himself. And everyone just TPs out of there. Nobody getting caught out by Ravens. Grin will be pretty happy with the retreat, I think. Buying even more time here for Soul to get that big farm up on the Medusa. Overall, I must say, a fairly slow game. 9-14 so far. This is why I was saying just earlier that, you know, Alchemist is one of those heroes you just hate to see, because this is what tends to happen. But he's a farm boy though. Like, you can't really get too much more farm than this. Nullify now up. Going for the overwarming blink up next. RRL mid lane was trying to jump Salivating Salamander, but didn't quite have the damage. Now they do find the Doom though. Muzi, he's a big target. He'll commit the Doom immediately onto the Storm. Blastoff is there to follow up. They did get Muzi, but they're going to sacrifice RRL in the meantime. So Italian Gangster also in trouble, is going to survive with the rebound. So Argus has jumped in. Rojo Fireflu going to be targeted by the Alchemist, but it is getting just kited around here. Nullify used again, but it won't matter if he's just getting completely kited. LGTK now being the target here of Argus. Meanwhile, in the back, Salivating Salamander finally going to go down, but Soul is getting right to work. Problem is, he's also getting kited on the Medusa. Luckily, he does have full mana. Problem is, he is surrounded by 4 heroes now, though they are not attacking because they just can't deal with him. Argus looks like he's going to be left behind here by Ravens, as they have lost Wake Me Up. Argus still being chased down, eventually going to drop as well. It's kind of the issue here for Ravens, is everyone else was just low in HP, so they did not want to feed all the kills away to the Medusa. And Soul, he just stood his ground and just fought back against the Alk.
Yeah, it's just a lot of back and forth. That did cost 2 buybacks inside of Grin, but those are basically your supports. You don't mind that too much. Those work in favor of Grin now. You are seeing the issues you have in handling something like the Medusa. If you're not able to be on top with Italian and Gangster onto that hero, then you don't have the mana burn to kind of deal with that mana shield. And it's just hard to handle. You know, you don't have a great way of countering Dusa this game outside of your Marcy with the right clicks. I like that Italiano is going for the Heaven's Halberd, so you will have a disarm to play with, preventing the Dusa output, or even something like the Wind Ranger and even the Ench. So you have some good targets to kind of pin down there. Smoke out from Ravens once more, though.
Absolutely. Zip in immediately. They found Muzi again. The BKB was there in time. Still Italian a Gangster. He doesn't care for the BKB. He just wants to keep going, but this is very forced. Soul does get the Stone Gaze, and now Italian a Gangster getting blasted off on by LGTK, but he had the BKB himself, so he's going to be okay. So LGTK does drop here on the techies, and now RRL is just continuing to go, but they do hold him in place with a nice shackle out, landing on 2 heroes. There goes the Storm again. Kara now going to prove to be in trouble. Argus going to show up and try to save this team fight, but he gets doomed up immediately on the Alchemist. Not exactly what you wanted to see if you are a Ravens fan. So they are going to lose this Alk, it seems, eventually. But he will end up running. The Doom does wear off. And Argus, he actually proves to be a little bit too tanky. Never mind.
Yeah, just a bit too much on the Alk to kind of keep him down. Nevertheless, you found 3 kills for yourself here, only losing the techies on Grin. So even if you don't find the Alk kill, again, you're in a good position now for the side of Grin. You've got the full Butterfly on Soul. So even if this Marcy could be on top of you, the miss chances just make it so hard to manage that Dusa. And for the side of Ravens, it doesn't feel like they have the best AoE control coming out just yet. This Ags build up in RRL will mitigate some of those issues, but still a ways off. He's going to need the Ags plus a Lotus Orb or a Lincoln Sphere here just to protect from that great lockdown that we're seeing from Grin. And for Ravens, again, it's... I don't know how you put the Italiano right next to the Medusa. Because Solt's positioning has just been too good. He's been waiting quite a fair bit in these fights to come in to join his team. And when he does join in, he's so far back that you only feasibly have the Storm that can zip right up. Good denying the DD at the least. And Grin. And this game just simplifies. It goes on. You start to run out of good options for Ravens in taking these fights. Like, it's just very reliant on RRL.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Grin. The next Roshan attempt. 10 seconds away. Laying Salamander a little bit too early to the pit, but
Radiant's
should
top
just stick
tower
around.
has fallen.
GTK, just drop some mine. That'll do the trick. And Roshan gonna get a bit of a surprise as he respawns up. There you go. Information is available for the Roshan now. The Ravens, they have popped the Moonlight Shadow, and it seems like they're just going to go for the Radiant Tormentor still. A free chance upgrade here for someone in your team. And it is going to go the way of Wake Me Up. I mean, you'd much rather be in the Roshan pit right now if you are Ravens. And it's either they haven't realized, or no, they realize now. They have scanned. Problem is, it doesn't really feel like you're going to be in a position where you can contest this. And you could try for a steal, but it's proving to be a little bit too slow here. So instead, they're going to try and push in the top tier 3 tower. Talonina Gangstar actually getting a hell of a lot of damage off into that tier 3. But we'll have to back off because there was a TP rotation from Muzi. So half the HP of the tier 3 tower is gone. Not too big of a deal though for Grin. I'm sure they're more than happy picking up the Aegis for themselves. In the meantime though, it did allow RRL to pick up the full Aghanim Scepter, so now you do have the blue hole available for the Storm, and a very nice and important Arcane Rune as well. Happy days.
Very happy days. They have to watch this smoke play out from Grin though. Italiano.
Oh, nice juke.
Ooh.
They didn't want to commit the Doom, trying to get greedy with the War Stomp, but it does not pay off.
Good smoke break from Italiano. Good reflexes as well. So wasting some time out from Grin. This is much needed time for the side of Ravens to keep that build up, especially on Argus. Does have the overwhelming blink up, going for a Moon Shard next. Should just devour that. Full MKB up and running for Soldo. The Deuce is just doing way too much damage right now. It's a concern. I don't know what your solution is from Ravens for the Deuce. Everything else you can kind of manage, but the Deuce, the only situation I can see the side of Ravens managing the Deuce is maybe in a fight 1v5. Like if you isolate the Deuce that long, melt down her team first and take care of the Deuce alone, it's somewhat alright. But again, it's hard to see that situation even coming out. And Grin, yeah, they're feeling much more confident. Shoving in the top and mid, and potentially could just open up for the high ground now.
Here we go. It's all going to get started, but bottom lane was also being forced in. In fact, they're doing it a lot faster, but Muzi, he's in with the War Stomp, and now the Doom being committed onto the Master. Still a huge vortex coming up from RRL. And somehow, Italian Gangster is actually out of there for now. Being healed up by the Pugna. He has a secondary chance at life. Problem is, though, they are going to leave Argus behind. And oh, hold on a minute. Argus moving a bit too quickly here is actually going to make it out. I mean, where's the lockdown? How does Argus keep just walking away?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just goes full Forrest Gump, you know, runs off. No one can catch him, just a bit too quick. Your lockdown here on Grin, it's not the most amazing, especially when your wind range is down. Like, you are relying on that Gleipnir, it feels like, to kind of keep a hero in, especially if you don't land at War Stomp. It's a little bit unfortunate for the side of Grin, a 1-for-1. A support for a mid. You're feeling pretty alright with that for Raven. You haven't shown a solution yet for Soul on that Dusa. And Aegis is still up for quite a fair bit more time. So there's still an opportunity for Grin to build up more on the map and keep pressuring Ravens despite that loss.
Dire's bottom tower
In the bottom lane, Argus looking for the big initiation, gets a double stun off, immediately trying for the Salamander. He's going to be fine to force stuff away, so Argus instead going after LGTK. Soul being kited out here on the Medusa, not feeling too happy right now as they finally do take care of the techies, and now they can look back onto the Medusa. He does have Stone Gaze in a couple seconds though, so Soul should be able to turn this one around, plus the Aegis is still up, of course. Well, not really much of a point in trying to go for the Medusa at the moment. You want the other targets behind the Medusa, though he is very low on mana now, but he's still healthy enough, and now a great shack with Rojo Fire Flute. Landing on 2, locking them down with the Gleipnir. Still kiting in and out is Ravens trying their absolute best to not give any kills away, but they've been locked down too much. They've lost Kara on the Pugna. In they go again. Rojo Fire Flute this time getting caught out. A huge pickoff for Ravens. It's still 2v4, but everyone's just so afraid of this Medusa. Like, you don't want to approach Muzi because Soul is standing right next to him. And so even with 3-4 down on the side of green, it's just not worth it. You can't go into Soul.
You just can't. Gap closing onto the Deuce is just extremely difficult. Stone Gaze pops on and your melee cores just can't focus in on that Dusa. Aegis still stands. Not for too long, 20 minutes left, but 20 seconds left, but you've managed to get a lot out with the Aegis. You force out these really awkward moves from the side of Ravens and just establish this Dusa as a very massive core. Full Daedalus up and running now as well. So again, the output right now on Soul is just incredible. Like, you don't have the same output just yet on side of Raven. Raven, for their part, again, they're holding on to the game. They've ensured that the Aegis isn't at least under high ground here. So they've managed to stall out, and they could look to contest for the next if they are in a position on the map to kind of take control of Roche once more. But again, this game is not simplifying for Ravens. It's getting simpler for the side of Grin. Because you just put Dusa up front, and honestly, that's pretty much it. Just put Dusa up front and see how the game plays, because there's still no answer for this.
Here we go again. 5-man smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
Rotating into the mid lane is Ravens. Argus showing in the mid lane, almost trying to bait Grin in. Big wraparound from Ravens, but now a counter smoke has been used up by Grin. Into the river they go. They'll see Argus. The Alchemist immediately jumped up. Doom is committed. They missed the blast off though. And now the Vortex RRL landing on 3 heroes immediately. But do they have the follow-up? It doesn't seem like it yet. Raven's gonna kite out again. They have used the Stone Gaze. Soul now on the run though, not feeling quite as safe as they dispose him up. Soul dropping low, out of mana completely. The Vortex gonna hold them down again. They're gone. Soul is down. Muzi is down to boot. They finally deal with the Medusa. And there's no buyback of all things. No buyback for Dusa. They can actually try to go high ground, but I don't think Ravens realize it.
Yeah, it's again, like, this time around, they managed to focus down the Dusa, and it makes all the difference. If you can be on top, if you can chain stun her down, isolate her from the rest of the team, that's where your fight can shine. I'm a bit surprised that Solo would actually fall like that, but it's a huge opening. You can melt these objectives with an Alk. Doesn't take too long here.
Yeah, here we go. They got the creep wave now. They'll move into through the top lane. Jump in is there. Argus trying to go for a bit more. Is onto the techies. So LGTK will go down. Now the top rack's not going to last very long. Mind you, there is still a T2 mid tower standing. So Argus, he's going to run down towards the bottom lane instead. Rojo Fire Flute will get jumped on here by the Alk. But Argus really just wants the bottom tier 3. Still, RL has different plans though, making the jump in on the Wind Ranger, but Rojo, he had a cheese available, so he will eat that. Muzi in the meantime trying to go for as many kills as he possibly can, but it's finding nothing. So an arrow does land very nicely, stopping him in his tracks. And seeing that Soul is up and available now with the respawn, they will leave the building, but they are 1 racks up.
Yeah, they're in a good position now to just can further control the map. We're at the point where Argus should... I mean, he's queuing up a full Silver Edge. I'm not sure what you replace. Maybe you just drag your Blink in and out at this point. I would say this is not a bad game to actually farm Ags for your other heroes. Like we were talking about this earlier, Mike, an Ags up on Italian Gangstar would be massive. More uptime on Unleash. The silences could win them some fights here. Wouldn't mind that at all. Maybe the Roshan Ags will just be what you have to sell it for, although it's spawning down south here. Smoke out from Grin, though. This could be a big one if they find the angle.
Here we go. Roshan just respawns as the fight's about to break out. RRL, though, another massive vortex out from the storm. Italian against us in, but no, the Shackle gonna hold him down. He's in a bit of danger, gets the BKB off just barely. As Soul, with the Stone Gaze, trying his best to fight back, but everyone from Ravens just turning their back on him. Argus looking to go back in now. RRL back in on the Medusa. They've caught the Alchemist for a moment, but the Vortex gonna hold them down as Argus is trying his absolute best to just to survive through this. Can't really do it in the end, though. He is gonna go down. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Grin so far. They will chase for a little bit more, but everyone else is just fine to get their way out. This Alchemist, I mean, as farmed as he is, they still just cannot deal with Soul unless the rest of the heroes are dead around him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go. T2 bottom tower going to be under siege now from Grin. RL in with the Vortex again. We'll start chipping away. Talon Gangster has brought back, and so is Argus. They're coming right back into this fight, but the immediate TP is away from Soul and Muzi. And these buybacks are pretty forced, to say the least. I mean, you weren't nearby any towers to TP to either. It was just pretty rough buybacks.
Yeah, not the best, but this should allow them to secure Roshan, which is really what they'd want here. Have that secondary life to cover your bases. Free Ags as well. Hoping you see that on Italiano Gangstar. And once you have that lower Unleash, again, more uptime. The silences, the pulses is big. Having a free Dispel on hand could be nice as well. So don't mind this too much. And there you go. Oh, Italiano Gangstar does grab the Aegis as well.
Oh,
he'll be taking point now.
I like that. Because the thing is, he's the guy dealing most of the damage here to the Deucer, right? Like, he's the one bursting through Soul's mana pool. And now with the Ags up, this Unleashed silence, man, it is so ridiculous. I actually like the fact that he's holding the Aegis instead.
Yeah, I think it can work out. It's just maybe a double-edged sword. Like, you don't have the MKB up yet. You can't pierce through the evasion Soul has, so it's a little bit tricky for you to just dish the damage. Still, we'll see a Smoke out and a Moonlight out from Ravens with these pickups. They might be able to fully clean up another lane if they find a win here.
They are going to try and move in through the top lane. Rina just patiently waiting for this rotation to come in. Italian against the immediately jumping onto Rojo. Fireflu with the silences out. Rojo in such big trouble. Italiano, though, dropping quite low himself, is going to go down the first life. So the Aegis is gone. Kara drops the boot. He will buy back on the Pugna. But it seems like they need to retreat here on the side of Ravens. And, well, they've lost their Alchemist again. No buyback available. What do you do now? Like, it seems like you're just like skipping creep waves here as Ravens. But Grin, they can look to try and go high ground.
Yeah. You've got a little bit of that opening lined up. No secondary life to worry about. There is still the cheese on RRL, but I don't know if it matters without the Alk being there. Just doesn't feel like you can do as much without that big damage source. Good cuts from Wake Me Up, though, preventing any further movement onto the mid.
The chase is on here from Muzi, trying to find more targets. I don't know if this is worth it, though. Like, it felt like you were... I suppose they were creep skipping, to be fair, so you couldn't really push the mid lane in anyway. Wake Me Up. He's going to go down. thing is now you're not in really a great position to try and go high ground as Grin. It's only 54 seconds left for the Alchemist. Like, it's still enough time to approach the high ground. But you might put yourself in a bit of an awkward scenario here if you're not too careful. But Grin, it seems like they're going to commit for this. They're gone.
I mean, you've got some time for Ravens. At least, like, half a minute, you should be able to come in for at least the second set of racks. But you don't have much leeway here for mistakes. You've got to be able to hammer onto Soul somehow.
Losing immediately in with the Doom out, has found the Pugna, but Italian Gangster and moving in onto the Doom is hitting very hard right now. Pugna will be safe. Italian Gangster again jumping in, trying to drain some of the mana pool of Soul. RRL jumps in with another 3-man Vortex out on the Storm. They've got LDTK down, and now the Medusa, she's out of mana completely. Oh, she's in huge trouble. This is not what you wanted. Soul is down. So is Muzi. And so is Salivating Salamander. And this is what I was just saying, John.
What the heck?
It's too late.
Yeah, they take their time. Good stalling from Ravens leads to this timing, and well, they stay in the game. Their high ground still fully intact. They've got the Rax advantage here on the Dire side. Perhaps Ravens now, they're about to hit some key timings. Italiano almost into the MKB. Consistent damage onto the Dusa. Despite the butterfly, it's going to kick in. Roshan, though, still a ways off, but you've got this opening onto high ground to force some buybacks here. Again, with a Marcy, with an Alec, it doesn't take too long to melt these objectives. Goes fairly damn quick.
It really does. Onto the high ground, Ravens working overtime for this win attempt here for game number 1 of this best of 3 series, but it's not over yet. Buybacks are incoming. You still have buybacks available on both the Doom and the Medusa, but they're going to try and rush through this tier 3 mid tower with the sidekick. Placed on Argus. RL going to try and force those buybacks with a big Vortex, finding 2 targets. There's the buyback from Medusa Soul. Trying to rejoin this fight. With the buyback committed, they won't be able to secure the mid-racks. But it seems like Ravens are happy with the buyback committal of Soul, and they'll be more than satisfied here just getting out now.
I mean, now you know that if you kill that Deuce, the game is pretty much over. And Italiano has got the item to kill that Dusa now. Full MKB up. So, again, Butterfly Evasion not going to do much. His usage of his Halberd has been pretty on point as well onto Soul. So it's been fairly good. Grin trying to use this numbers advantage, smoking out. See if they find a nice juicy target. If you kill off the Storm, if you kill off RRL, he still has buyback, but it puts a awkward position out for the side of Ravens if they lose anyone at this point.
Mid lane, Grin. Group up again, trying to go through the top lane, it seems. Problem is the creep wave through the top is being forced in, so someone's going to need to go back and address that. And Ravens, they'll know about that as well. Like, they're just going to hold their position in the base for now. But creeps are onto the tier 4 towers. For now, Grin are just completely ignoring that happening. Just let that be.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Oh, it's the Rax falling now. I have to TP back. Muzi has to settle the creep wave. Decent damage onto that range Rax. More than happy with that. From Ravens, they wait out this numbers disadvantage. Pugna's going to be back up. They've got this opportunity to go again. Buybacks only 20 seconds away, although the gold isn't quite there for all the heroes here on Ravens.
That's a nice line drawn out as well. They went to the exact position of Grin. This could be a huge team fight because the Doom, well, he's here now. The Doom has rejoined the team. Kara immediately caught out first, but RRL with a 4-man Vortex. Again, this man, he just can't miss. This Storm is just doing absolutely everything to try and give him the chance in this game, but now he's caught out. Zip away is there, though. RRL barely survives. And it feels like this guy is just working overtime to try and get Ravens this win. He is trying so damn hard.
He is. He's really been setting up with his Ags pickup. Side of Grin now. And again, they've got the numbers advantage. It's only the Pugnant dead. But it's still pretty damn awkward for the side of Ravens, but not comfy enough for them to fully commit either. Oh.
Salivating Salamander. Caught. Arrow. Gonna connect as well. There is help incoming. They're looking for a Doom target. Muzi will break the Lincolns. Doom is not being committed. Doesn't really matter. It's on cooldown anyway as they do get RRL down, but he's gonna buy back. Italian a Gangster as well dropping on the Marcy. So you buy back on your Storm, but you're missing Italian a Gangster here on the Marcy for 100 seconds. It did start to feel like he was the real big damage dealer here. Well, I guess he's going to have to show us what he's got here against Soul and the Medusa. As you can see, the damage output is just really not there. RRL, again, trying his absolute best to delay this bottom racks going down. And lines have been drawn up towards the Roshan pit now from Grin, so they are actually not going to bother trying to go for this bottom racks. Instead, they will go to the Roshan pit, but Roshan's still a minute 50 away from respawning.
That's an interesting call inside of Grin. That gives enough time for the Marcy to be back up, for them to kind of get a little bit of a reset out, buyback ready in Argus. Again, still nothing on RRL. His buyback's kind of worthless. You do get some good item timings though for Grin. AoE Doom now available for Muzi, so this is where the fights really start to be much, much harder for Ravens with that Ags Doom up and the Ags up and Rojo Fire Flu as well. Invis that it doesn't break on Windrun's pretty big. So the tools are there. Side of Ravens, they need to be cautious. Like Grin is still scaling up nicely, and again, like despite being 5k up, it doesn't feel like you really have the advantage here. You have to take these fights in a very specific way for Ravens to kind of shine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, Ravens still going to set up again. It's just been such a tough game for this dire end of things, and again, it just goes back to this carry pick. It just feels so lackluster. Argus trying to work towards a Moonshard now to give him that bonus attack speed he's looking for, because he's really just not hitting fast enough at all. Roshan, he's going to come up in 20 seconds now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The team's so patiently waiting. There's your 5-man smoke now, Ravens. You've got to do everything you can to protect this Marcy, because as soon as he dies, Ravens are just missing too much damage. They're going to wrap around. They're actually going towards the mid lane, maybe trying to rat this one out. Look at the creep wave there, John. Oh, and Soul's going to be the one to defend it. If they can kill Soul, he's got no buyback, and he just picked up a Divine as well. It's on the courier. No. He's going to take it for himself. Instead, though, they found Rojo Fireflu in the bot lane, so they're going to try for the Wind Ranger. Jump in is there, they'll break the Lincolns, but he's got the BKB. Italian a Gangster is being targeted, and the Doom has been committed, though it does go back the other way onto the Doom as well. So the runaway is there. He is still not down, and the Life Train is going to give him a bit of heal coming out here, and the Marcy is he is actually going to survive through this, but not quite. Firefly will get it done. Now Kara's the target on the Pugna. He'll be left behind here for Ravens, and how even Argus gets caught by a shackle, so he'll try for a TP. Oh, and they couldn't see him. They didn't know he was there. He probably could have got away with it. And with this Divine up on Soul now, I mean, they're going for the, surely they're going to go for the end after this Roshan play.
Yeah, it should be the end game. Unfortunate for Ravens. I mean, if they got that angle, if they killed off the Deucer right then and there on the solo defense, then you'd be in a pretty different spot. You'd be on to the tier 4s at this point, melting the Ancient. But doesn't quite line up. Grin, get a good read. They back up, provide some support for the Dusa. Aegis goes the way of Soul. And yeah, this is when things are just kind of difficult now for Ravens. Like, it's never been easy. It's been very hard fought to find some of these wins. But all they can do is try to stall. Or I'm just going to have to keep trying to zip, clear out the heat waves. But you're going to lose your bot. And I'm pretty sure if you're Grin right now, you think about the tier 4s. You don't even bother playing this game. Just go tier 4s, end it while you can, while the Heroes and Ravens just aren't around.
The bottom Rax is going to go down. Grin looking to try and go for Megas. Kara going to try his best to slow this down with the Decrepify. Arrow's going to land onto Rojo Fire Flu here. Rojo's going to be fine to tank through that though, no problem. Soul. He's got the mid-racks down, going for the Megas. Everyone is now back up for Ravens. There are at least a buyback available on the Alchemist, so you've got that going for you. Here you go. Final lane of barracks for Grin to try and secure. Again, not taking very long at all, considering you have a full Divine Rapier on Soul. RRL gonna threaten with the Vortex, but never even throws it out. Kara trying to go for the Decrepify, but Aeon Disc immediately procced after one hit. Italian and Gangster though gonna jump in. They're onto the back. They want at least the Ench gone first, and they do find him. Onto the Techies they go, but the Stone Gaze is making it rather hard to secure these kills. LGTK finally goes down, but now the Doom is out on the Alchemist, so he is able to run away from this. And Grin, they're sticking around. They want this final lane of barracks so darn bad. But Ravens, they are in still a position to try and defend, though the Rax is now officially gone. So Megas are incoming. Mind you, the Radiant base has been under attack by creeps for such a long time. Ravens jump in again onto the Medusa. It's just so hard when you can't get in there and do any damage because you're afraid of the repercussions with this the Divine Rapier on the Medusa available. And I think for Grin, considering how healthy they look right now, they just don't need to back out of here.
They could keep going. I'm a little bit surprised Italiano managed to live through that jump. He's around, he could still try again. The Halberd usage has to be key. They can pin down Soul, isolate the Medusa again, get the Halberd off to cut some of that damage. This fight can still open up. It takes a lot of effort now on the side of Ravens to make a creep's disadvantage. They can hold with the Alk, they can hold with their heroes on hand, but boy, does this feel like a uphill battle, or up mountain battle, if that's a word, Mike.
It's a word, Jonathan. I'm not sure if it's a saying. I think this is what you were trying to say to me. Yeah. It's a bit like that right
the hill's too tiny, you know?
Yeah.
You're heading up mountain.
Well, mountain is essentially just a big hill, isn't it?
Well, sure, I suppose, technically. A hill, it's like what, any geological feature that's around maximum 300 feet up, I believe, if I recall. I forget the metric of that. I don't know why.
I don't think we need the intricacies of that, Jonathan. Thank you for that, though.
It's important to categorize well, Mike.
Of course. Soul. They've been out. Double Vortex is there. RRL. Good start to the team fight, but another big Doom committed onto the Alchemist, and they are just falling apart. Soul is just ripping them to shreds. RRL gonna go down. Buyback available. They're all committing for it. Mega's incoming into the bases. Soul is finally getting a little bit low on mana, but the problem is he still has the Aegis up, and the damage output is way too high. 2 buybacks, or rather diebacks immediately. A third one to boot. That's gonna be a GG. And they do call it. Wake Me Up has seen enough. RL is still trying to fight, but ultimately cannot do anything any longer. And Grin, props to them, Jonathan. I mean, it took them 59 minutes, but they managed to win game number 1 here against Ravens.
Yeah, and they looked pretty convincing getting that done. Ravens, they had a rough time. The lanes didn't go all too well. I think you had all your bases covered here for the side of Grin pretty nicely. I think your Doom Techie's lane was pretty oppressive for Argus. Your Medusa Enchantress lane was pretty oppressive for Italiano Gangstar. Like, none of these lanes kicked off the way you wanted them to. The fact that Ravens found some momentum in the later part of the game was actually a little bit surprising. I think they executed as a team pretty well. Grin did provide a couple of openings as well, but I think for Ravens going to the next game, it's going to be down to just getting more active lanes. Because again, these lanes were not strong. These lanes were pretty weak and pretty easy to punish with that kind of opening coming out from the side of Bryn.
Yeah, I think I can summarize it in one sentence, John. Don't pick Alchemist. That's the way I'd like to put it here. This Arc pick just did not do anything. We get to see the highlights here of this game number 1 as, props to Grin, excuse me. You can't take anything away from these guys. They did a fantastic job here in this game number 1. I just think this game devolved into RRL and Italian Gangster against the world here, because it really felt like no matter what you did as this Alchemist, it just wasn't enough. I'm not blaming Argus for his gameplay here at all, because I think he was playing the hero as effectively as it can be played right now. I just think the hero is kind of weak. That's how it felt.
Yeah. I think it's a doubling down as well, right? Like Alchemist plus Marcy as cores. It feels like a bit too much to have these two heroes having to build up. Like double melee with the same weaknesses of kite ability, with the same weakness of just into a Medusa. Like your kite ability is just a little bit too high. This became really hard, especially for Italian Gangster. It felt like it was just a challenge every single time to actually be on top of Soul. I think you needed something that was a little bit jumpier. Like, especially after the initiations we were seeing from RRL, no one could jump in and follow up. You'd expect maybe the Marcy to come in, but it's just hard to keep up that pace with the Storm. And
that it is.
I think for the next game, I want something else for Italiano, like something more active. Of course, you can take a look at our scoreboard here. And Grin, again, taking fantastic wins. Soul having an amazing game. Very worthwhile for an MVP.
Yeah. Soul will take the MVP here for game number 1 for Grin Esports. And yeah, he did it. He played Medusa, John, and he did a good job on Medusa. As you can see, GPM almost 1k, XPM sitting at 1k. Hero damage almost 100,000, which I guess is not too surprising considering how much damage he was dealing with that Divine Rapier. And of course, the game number 1 did go to pretty much 60 minutes. So you kind of expect some crazy output from the Medusa, and that's exactly what Soul provided here for his team. I'm not going to lie, John, I feel kind of bad for RRL on the side of Ravens after that game 1, because that man, I mean, how many 3-4-man vortexes did he land consistently throughout these fights? And there's just zero follow-up to it, sadly. Just nothing happened after those vortexes came out. And if I was him, I would not be sitting very happy right now. But we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft here between, of course, the side of Ravens and Green Esports. We'll see you all again very soon. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of three series between the Raven squad and, of course, the side of my goodness, of Grin. Excuse me, Jonathan. It's been a hell of a day here for NA DPC Division 2. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. We just had a 60-minute game just about between these two teams. Jonathan, a very prolonged kind of matchup between these two, and obviously, as you saw, Grin Esports able to take game number 1 here in this best of 3 series. Ravens not able to pull off the victory. John, any particular draft changes you want to see before we do get into the pick phase?
I think Ravens just needs more active draft. It does feel like, again, their lanes weren't that active coming in. They got pretty stomped. Argus couldn't do much. Italiano couldn't do much. And it was just difficult for them to get a foot into the game to start off. It took them a while to hit their momentum. For Grin, I don't think you changed much. You had a really good idea in your draft. You had these really strong lanes coming through. Just maintain that same philosophy. And they start off pretty strong, pick up the Magnus, and for, it already sets a good tone. I'm surprised Ravens are the ones to ban out the Marcy this time around. Like, the Deuce I get, the Marcy ban is a little bit funky as it didn't look that sharp as well from Italiano. Granted, it's a very different draft. Perhaps, again, from scrims, they have a bit of a read on Grin. It started out of the Techies, just, okay, Techies Bloodseeker. It's a decent enough combo. I think this opens up for a Lich pickup as well down the line for that Lich Bloodseeker lane. A Rupture onto Magnus always feels good. The hero does want to run around, cause some havoc in the fight, so I like that pick. I think, although I'm sure you've got some words about Bloodseeker, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is complete trash, Jonathan. We've seen it over and over again, this pos on Bloodseeker. Look, I know we've seen a lot of games where Bloodseekers looked really good. I still just don't, I just don't like the hero at all. Mind you, it is into a Magnus, so at least you do have Rupture into the Skewer. You do have that inherent value there already. And it is a nice combo with the Techies lane, right? Like the Sticky Bomb Bloodright. Any slow with Bloodright is always going to be quite nice. But I swear, every time we've seen Bloodseeker recently, it's just looked like absolute trash as a pos 1. And we'll see if Ravens can make it work. This matchup has proven to be quite close already, at least from game 1 between these two teams. So, perhaps it's going to be a close game again as Grin Esports. They will go down the Batrider route, which, has proven to be quite a strong support and a core depending on where you want it. So Grin Esports, why the hell not just take it for yourselves?
Just have a really stable, strong universal type, 2 universal heroes on hand. I'm wondering whether or not Grin will consider banning out something like, say, Morphling. Ravens could still flex the Bloodseeker onto the off lane, have Morphling safe, and then you have 2 great universal types to turn into. A Firefly Morphling with all the stats he has is pretty damn scary. So I wouldn't mind that for Grin to ban out. I wouldn't mind Ravens kind of trying to flex that Bloodseeker either. Open enough that they can kind of make that choice going through here. I suppose what else is there for Ravens? I mean, all the mids are still available outside of Void Spirit. Pango, Ember, Storm are still available. I'm wondering if the Storm's Respect banned here. By the side of Grin, I mean, you don't have the Pugna anymore to battery it up. So it does look like Ravens are thinking of something else now to play here. To be fair, RRL did have an amazing game. Like, the guy was literally trying to set that game up for themselves. He was going in with the zips, like this early Ags build-up in the Storm was pretty damn clever, but just not enough from Ravens there.
I mean, RRL tried so hard in that game. I still feel bad after that game 1. It's fantastic. Honestly, even though the side of Ravens did end up losing that last game, I almost wanted to still give the MVP to the Storm. Just it's how impactful he was trying to be in that game, and nevertheless, doesn't work out for him. Still, final ban out to come before we get to see some more picks. I can't get over how much of a handsome bloke RRL is. I mean, really,
yeah.
I can't get over it. That guy. It makes me almost mad, Jonathan. I'll be frank with you. Some guys are just born with those genetics,
Yeah, he reminds me of of a character from, like, I don't know if you've ever heard of this one, Meet Your Garden.
No.
I don't know if you've ever heard of that one. It was really popular in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
I mean, this was like the early 2000s. That he looks like a guy from that era. And he rocks that style. Like he looks really damn good. Because I knew a lot of guys who tried to rock the long hair with the streaks, look pretty bad. But RL rocks it. And Ravens are rocking the clinks out now. Mr. Skeletal himself shows up.
Would you believe once upon a time back in my day, John, I had long hair with streaks?
Oh, I've seen the pictures. I have not seen it with the streaks, but I've seen the picture of you with long hair. And honestly, wasn't that bad. You look maybe a little bit emo, far more emo, and the beard wasn't as majestic, but you honestly look pretty all right, Mike. Yeah, wasn't bad.
They used to call me Jesus with that haircut, John. It's just literally say that was my nickname back in those days. Good old days. I took it as a compliment, obviously, Jonathan. You know?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I hear that fella's pretty cool.
He's
not
cool
a bad
guy.
resemblance to hold on to. Yeah.
Grin Esports. This is a cool pickup. They've got LC now. This is a very strong pick. That was a great segue, by the way, Jonathan, that I just made.
Yeah, that is absolutely excellent, Mr. Mike. As LC, we've seen this here crush lanes up against melee matchups, and you've got a Bloodseeker. This is going to be a really fun time for Grin to just hammer in that lane. It's going to be pretty rough for Argus if he is going to be stepping into that Bloodseeker safe lane. It's just not going to be fun. Like there's no two ways about it. LC plus Batrider as a lane as well. It's pretty damn impressive. You can afford to run the Rubik 5. So I like that from Grin. Like safe lane Magnus, Rubik Magnus lane is still intact. So you have the lift back skewer. Like a lot of things going on here for the side of Grin. Ravens, they do pick up the Pangolier. It is a pretty free Pango lane, nothing to be worried about in terms of counter control. Although I suppose I say that, Grin could gun for a mid-Mars. I don't know if you'd want that for Rojo Fire Flu, but it is there.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly is. There's your Pangolier pickup now here for Ravens. So, surprise, surprise, this hero makes its appearance in this game. No Bloodseeker counter, obviously, for Ravens because they picked it up themselves. Final banouts to come now before we can see the drafts finished off. We'll see the Doom banned out from Grin Esports, and see they had a fantastic game on their own Doom, so they won't want to hand it over. Silencer being removed here from Ravens because it does seem like Grin Esports rather might be looking for a final pick support here. Then again, I say that it could still be a position 5 Rubik Pos 4 Batrider and potentially a last pick mid to come out from Grin Esports. It's still very flexible with their draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you could even run the
prefer
Pos 5 Batrider if you want to.
I think you keep it Pos 4. Run a Batrider LC lane, run a Rubik Magnus lane. A lift back into skewer is always nice. And just, to be fair, I'm not sure what mid's left that can really deal with Pangolier. You could get Storm, but you don't have Battery, and it does feel a bit greedy with your lineup. And for Grin, they ban out the off lanes, taking care of the Beastmaster now as well. So not too many left that can be threatening onto something like the Magnus here. Unless Ravens themselves will flex like the Bloodseeker or the Pangolier out, which is still a possibility. So a lot of options left for both sides to close out with. I think out of all the flexibility in both ends, it might be a little bit more flexible for Ravens. Right? Like the offlane Bloodseeker is not too strange. Offlane Pango is maybe a little bit quirkier, but also not too far off the beaten path for some teams.
Yeah. Final pick now, Grin. We saw the Puck final ban out, so they're just kind of getting a ban out of a bit of a mix of heroes, just in case, just to ensure that their Pango in particular, I think, does not get counted too hard.
Radiant team pick.
And they're gonna go. They're gonna go down the Snapfire route. Okay. Not sure exactly where that Snapfire is laning. I imagine it should be a position 5. I know we saw Sammy Boy the other day running a Pos 1 Snapfire, so yeah, I guess you never know, but...
Wait, if you run a Pos 5 Snap, are you expecting like a mid-Bat Rider, I suppose?
Yes. That's what I was expecting. I'm not saying I like it. I'm saying that that's the expectation.
I don't know. I don't think your lanes come out any stronger with a Snap in comparison to the Rubik Bat Rider supports. So you run maybe... This is a bit of a quirky flex, but you go back to mid LC maybe run safe lane mag, off lane snap. Could be one way to do it. Like LC versus Pango, it's all right. It's not amazing. It's all right. Snapfire into Pango is also like okay, but I feel like maybe the LC has a bit of a better time threatening with overwhelming odds in that lane and trading hits with the counterattack. So I'm not sure. I think Grin, it's fascinating what they have because, again, theoretically their lanes are strong, but their mid lane choice is kind of awkward, all things considered here. And I think Ravens, they might have a better time now for RRL. Even just running Pango mid here is not too bad. And they go with the Omni Knight that we were kind of calling for in the last series. Omni Knight does come true. That is Italiano Gangstar's offline. I
like it.
We do have, okay, Rojo Fire Flew on the mid bat. All right, not too exciting. That is a solution to the Bat Rider, right? Like you've got a save, you've got a way to never lose duels for Muzi. So you've got a way of just kind of enabling your draft to play pretty damn fast. I think the lane isn't too bad into a Magnus and a Snap. It's not too bad for an Omni. It's also not the best. I think you can get harassed pretty hard. But I do feel like the lanes for Ravens is a lot better than game one. Is it better than what Grin has in lane? Probably not. I think Grin's lanes are still a little bit stronger, but it's a much better showing from Ravens. I expect them to draw the lanes out a little bit more here.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly how these drafts are going to go because they are very, very different. But I do like myself a core Omni Knight. It's this hero does feel extremely broken in the core role right now. Just being able to rush this harpoon item and then just kind of taking off from there, and because you don't really have the greatest counters towards the Omni this game either. Like it's like it's going to be really easy to land Guardian Angels, the Heavenly Grace, obviously going to be very effective against heroes like the Bat Rider, the Magnus. How even the LC is probably not going to have the best time with all the heals you can throw out as the Omni. And this should be a pretty interesting game. I think Grin still probably came out with a better, or rather easier to execute draft. But I think Ravens, backs against the wall here, but still have a pretty damn good chance of trying to make this game 2 work for themselves and force to a game 3.
Yeah, I think this draft can get that done, especially with the Clink support, right? For Wake Me Up, as soon as he hits the Solar Crest timing, you're just going to be free to try to pick off some of these softer targets, mainly just a Rubik, really. Even Snapfire can be a bit tanky, so your main target will be the Rubik, and you can start clearing objectives. Early smoke out here, though. Grin.
Going to be broken. RRL will spot everyone out here on the side of Grin, and immediately Ravens are just separating and just dissipating. They do not want to be around for this level 1 team fight when they're off position here. So now grouping up, they might be able to turn and try to force a fight. They haven't got the worst level team fight we've ever seen.
30 seconds to battle.
They'll wait around for now on the high ground, see if they can find themselves a decent position to try and force a fight. Skara will move down. Grin have now separated quite a bit themselves, so Raven's going to find themselves a nice early observer ward here in the mid lane. That's going to feel quite nice, and well, with that, Grin have seen enough. They'll leave the area, they'll secure the top bounties instead. And that they will be able to get away with. So it should be a 2-for-2 trade. Pretty even kind of start between both sides. And we'll start off with the bottom lane again while we're here, John. You're going to have Kara and LGTK going at it. And of course, you're also going to have Muzi against Argus here on the POS1 Bloodseeker. What do you think about this bottom lane? Like, do you think the Techies Bloodseeker is going to be enough against this LC Rubik? Because we've seen this LC prove to be very, very sustainable throughout pretty much any lane.
Yeah, it's just pretty hard to zone out. I think this lane is down to how well the supports zone each other out. Like if Kara can shove LGTK away, you can start playing with Blood Riot and Sticky Bomb once the levels are up for Argus. If not, then, if LGTK manages to work his Fade Vault and zone Kara away, Muzi should be able to deal with a 1v1 lane pretty alright. Although Argus going for the level 1 first should be fine. Can just always lifesteal back up. As long as his lane management goes well, Muzi has to be on point with the denies here. And we'll see. And already a lot of damage out into Muzi.
Yeah, they landed the blood grenade as well. Muzi really has no way out of this, and he's just gone. It's not very often you see level 1 Thirst on a Bloodseeker. Usually they do go down the Blood Right route, but that is not the case here. Argus just really abusing this quite a lot as LGTK now in danger. Meanwhile, across the map, Salivating Salamander's being chased down. Argus has got a double kill, and ultimately Salivating Salamander at least denies himself off to the neutral camp. But still, this safe lane has started off so well here, as Argus is just still going. Muzi now in danger, but they won't have a third blood grenade to throw out. This double blood grenade opening from Kara really paying off. And he's already got another one queued up, but it is, it's on cooldown. You've got to wait to buy it.
Not quite available yet. The aggression, again, coming out from Argus, a much better sign than his performance in Game 1. He's already managed to suppress Muzi quite a fair bit. For Muzi's part, you kind of need to wait out your level 3 and maybe even level 4 to start to feel better in this lane. Like level 2 overwhelming odds is when the damage can really start to feel pretty damn good into these heroes, start to punish a little bit better. At the very least, again, your top lane isn't too bad here. For the side of Grin, like Soul should just be able to farm up. Nothing will stop the Mag here from just kind of taking control and just kind of getting that build-up you'd want. Row Fireflu, his mid lane matchup, maybe not the best. Again, this is not too bad for a Pango. Mid Batrider has kind of faded away for good reason. But this is still, a melee lane for a Batrider to work with, so it's not too bad to play with the Napalm. It's not too bad to try to work with a Flame Drake and just try to chip away at RRL eventually.
Couldn't help but notice as well. I forgot to mention I saw a tweet from Sunlight from our previous series, of course. Apparently, their mid laner just realized that Raindrops gives mana regen. So shout out to RCY, who apparently didn't know that. You see, John, people give us crap a lot for not knowing the most complicated things as casters, but pro players apparently don't know Raindrops gives mana regen. So I feel a lot better about ourselves now, John. It's Muzi. He might not be feeling too good about himself. Nice lift to cancel the blast off, though. Does save the life of Muzi. But my god, this is proving to be an extremely challenging lane for the LC.
Yeah, this is not a good time for Muzi at all. This bot lane's just kind of disastrous. Free farm coming out from Argus. No pressure at all. Muzi not able to farm up, not able to soak up the XP he'd want to safely. So your level spikes are going to be impacted as well on the LC. You are starting to get some rotations onto mid to stop Rojo Fireflu.
Rojo Fireflu, he's running. Wake Me Up, though, with the slow, doing a pretty damn good job of chasing him down. But in the end, Rojo is going to prove to be able to walk out of here. In fact, he's going to try and even think about turning onto the Clinks, but decides better off. Needs to get back into the laning stage and try to get that farm going once again, but with this low HP pool, he does have to be pretty cautious with his positioning.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. RRL is just able to control that pressure, not under too much threat from the Batrider. Do find top at least.
The Omni going down again here. Not the best of news. If you are Ravens, meanwhile, bottom lane, LGTK going to find himself in danger and is going to go down. Another nice pick up for Ravens, though Muzi getting very aggressive. So much damage being told, and Argus really playing with fire there, John. Getting lucky there wasn't a moment of courage proc for that last hit from Muzi. Otherwise, I believe he would have just been dead. Nevertheless, I mean, this bot lane, the safe lane of Ravens just going so damn well.
Yeah, it's kind of a good contrast with up top. Like, it's also a pretty damn good time for Soul, but not as good of a time as it is for Argus right now. And you're just not able to punish when these heroes are low. You just can't chase down on that LC when the Trist is active. I'm wondering if Muzi will actually opt for the press the attack just to have an option to chase with that extra move speed. We'll see down the line. 6-minute power runes coming up, so all the supports heading down mid to help secure. Rojo Fireflu getting priority, and does manage to find himself a haste rune. On the Batrider, that's a major pickup, just that he doesn't have the lasso to play with just yet.
That he does not. Now he does, to be fair. Level 6 just hit now. And in the meantime, Wake Me Up gonna go down to Soul. Tips out here from Salivating Salamander. Soul doing some fantastic work, of course, on the Magnus. Having a great old time himself now. 2-0-1 in terms of KDA. So, you know, both safe lanes have been going extremely well for both sides of things. In fact, even the CS is very even between these two position ones. 37 to 36. Really, you know, not much of a difference here between these two. So, speaking of Soul, in fact, hold on a minute. RRL is going to rotate, trying to get something done against this Magnus. And looks like he will catch him out with the Rolling Thunder stun. Wake Me Up to take the kill. And that's something you felt like you desperately needed here as Ravens, and proves to be a very good rotation here from RRL as Rojo Fireflu in the meantime will go for a bit of a dive here onto Kara, and we'll have no issues securing the kill onto the techies.
Nice little pickup for him, finally popping that haste rune. Doesn't manage to relieve pressure on the side lanes, but makes the best out of it by finding a freebie on his mid. I think for the side of Ravens, you're more than happy with the state of the game. Again, Argus's farm is... It's so damn high. They will find RRL eventually with a bit of a dive.
RRL going down. Big kill here from Rojo Fireflu, who he's trying to get out, but ultimately realizes with the blast off available, he's not going to make it. But getting the Pango kill, I mean, you already feel amazing anyway. You don't really mind dying and getting the reset. Muzi, bottom lane. Gonna avoid the blood right. Let's lift up there from LGTK. As Argus has hit level 6 and can go for the rupture, but it is on cooldown. Looks like he already expended it earlier on. Still, I mean, this LC is stuck at level 4 right now. It's just a complete wash down at the bot lane at the moment. Now hits level 5. Rojo is actually rotated on the Batrider to try and slow down this Bloodseeker just a little bit. Lasso is up, but the Flame Break is a little bit off the mark. Fireflu still looking to chase, but does get ruptured now into the Blood Right, and Kara's going to show up on the techies. Can you avoid the blast off? You certainly can. Rojo is still alive, still just trying to juke and jive his way out of this scenario, and he's going to be fine. They are not able to pick the Batrider off. Mind you, Rojo did rotate to kill the Bloodseeker, so in a sense, just surviving here for Ravens is probably a pretty big win.
It is definitely quite a big win. You really need this kill on the Bloodseeker to start to feel comfy. They're making plays down mid, though.
Salivating Salamander really has no way out of this scenario. Raindrops will help him just a little bit, but now Rojo has shown up. RRL does not have the swashbuckle to commit. Skewer is there. Kara, though, with a nice blast off, trying to get Rojo, and they will get him on the Batrider as... Well, Soul, at the very least, does get Wake Me Up, but they do miss out on the big kill on the Pangolier. Props to the supports of Ravens rotating at the right time to ensure that their mid laner does remain alive.
And they're punishing really hard on Grin. Like, this is a slow start for Rojo Fireflu, and he's trying to pick up the pace for his team. He knows he's got to be active just because Muzi can't be active. And simply because, well, again, very hard lane up against the Bloodseeker. That did end up happening. So this activity is impacting his farm. It's impacting, say, the travels timing. Now he's just going for the Vanguard instead. So you don't have that hyper-fast Batrider on hand anytime soon. At least there's some room for stacks coming out here. At least we'll start clearing a couple of that now.
RP committed top lane. Taliano not having the greatest off lane of his life. Kisses, though, are going to be mostly avoided, but still with the cookie landing and the Scatter Blast to follow, they will end up finding the offlane Omni Knight once again. Another nice kill here for the side of Grinners. Well, in that dire triangle, dual committed. Muzi able to pick up his first dual victory, immediately looking for a TP out, and he's going to make it. Very nice plays. They will lose their Rubik, but regardless, I mean, the dual victory is going to feel quite nice, and the LC, I mean, he desperately needs it. He's at such a rough laning stage.
One dual win can make all the difference. That's already at least one plate and one chainmail up, so the build up into the blade mail is coming in. And again, a very even game so far, 8-8, 1k up for Ravens, but you're not doing too bad in Grin. You're kind of suffering in the same heroes. Like, both your safe lanes are having a good time, your mids are kind of even, your off lanes are in a bad spot. So it's kind of nice that they mirror each other's start here, although Could find more.
Celebrating Salamander. Slowed up here by the tar bomb. Blast off the mark though. Now Rojo sees a lot of food around him. Still, RRL is going to try and pounce in for the Rolling Thunder. Rojo actually does get stunned up there for a moment, and now he's kind of trapped in the stairwell. He's actually taking a few stuns here from RRL, but now he's been locked onto the high ground. Argus was there just waiting in the wake though as the Bloodseeker does get the kill. Is now Muzi in trouble. Oh, Muzi trying to show up to help out, but going to feed another kill away, as so will LGTK. Ravens really cleaning up with their Bloodseeker Argus. 3 down for Grin.
Just a little bit unfortunate for that positioning there for Rojo Fireflu. And he had to use Lasso as well onto the techies. Not the primary target you want there. They find themselves a big opening on the side of Ravens. Grin, this is space for Soul coming out. But again, he's not managing to get a real net worth lead because of the activity coming out from Argus. He's kind of keeping up pace. Again, he's also had a pretty free lane himself. Another smoke out from Ravens.
Are scanning.
Raven Kara finding a few bounty runes for himself. Can be very happy with that. King's coming out up top lane. They know Soul's farming around that area somewhere. Soul did just pick up his Echo Saber, but would rather not die right now, as it's a nice TP away,
Radiant's bottom tower
barely avoiding the wrath of Ravens.
top tower is under attack.
And while that's happening, the Grin, they will just push down the bottom tier 1 tower and find an objective for themselves by the looks of it.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah. It's a nice little take.
Radiant's
A little bit of a
bottom tower
freebie
is
coming
under
out.
attack.
But they are taking the gate through to try and defend.
And they'll have time to do so. The tier 1 tower is not down yet. The Grin seem to be well aware that this could be happening, so they have backed off. Rightfully so, as Ravens are looking rather scary here with the 4K advantage. Rojo Fireflu now going to show up. Kara going to be jumped immediately. Rojo going to go for the lasso onto the techies with no hesitation. Does pick off one, and now the duel committed. They've got plenty of damage here coming in with the kisses. That will be a 1-for-1 as now an RP. Soul, he's found 3 targets. Oh, that is the dream RP for Soul. RRL trying to get the Rolling Thunder. Trying to get some work done here as Italian Gangster has brought back. But it does not look like the fight for RRL. He's down as well. Soul's got a triple. Oh, and that is a perfect initiation from our Magnus. It was a full team wipe. I mean, there was the buyback from Italiano Gangster, but that makes matters even worse for Ravens.
That was just
Radiant's
such
middle
great
tower is
patience
under
from
attack.
Soul to find that opportunity to RP. Sure, you don't manage to find a dual win from Uzi. You know, you don't manage to really start to build up on the LC, but this Magnus, it's starting to become an issue. Especially if you can't rupture the Magnus in place. Like, he's free to do what he wants here. Great combination with the Mortimer Kisses coming out, lining them all up for that big AoE damage. The Wombo combo from Grin. Not something you can shrug at here for Ravens. And that does equalize from 4K lead to less than 1K lead for Grin. Swinging back 4K gold themselves. Like that's a massive swing. And it shows a lot. Good signs of life here for the side of Grin. Soul, I mean, it's just Magnus with Harpoon. You know, the guy can just set up for himself, start dragging all heroes all around, and once Soul has the blink, I mean, if he does that without the blink, with the blink up, I'm a bit worried for Ravens. They're going to have to respect that and declump a little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. It's not too hard to forget that there's a Magnus waiting for the RP opportunity in these team fights, and it only takes a split second. Is now salivating Salamander. We go down to Kara, so there's your +5 Snapfire there. As
Dire's middle tower
seems like the side of Ravens going to just focus on the mid-tier 1 here. RRL already doing some great work and taking that one out. Robo Fireflu is around, but
has fallen.
not going to be able to do much in the form of defense here as the Bat Rider. Instead, though, they might find Italiano Gangster on the Omni Knight. He hasn't realized they're around, and he was right on the vision. Jewel out immediately with the skewer play of Soul. Another nice pick up here for Grim. Second Jewel victory for the LC.
Tower is under attack.
This Omni Knight off lane, you know, I was saying I like it, John. It is not paying off at all. Like, you look at the itemization of the Omni so far, He's just trying to survive with this double braces and soul ring build-up. The thing is, he has not gone for that classic harpoon item build that I was talking about earlier in the drafting phase, and I appreciate the aura build-up, but I don't think that's why the Omni Knight core is so strong.
No. Definitely not. Still,
Nice easy cling skill.
fast punishment.
Salivating Salamander just pretending like there wasn't a sentry ward there. Very good acting there from the Salamander.
Top tier acting from our little lizard man. Just to be expected. I just realized as well. Salivating Salamander is on an actual
salamander.
lizard here. I mean, yeah. Isn't that cool? Living up
Well,
to his
I mean,
name.
he's got the cosmetic of a crocodile though, Jonathan, so that's
It's all
problematic.
reptiles in the end, right? Right?
Well, no, I mean, you can't. You know what? If I said that, you would start nitpicking with me. Like,
Yes,
no,
yes,
Mike,
yes.
it's not
Give
how
it
it
to me,
works.
So that's not how it works. Shut up.
Wake
God
me
damn.
up. Caught out. He's gonna go down. Very, very nice pickup again here, set up by Sol. And that blink you talked about earlier, Jonathan, it is now on the way. So the Magnus just got a hell of a lot scarier.
It's not going to be fun playing into this Soul. Oh,
Kara's gonna get the experience. Instantly
Ooh.
getting bursted down by Sol. So I think you almost wish the LC was here. Like Muzi just had free duel opportunities just then that he just didn't take advantage of, and well, rightfully so. Grin are tipping their POS 1 Magnus, and he is doing a really damn good job at the moment. That's for sure.
he's been on point. Again, his lane was the one lane that came out well for the side of Grin. Instantly smoke out, take the gate through. No ward to watch that gate. Could find a nice kill in Argus, but he has backed off at the right time. Let's see if they commit all the way into that triangle here.
If they can find the Bloodseeker, that's massive. Like Argus, he's been trying to get as much free farm as he possibly can for the last 5 minutes or so, but well, they're actually going to rotate mid lane instead.
Oh,
Wake Me Up going to
again.
break the smoke. Do they have the dust? They did on Salivating Salamander, but he never uses it. Top lane, speaking of the devil, Salivating Salamander still being stalked here by this Clinks. And really just can't survive the damage output with the Solar Crest. Argus even showing up just in case, but was not required. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, a Skewer and RP committed onto RRL, but he got the roll up in time, and now he's got the Rolling Thunder. Sol did not have the backup he required. He went in by himself, and he's going to pay heavily for it. Now Muzi gets caught out. Muzi, I mean, he's just not going to survive even with the Pervisor.
I don't
Those are the-
understand.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays you just go, why? Why bother, like, going for that RP attempt?
I don't know, maybe just a little bit overconfident there on Soul, but
Dire's middle tower is
his
under
team was split up. You know, you saw Rojo Fireflu head up top, and no one was there to back him up. No duel opportunity coming out for the LC. Just like that, you lose your lead. Back to a 3K lead for Ravens off the back of those really awkward fights. Grin. Have to be careful about bleeding out like that,
tower is under
because this is still a really good tempo coming out from Ravens, especially with Wake Me Up. He's going to have Desolator up. You're going to have a Clunks problem, despite all the deaths he's copped. Clunk's still an insane farmer. And the objectives is the big part. The objectives melting this fast from Clunks is going to be worrisome. Still a smoke out here from Grin. No RP. So Soul isn't really going to be taking point, but they can try to get something done here.
Here we go again. Just noticed as well the Clinks is building a Desolator, so there's that. He's going for that standard, you know, carry Clinks build once you do get enough farm up, as Roshan has begun. You do have the side of Grin around, and they're going to find this techies immediately. The Kara won't mind. He's buying a lot of space for Roshan, but no, they're actually going in for the fight. There goes the techies now. Kara finally going down, but Ravens are moving in. They have actually found the Omni, though, with the duel out. There is going to be Italian Gangster going down. Muzi picks up his duel victory here on the LC, and now RRL, when he has a swashbuckle to get out, but the chase is still ongoing. Bit of a slow process for him. Blinks away. Soul has the harpoon to drag him back, but again, another swashbuckle away. It's Muzi trying to get within range to do something. RRL surely goes down, and eventually will. Meanwhile, Wake Me Up picked off Salivating Salamander again on the cleans. But you did lose your, half your squad there, which is not great news if you are Ravens. Like, you might lose more now. Lincoln's broken on Argus, but they are not going to try and go for the jump in. Bryn, though, they're kind of backing in a very separated way. They're going to lose LDTK. And they've actually left Roshan as well. Roshan's sitting at 2/3 HP at the moment. And it seems like Ravens are actually going to go right back to the Roshan pit and try to finish this one off.
It's going to be a big win for them. Should be able to find it no problem. I mean, the RP is ready from Grin. Soul could make a move in, but they backed off completely. And, well, it's going to be a first rush of the game going Ravens' way. Grin just missing out on the opportunity, and that could set them back. Like, having the secondary life up on Argus, keeping up front, could provide a lot of openings out for the side of Ravens. Grin, they still have some play opportunities. I really like what they have been seeing out from Muzi. You know, going for the duel straight up on Italiano Gangstar. We've not seen a Guardian Angel come out at all. We've not seen a Heavenly Grace to break Lasso. Like, none of these counterfights are shaping up just because Muzi's been on point with his targeting.
Yeah, I mean, usually the Omni Knight seems to be just getting jeweled every team fight, and it's been working out very, very well. And Italiano Gangster, like, going back to his farm, he just finished the pipe 23 minutes into the game. But that's a slow one, to say the least. I mean, at least he has it now, I guess. That's some good news, but certainly could have used it 5-10 minutes ago, that's for sure. Anyway, the beggars can't be choosers. It's here now.
Yeah, you take what you can get. I think the side of Grin, well, they're building up more damage on Soul, trying to go for the full Daedalus now with a BKB up and running. You should feel safer in the middle of these fights. You know, you have a lot of output already. Combine that with a Daedalus down the line, Soul is going to look to rip them apart. They just need to angle themselves into these fights. They need to commit a lot of sentries. Because quite frankly, their big issue right now is Wake Me Up's breaking their smokes and picking off their supports. That's the one thing kind of ruining them right now on the side of Grin. Smoke out from Ravens here.
What do they find with this, though? Like, Muzi's shying in the mid lane right now. Not the worst target to try and jump, but it seems as though they will not try to go for the LC. Top lane, Argus is just going to start forcing the tier 2 top tower. Like, he's got the protection of the Aegis, so he's feeling safe enough, I think. And Grin aren't exactly trying to prepare for a defense either. They're just kind of letting him do this. They'll use the glyph for now, but it seems like Argus is going to stick around trying to force a fight here from Grin. It seems like they're just going to get away with it for free. Argus is literally just doing this on his own. And again, Grin are not responding at all. The rest of Ravens are just hanging around the mid lane right now, seeing if they can set up a fight there, but Grin, they finally do smoke up. They're heading up top. Soul's already actually found Argus on his own. RP is still available, by the way. He got ruptured up on the mag, but he won't mind as the RP now comes out. Jewel committed as well on the Bloodseeker, but they don't have the damage output. They don't have the damage output. They stacked everything. Argus is still alive, still trying to find a way up, but Soul is back on top. Soul picks off the Bloodseeker. Problem is they have lost 2 cores on Grin. And now Soul is to be targeted on the Magnus. Pacing him down is Ravens, but a nice skewer away here onto Wake Me Up. Soul might find himself a Klink's pickup. The disarms are there, blast off is out. Can they keep this Magnus alive? Rojo buys back, it's too late though. They have lost the mag. And Rojo might be dying back if he's not too cautious, as he's been slowed up. And I think he's just dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And Ravens looking to clean up completely now with a full team up if they can find LGTK. LGTK will be alright, but Grin kind of just dropping the ball there. I mean, that was... So Soul kills off the Bloodseeker on his own, takes the Aegis. No RP commit will just get it done. and then he RPs and they just can't do it. Like they stacked everything. RP and then an immediate duel. And then a lasso as well on top. Like it was just complete panic mode.
They left the Omni Knight alone. Guardian Angel goes on and you don't have a nullifier. So all your physical output there is useless. You can't do much on your Magnus to try to win out that duel. Again, Muzi's been on point every single time to look for Italiano Gangster. This time he felt pressured, even though there was no real pressure, to look for the duel onto the Bloodseeker. Like you mentioned, RP was still there. Lasso was there. They needed to have at least one piece of control to stop that Omni Knight from saving, but this time the save comes in clutch. A big win for the side of Ravens. Grin. Messing up quite a fair bit. Like that's a massive opportunity thrown away. And in this game, it doesn't feel like you have any straightforward nullifier carriers. Perhaps Soul could build it. But again, he's kind of going all in on a Daedalus and an AC. He wants to be the main damage dealer for the team. I suppose you could try and Muzi, but he's already going to be in the duels anyway, right when the Guardian Angel wants to pop off, so he's also not the ideal. 7k lead for Ravens. It's not too bad for Grint to come back into, but you'd be kicking yourself hard after that kind of play.
Yeah, absolutely. 6k advantage now sitting there for Ravens. Ravens in the driver's seat now. I mean, mind you, this Magnus is still hella scary, and of course Soul is going for a Daedalus up next. Big damage to come from him. Of course, Argus trying to work towards the butterfly, which is going to make life much more challenging for the Magnus, I'm sure. For now, though, yeah, I suppose even with the butterfly, you got to be worried about the cleave damage, to be fair. Like, if you get a big RP and you just hit somebody else apart from the Bloodseeker, that cleave damage does not care about your evasion.
Radiant's bottom tower
With a Daedalus up, you can just get bursted anyway.
middle tower is under attack.
Can be kind of ridiculous.
And little something extra for the event.
They'll have the output. And they just need to coordinate in this one. Even, especially if that butterfly comes online soon. Muzi has the BKB up, so else he can start these fights a little bit safer. Key target has to be Italiano Gangster every single time. Find that Omni Knight. If you don't, then you're not winning these fights. You have to delay your RP use. You have to delay your lasso. You have to delay everything to give yourself that opening here. And the Ravens, they're just so confident now. They're grouped up. They've taken over the top jungle. They're taking a forward spot. Grin just trying to farm up what they can while they can. And did Soul change itemization? He's came up the Orchid now, so it looks like he wants a Bloodthorn.
Still taking their time. Mid lane, RRL. He's going to show himself in the creep wave. LGTK's around the corner. Likes what he sees. Will break the Lincoln tier. Does take the swashbuckle for himself. Group up is here from Ravens, though. Looks like they're ready for another big fight. Smoke is going to be popped. Grin. Retreating already, though. Through the bot lane. They'll run up north.
Radiant are scanning.
I say that, though, Grin. Oh, they've separated a little bit. I'm not sure if they want to go in like this. LGTK going to be spotted. RRL will make the immediate jump in. Rojo is thinking about going in for a lasso, but decides better off it as now they realize the smoke was there. And immediately, Grin will retreat. Ravens, I mean, not the biggest kill in the world for themselves, but they do position themselves nicely for the next Roshan now, which is up in about 40 seconds.
They've just been on point with timing this Roche and taking control around that area. Inside of Grin, and they've... Again, it feels like this lineup fights into Roche so damn well, but they just haven't. They've not been in that area. They don't have forward wards to watch that pit. Inside of Ravens just continue to take control in this game. 4k up, not as bad. They're doing a great job of equalizing on the side of Grin. Man, these objectives are what matters. Tier 2 now being shoved in just a bit. Fortify committed out from the side of Grin to stall out a little bit more. And they do find a DD for Rojo Fireflu. They might be able to do something with that, but again, they're just not in position to do anything. They're just allowing the side of Ravens to take what they want at the moment. Full butterfly up now as well. This is when things really start to get scary. And to kill Argus, you have to kind of cleave through everyone else now if you're Soul. And I know the coordination's just dropped off. A halberd up for Italian Gangstar. So this Omni has to be top priority. It already was, but even more so now. You've got to stop that disarm because that will just ruin Soul's gameplay.
Roshan now going to be the big target though. John Ravens going to move in and continue trying to secure this game to victory. No contest as well. Grin just are not in position to try and counter this Roshan play. Be taken for free again. Cheese available on Italiano Gangster. Lines being drawn straight through the top lane. It seems like the Ravens squad kind of indicating to us that they want to go high ground, and there's your smoke up as 4. Grin gonna be in that high ground position though. I mean, they should be expecting the smoke to come. Thorn is completely up now for Soul on the mag. The thing is, though, he hasn't saved any buyback gold. So this is a pretty all-in play for Soul. Mind you, now you don't really care about the butterfly so much as long as you have the Bloodborne against the Bloodseeker. Patient does not matter anymore. Ravens not seeing the opportunity they wanted. They are going to back off, but now Grin go for the smoke up, looking to maybe head into that dire triangle. And Argus does reveal his position with that blood right, but Grin seemed to believe he has teammates around him, so they will not rush towards that area. Instead, heading towards the left of the map, trying to find maybe a secure place to farm here for themselves. But all the camps are pretty much cleared out. Had they run towards the Bloodseeker, they would have had a huge pick-off for themselves if they caught him out. But instead, they are going to avoid the fight for now. Which I suppose is fair, considering he does have an Aegis, but had they known?
Had they known, would have been a big pick-off for sure. I think, at the least, Grin's high ground defense is pretty on point. And RP is always a massive threat. You can kind of lasso people behind. You can stand quite a fair bit away here on Salivating Salamander and just get the Mortimer Kisses off. So your high ground def is good. You can always fight into whatever Ravens might want to do. Ravens, however, they still have that bailout until Yano Gangstar. And if the Guardian Angel goes on, you just win the fight.
Rupture is out. LGTK gonna take the Rupture immediately. They'll try to keep him held up. The Soul's gonna jump in. Skewer is out onto the Bloodseeker, onto the high ground, underneath that tier 3 tower, and now the Lasso gonna drag him back into the tier 4 towers. They've got the Aegis down. It's looking like a good setup already for Grin, but can they land the follow-up RP? It's not out yet. Guardian Angel's going to be procced here, so the Jewel does absolutely nothing from Moosies. He does go down, but now the 4-man RP, but he misses the skewer. Oh, he missed the skewer. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Had he landed the skewer, I mean, you might have just had a 4-man wipe. You drag him underneath those tier 4 towers with the cleave damage. Anyway, regardless, fight is still going. Italiano Gangster gonna be dragged back into the tier 3 of the bot lane. He's still pretty tanky though, eating the cheese up and turning right back in onto Muzi. And still there, I mean, I don't know if Ravens can really stick around to try and go high ground without the Aegis up now. You've always got that looming threat of Skewer and Lasso into tier 4s, so they are going to play it safe. They will retreat.
Yeah, they back off. Again, the high ground depth of Grin is pretty damn good if they can land her spell. It's unfortunate for Sola. He did a little bit of a sidestep before the skewer back. I'm not sure why. Maybe he felt like if he skewered back, they would have died and lost. Perhaps. But let's cost them. Right? Like maybe he was just worried that they had enough damage, enough output on Ravens that you couldn't punish them under tier 4s. It's a bit strange, but that was a very on-purpose kind of sidestep. So I'm pretty sure he must have had that. Maybe it's also just the fact that, again, it was near the ramp, and that's always a bit awkward with your viewpoint, depending on where your camera's at. So his player perspective might have been skewed a little bit by having the camera a little bit more on the upper right, rather than dead center on the ramp. Causes him to miss. Could be a couple of factors. Still, Ravens, they're at the point where you're going to have to deal with basically a core clinks at this point. And Wake Me Up is going into the Dateless. He's going all in on the damage with the Nullifier up. So the pressure is really just down to Soul. And he has to constantly land these big RPs. He has to constantly find these opportunities with a Harpoon. And also on Muzi to kind of get these duels off before the Guardian Angel's up. Because if they don't, again, these team fights are kind of ruined for the side of Ravens. For the side of Grin. So a lot of things have to happen in a very specific manner for Grins, but they're not out of it yet. Ravens respect that high ground. They play it safe. Next Roche, and we'll find a respawn in less than 3 minutes. They are again in position to just take control of that pit. No outside vision for Grin. Map control's not their way, so it's very hard to reach that Roche pit on either end of the map.
Well, 15k advantage now for Ravens, rather. It's their game to lose, that's for sure. I mean, at this stage of the game, to be fair, it doesn't feel like the net worth's making all that difference, because Soul's the big guy you need to worry about. Like, if you can take down the mag, the fight's pretty much as good as over. He has proven to be quite elusive, though. And now the Satanic to be worked on here for the Magnus, things could get even more challenging. Argus, in the meantime, has got himself a Basher now coming out of the Bloodseeker. One of the ones, though, that are still proving to be the more aggressive team at the moment, because they're pushing in the bottom tier 2. Well, the tier 2 is eventually going to go down. Just letting the creep wave do the work. It's like Ravens are waiting for the next Roshan again, which is still up in a minute 20. But at least Grin, they are forced back to the dire base now, because Ravens are forcing this creep wave in consistently. They actually never finished off that bottom tier 2 tower, so there is that. I do wonder what Grin intend to do with this next Roshan, because the thing is, Ravens have gotten first dibs on Roshan every single time. And it does feel like at this point you don't really want to give the next Roshan away again to Ravens, but it's like, do you force the fight in the pit? Do you wait for them to just take the Aegis and go high ground? Like, hard decisions to be made by Grin.
I like how this one feels.
This will do nicely.
Meanwhile, Kara just mining up the whole of this area, so the Roshan pit's going to be very well protected here by Kara. I mean, why not? Like, these mines just do so much damage. You know, it's just starting off the next fight on the wrong foot is never a good start here if you are Grin. It's going to be a hell of a lot of mines around this place.
There is. I appreciate the mines around the upper jungle as well up top. I think that forms a pretty nice line. Enemy map, very aesthetically pleasing, Mike.
I tell you, Gangster shows up. Roshan's an immediate respawn, by the way. They do head over to that area. The Roshan pit going to be very popular suddenly. Mind you, all those mines that were placed, sadly not going to do too much right now. Who gets caught first? All 10 heroes down at this bottom Roshan pit area. There is going to be a smoke pop here by Grin. They're going to go as 5. Wake me up. He does get caught in the clinks. Immediately, at least one to be bursted down, though. He's surviving longer than expected, but finally does drop this now. LGTK gonna get taken down as well on the Rubik. There is a buyback here on the clinks, so Grin looking to try and retreat as soon as possible. Soul, however, has been kind of left behind in the mag. That's the one target they don't want to lose right now, but he gets bashed up. He'll commit the RP, but the Heavenly Grace is gonna make it so there's no damage being dealt, and Soul is down. Muzi will drop to boot. Rojo Firefly gonna try for the TP away, but is not gonna make it. That Omni Knight being left alone just makes it impossible for the mag to do anything.
It's just, again, you have to target that Omni Knight. You have to take Italian Gangstar out. They've had several fights where this Guardian Angel's been an issue. They jump the gun. They get the pressure to just find a pick off and back off, but you can't do that anymore. You're not in the state of game where you can afford to do that. High ground opens up now. Even without the Roshan, you have buyback ready in Soul, but without the RP, I don't know if you have enough.
Here we go. Glyph's going to be forced out the mid lane. Raven's just forcing it in here. Rupture committed on Salivating Salamander. It'll give Soul the reason to buy back into this. Two lanes were being taken at the same time as well, by the way. Ravens now. So they want to go back towards the Roshan. Just try to secure that instead. Play it safe. High ground will be successfully defended just off the back of this RP threat, or even, well, not even the RP threat, because it's not even up. Just the threat of the Magnus is more than enough for Ravens to just go down the conservative route, even with a 26k net worth advantage. So Ravens, third Roshan of the game. Aghanim's Blessing is going to be available here, I believe, probably for Argus. Oh, no, in fact, no, not Argus. Excuse me. We're not getting the Blood Mist. Never mind. Who do you give it to? I mean, do you want Italian Gangster maybe even? Because then you have the Global Guardian Angel, so he can literally just stand in base and press R if he needs to.
Yeah, it is going to him. The smarter choice, but not as funny as Blood Mist. And now this game pretty much feels unwinnable from Grin, I'll be frank with you, Mike. Unless they somehow jump this Omni Knight first, it's just unwinnable. And the positioning of Italian Gangstar means that he should, the best bet for him is to actually just literally stay on the opposite side of his team, have the team fight happen, pop R, and then just laugh. There's no counterplay. No nullifiers on Grin being built up. No way for them to handle these fights. Italian Gangster has done an amazing job with his positioning after dying a couple of times in duel. Afterwards, just never happening again. Well, let's see. I mean, this high ground threat is still there from Grin.
There's your Rupture being committed here onto LGTK. Multiple lanes being split push again because Wake Me Up is at top, but Soul's been casually waiting in the tree line hoping to find his clinks. Problem is, though, the bottom lane is also being forced in and Soul is not there. So the tier 3 tower does drop. Soul now does show up down at bot lane. Skewer is going to be out. They found RRL, but there's your Guardian Angel being committed. Mind you, it was just a Skewer. RP was not committed quite yet, so it could be still a decent team fight for Grin. The Kara gonna blast off in. Lasso is there on the techies though. They do lose the Rubik, and the techies is still alive thanks to this Heavenly Grace. So Argus in the meantime still just going after the bot lane of Barracks, does take it out. Going into the mid lane now, with the Aegis up, still feeling very, very confident. Soul, RP, he's got 2 targets with this. No Guardian Angel this time around. Argus, however, he'll survive just eating the cheese in the Bloodseeker. He actually swapped it out last second, and it does pay off. Now without the RP, it feels very challenging to try and actually defend this high ground. They are still trying their absolute best here. Argus being jumped on by a salivating salamander, but it's not going to prove to be enough, as now maybe the skewer back will do the job. But Argus just fighting back, just not scared of anything, finding the kill on Soul. No buyback available on the Magnus. Muzi down as well on the LC. No buyback on him either. Grinner not calling it yet. Argus going for the dive past the tier 4 towers. Will finally lose the Aegis, perhaps? No, apparently not. Finally does. There you go. Yeah. And they've got the next. Mega Creeps incoming.
The reflexes coming out here from Argus has been on point. Immediate Abyssal after the skewer back. Sure, the Guardian Angel didn't feel as big, but it doesn't even matter in this fight now. Grin's still holding on. They'll have the Rubik back up. I don't know what the trio can do up against this, though.
There goes the tier 4 towers. Ancient exposed completely. Grin, I mean, they're trying to delay this, but the GG well played is called. And that'll be a 1-1 for this series here between Ravens and Grin. Forced to a game number 3 between these two teams. We're going all the way. It's 3-game series for both series tonight. Ravens, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen from either side, but, you know, at the very least, I'm sure Ravens are happy to be going to a game 3.
They don't look that happy. I'm pretty sure they're maybe slapping themselves a little bit for some shortcomings coming out there. Again, the laning phase was an interesting back and forth this time around. I think you had a lot of presence coming out from both ends. Maybe the mid matchup was one that you feel a lot better for RRL. I think they had a pretty good emphasis on kind of changing up the draft a little bit. I think for Grin, Solo was really the shining star here. Like his early RPs, his early movement, his itemization felt pretty good. But down the line, might be nerves, you know, playing in the DPC for the first time, but the coordination falls flat where it's like you said, panic mode a little bit. When they jump in, chain all their control onto the Bloodseeker, then down the line they stop paying attention to Italiano Gangstar. The Guardian Angel just up against this physical lineup felt amazing. You know, at some point you get the Abyssal Blade, or even just the Basher up on Argus, and you can't do much as your Magnus anymore. Like, you just get out right-clicked and outscaled. So for Grin, a couple of things to sort out there. Very competitive series so far. I'm sure Grin would have wanted to go out with a 2-0, but now they're going to have to look out. They're going to have to rally in game 3 to try for a 2-1.
That they will have to, again, like, props to Ravens for being able to push this game push this series to a game 3. Yeah, Grin, they were really just relying on Soul being able to make the comeback for them happen, and it obviously just does not end up working out in that way. It's Ravens improving to just be the better team here in game 2. That is considering most lanes apart from Argus's lane went quite badly, but still just the patience game, just taking their time, making it happen, and we're off to a game 3 here between these two teams. Great news for Ravens is Grin maybe just going to be kicking themselves after this game 2 as well. Not going to be feeling too good about it, I'm sure. Still, game 3 upon us. Can't wait to see what kind of draft changes are here for either side, as we are, of course, going to hand over an MVP for the side of Ravens, and it is going to go the way of Wake Me Up. Just playing Clinks, you know, making life a living hell for the supports of Grin, and you saw how many times poor old Salivating Salamander had to deal with this damn hero. And of course, even just going the high ground attempts as well, just the constant split pushing threat was there, and that kind of messed up the last team fight for Grin as well, because Sol was spending his time waiting for the Clinks to show at the top racks, rather than being with his team to start a fight down at the bot lane. And yeah, he does get himself a nice MVP here. Wake Me Up.
Yeah, did a fantastic job on the Clinks. Basically just Clinks gameplay, sit back, farm, hit Solar Crest, hunt supports, hit Desolator. It's support for the people who don't necessarily want to play support but want to have impact. It does certainly have impact in this game. Keen to see what happens in game 3. I think it's been very competitive, and I'd like to see a more competitive game in game 3, Mike.
All right, well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 3 between Green Esports and, of course, the side of Ravens. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 3 of this best of 3 series here between Green Esports and, of course, the side of Ravens. And it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you. Jonathan, welcome back for game number 3. So the deciding game here between these two teams. How the hell are you holding up?
I'm holding up well, Mike. Going the distance with our series here today. It's, again, quite competitive for NA in this tour of Div 2. And I think the one change I'd like to see for Grin is maybe this offlane pick, because LC is normally a really good hero. It felt like it should have been good into the Bloodseeker, but it just didn't pan out that way. Bloodseeker tech is a little bit too much for Grin to handle. So I think that's where some of the issues came up as well. Muzi had a pretty slow start. We'll see if that's how they adapt in the draft, as we do have that already coming up here. A rather interesting ban by Ravens, taking care of the Terrorblade and the techies themselves. Grin taking care of the Timbersaw and the Medusa, leaving stuff like the Doom, the Magnus, which does get picked up by Ravens. So I don't mind that too much. We saw how great of a game you can have on a Magnus. Soul did a pretty fantastic job until it just fell a little bit short. I wonder if Grin picked up the Omni Knight for themselves here. And surely they see how well it does up against a physical lineup. And just go Omni. And just ensure that Empower RP doesn't do much here.
They could go down that route. And Grin, they'll think about their first couple picks. You've got heroes like the Void Spirit in the pool if you wanted to go down that route. Batrider's still available. Doom's still available. Would not recommend Alchemist. We saw how terrible that hero can look in game 1.
Not that great anymore.
Oh, they're going to go down the
first, so maybe gunning for the Storm.
No. Void Spirit. Okay. Interesting.
Not the biggest fan. Mainly because Pugna is already not the strongest laner, so you really pick it as a battery. A battery for Void Spirit is alright, but normally for a Void Spirit battery, you'd prefer Coddle, just because the lower cooldowns are a lot better on the Void Spirit. So I'm not the biggest fan of this opening from Grin. Ravens, they go for the Ember, so you get the Ember versus Void Spirit matchup. Then you get the Ember Magnus to start off with here, looking pretty damn strong for Ravens to kick off this game. I'm so curious what Grin wants to do with his Pugna now.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, again, it can be a battery for Void Spirit, but if you really wanted a Void Spirit battery, you should have just gone Coddle. Like, really, Chakra's a lot better on Void Spirit than Life Drain is.
It is. They do go down the Ember out here for Raven, so, you know, the classic counter towards the Void and both the Void and the Storm Spirit here, so Ember being picked up. So he doesn't really mind going up against the Pugna either, just it feels like a very free hero to jump in the back lines every single time as this Ember, and I think we've seen RRL play the Ember Spirit many times, so not too surprising to see it come out. Plus you have the Ember Mag combo, so the Empower Sleight of Fist is always going to feel amazing. Never a time where that doesn't feel great. Next band.
I'm wondering what kind of duo Grin picks up. Like, what supports can you play that kind of makes up for the Pugna shortcomings and plays nicely into the Ember plus the Magnus? You kind of want harder lockdown. If not, again, like Omni Knight, just straight up. I think the Omni is still pretty viable. You are mainly physical output on Ravens, especially with Empower on Ember. Maybe you could flex here. Say you flex your Void Spirit safer off and run an Omni mid, crush the Ember lane. I think that could be one route to go, but I don't know if Grin would want to do that for Rojo Fireflu. But an Omni mid seems pretty good.
I could go down that route, that's for sure. I just don't like, that's the thing, like the Void Spirit's already there, so I imagine it has to be a mid Void Spirit now, unless they're going to go down the POS 1 Void Spirit route, but from the games we've watched, that hasn't looked the most amazing. I think we saw it win once, but that was, you know, wouldn't dare. I wouldn't say it was because of the Void Spirit that they won that game. final banouts to come here for both these
Yeah.
sides before we can continue with these drafts.
10 seconds remaining. Dire
There's
team
a lot of options still left for Grin with these bans on Ravens. Like they ban out the Alk +2 supports. So Grin has the option for something like the offlane Doom could come out here. Granted, again, if you're running a Pos 4 Pugna, I am not a fan of Pugna Doom lane. But you can still run Pugna
10
5,
seconds remaining.
give the Doom something else that can actually do something in lane, and it starts to
5
feel a little
seconds
bit better. Doom into Magnus lane isn't too shabby either. Grin
Dire
can still
team
go that route if they feel like it. They ban out the Bloodseeker, so expecting maybe the Magnus off lane here. Rather interesting ban, just respect for what
Radiant
Argus was
team
doing last time around. They go for the Rubik, so that should mean our Pugna 5, which means that, again, if you're gunning for a Doom Rubik lane isn't too bad. You have some pretty good spells to steal. Skewer, Empower, RP, all pretty damn good. Even the spirits
10
from
seconds
Ember
remaining.
are actually alright, as Rubik does use that mobility
5
well.
seconds remaining.
So I like the Rubik pick. You also managed to break up the Harpoon Skewer back. Like you have the lift back to at least stop that combo. So you're not going to get totally run down with the Magnus timings here.
Certainly not. Ravens third pick for themselves now. Some supports to come out shortly.
They could gun for the Kotl themselves, right? Like
Radiant team pick.
Ember Kotl plus an Empower could be good. They go over with a Spirit Breaker. So now the Kotl looks even tastier with a Spirit Breaker and an Ember on hand. If you wanted to go that route, I think it feels pretty damn good for Ravens right now. Strong lanes as well. They go for the Silencer instead. So I guess just wanting hard lockdown for something like the Void Spirit. Global Silence always annoying to play into for any Spirit Brother. And it can
Yeah,
be
I
really
mean-
aggressive in lane.
There's a lot of value for the Global Silence this game. I
10
mean, there's
seconds
3 heroes
remaining.
here that just cannot play while being silenced. It's going to be pretty
seconds
nice. And like you
remaining.
said, I mean, even just the laning stage of the silence is always going to feel quite dominant. Just allow that mag the space it's looking for. It's Green Esports. How do they want to kind of respond to this? They need 2 more core pickups. They're going to go down the Doom route, which is, another very popular hero, naturally. Doesn't really care so much, I don't think, about the mag silencer lane, so it should be just fine in being able to tank through that. Doom's obviously proven to be very, very strong no matter what happens to this hero,
10
so
seconds remaining.
picked up once again. Still going to have the issue of global silence
5
against you, but
seconds remaining.
at the same time, there are things you can do about it. BKB, Lotus Orb, all these items are available to be picked up by this Doom. Should kind of resolve the issue of the global silence for himself. Does mean Grin is looking for a position 1 here against the mag, and Ravens, from what I can tell, are either looking for another support or looking for an offlane hero.
Dire team
The Spirit
back.
Break obviously very flexible in the
Radiant
sense that it
team
can be
back.
the offlane pick for Ravens if they do wish. Or, alternatively, they're looking for a position 1, which is what Grin Esports are banning for at the moment.
That are interesting. Maybe expecting, again, Magnus offlane to come out
10 seconds
with the Ember
remaining.
mid. I don't know if Sven would have actually fit
5
this lineup from
seconds
Ravens, though. It sounds pretty overkill to have
Dire
Sven plus
team back.
Empower. Wonder what else they ban out. Ravens been
Radiant
banning out
team
safe lanes, taking care of the monkey, taking care of the TA. Which, to be fair, you don't have the best solutions for something like the TA. I think the monkey just provides a little bit too much team fight for Grin. And they ban out the Morphling as well. Fully expecting Ravens to still last pick an Argus hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I know, like I feel like at this point just get a strong laning
5
4 or
seconds
5.
remaining.
Run Spirit Breaker off with the Magnus safe. Even something like Spirit Breaker plus Silencer lane is pretty hard to play against because of the constant bashing, the constant Arcane Crystal on top of you. It doesn't feel nice for any hero on Grin to kind of play into that.
Dire team pick.
You will go for the Wind Ranger. So perhaps a Wind Ranger safe lane or an Ember safe lane. Huh. I think you just keep the Wind Ranger safe if you are going to go that route. It's rather interesting to see the Wind Ranger
10
again. I
seconds
think
remaining.
in this case you have some save from Grin, right? Like
5
decrep on the
seconds
Wind
remaining.
Ranger focus fire target is pretty much a counterplay. Or just decrep onto Wind Ranger overall. It's just one way to buy enough time and space for you to bail out. So I'm wondering how well Ravens can maximize this Wind Ranger. Of course, funny enough, Wind Ranger is a decent Empower target because she does build stats. And your Empower plus damage is based off your base damage, which is built up by stats. So you do have a good kind of combination there on hand.
Well, final pickup here. Grin Esports. Position 1 still required for themselves. Now, 50 seconds to think about this. Taking their time for this one. I mean, it's not the easiest draft to go against here with what Ravens have drafted. So many things to be worried about.
It's kind of hard to tell what you'd want to fit in. They can deal with illusions to an extent with Magnus and Ember. So it's not like the safest bet to just go in for a Naga here. You don't really have the best team fight in Grin either in comparison to what Ravens has. Go with
Your
the
hero.
Troll.
Yeah, it's a Troll Warlord coming out. This is not the pick I would say that inspires much confidence in me personally, John, but that's exactly what Grin Esports have gone
No.
for. I mean, laning stage
Honestly-
it's probably going to do well, but apart from that,
Even the lane doesn't look great though. Like you're running a Troll Pugna lane. I don't know what that does. Quite frankly with you. I don't think it does much. That's really my big issue with Pugna. And on top of that, like, it's a battery to a Void Spirit. It's like not the best battery for Void Spirit. You'd prefer a Kotl. And Kotl gives you a little bit more in lane. So I'm curious to how well Grin can use this, because you're dealing with the offlane Spirit Breaker. It's just gonna run up, try to bash. Maybe level 1 to 2 doesn't feel good into the Troll. But once you hit, say, level 3, level 4, you can kind of take control going forward there on the Spirit Breaker. And again, you have some decent combinations here on Ravens. For Grin, I'm just not sure. I'm thinking about this draft. Like, a Troll is going to farm up into what should be a Battle Fury or a Maelstrom. A Doom's going to be farming up for Vanguard and Midas and Octarine. So you have a Void Spirit trying to connect with a Pugna and a Rubik. And in comparison to Ravens, where Spirit Breaker is going to be running around, Silencer and Wind Ranger provide decent enough control in team fight with the Ember. Like, these are 4 heroes that are active in comparison to Grin farming on 2 cores at minimum here, with 2 supports that don't really set up for you. I feel like Ravens draft is a lot easier to play.
yeah, I would agree with you. I think there's it feels very greedy on the side of Grin Esports. So we are going to get into game number 3 and see exactly what does pan out here. I'm really not feeling the draft of Grin at all, but you know, we'll see what happens. As game number 3 is now officially underway, so we should be able to head into that and see exactly what is going to happen here between these two teams. I mean, Ravens definitely have the easier to execute draft for sure. Grin Esports, like, how are they going to play this draft? How are they going to like stop the momentum that should be coming from Ravens with their own? Ravens, as long as they choose to get aggressive after this laning stage, it can be really, really challenging to deal with if you are Grin. I mean, maybe you see Rojo Fire Flute pop off here on the Void Spirit, which it does feel like he kind of needs to do that. Otherwise, you might find yourself falling a bit too far behind. I mean, mind you, we have seen plenty of, you know, Doom Medusa, which you could kind of maybe compare that to the Doom Troll in some sense, but I think Medusa is just a much safer kind of carry to have over a Troll Warlord, which, you know, it's kind of at the mercy of itself almost once it presses that ulti button. You just don't know what's going to happen when that ability has been used up, the old trance.
Yeah. Now I'm curious. Do you ever read the patch note for Battle Trance, Mike?
No.
Now
running
caster
tonight,
can use items during the effect. If we can use
Okay.
items. You and
Right.
You know what item you'd like to use during battle trance?
Oh, John, stop it. That's terrible, Jonathan. That is terrible.
That's the only good thing about the troll. We get to have some fun as well, okay? That's it. I want to use Dagon 5 while that's happening. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Honestly, you think about it, tier crafting a bit with this troll pick. Wouldn't Dagon plus Battle Trance be a pretty sick play?
No.
Wouldn't it?
No.
But the spell lifesteal from the damage.
I appreciate you finding
get back to
something
full.
really, really dumb to talk about here, Jonathan, but this one's beyond comprehension at this point. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see Troll Dagon coming out. But you know what, John? If the day that it happens,
you heard
I'll
it here
give you credit
first.
for it. Heard it here first.
Yeah,
I
you
will
heard
give
it
you
here
credit
first,
if it ever
Mikey.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Still taking a look at the lanes break out, of course. We are gunning towards our mid lane in the middle of the panel for screen here. Rojo Fire Flu on the Void Spirit up against RRL on the Ember. Pretty even back and forth lane. A lot more denies for RRL, which is a bit concerning for Rojo Fire Flu. And again, the early timings for Ember here, despite playing into Universal. Orb Corrosion, Phase Boots does feel pretty good. Granted, you're not going to get a lot of value out from your Flame Guard blocking Rojo Fire Flu's aggression, but Rojo Fire Flu also doesn't stop you from clearing out the creep wave every single time with that AoE damage. And you do have counterplay with Sleight of Fist dodge, so you have some options here for the Ember. In that matchup, shouldn't be too bad.
Top lane. You almost had the Wind Ranger going down. Wake Me Up. Barely being able to get away from this. Italian Gangster actually kind of just zoning them out, making sure they could not go for a chase. Yeah, as much as the Troll can be lane dominant, the Spirit Break is one of those heroes that may not care as much, considering it does have five base armor to start. Pretty easy to get away from this this Troll Pugna combo as well by just charging across the map. And once you've got the Vanguard up on the Spirit Breaker, it really does feel like you just don't care anymore about the Troll. Like, the damage output just won't be there.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to stop him, but Soul is looking for a more passive lane anyway. Just wants to farm up. Yeah, with a Pugna in your lane, you're really not the most aggressive duo. You just try to build up and try to work yourself towards that Battle Fury timing. That does leave a lot of room, I suppose, here for Italiano, once he gets some levels up, to maybe look for rotations out. I think that's one key factor for Ravens. Again, just play a little bit faster with these early timings. If they can do that, that's when the lineup really starts to feel stronger. Still, again, top going to be a bit more passive here for Italiano and for Wake Me Up against Soul and Salivating Salamander. I think the bot lanes where some of our aggression can kick in. You've got Muzi on the Doom, along with LGTK on the Rubik up against Argus on the Mag. And he's being supported by Kara on the Silencer. And this lane, it can go either way. It really depends on who oversteps. At worst, it just devolves into a pretty stable farm lane for either side. Like, Muzi can always just devour, build up. You can try to interrupt the skewer setups of Argus as well. Again, with the lift, it's not going to be easy for Argus to look for any aggressive plays as well. It does feel like these lanes from all sides are just set to be a little bit more passive here into Game 3, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after the landing stage, though, like, you kind of expect a lot of aggression, at least from the side of Ravens with their draft. Not so much from Grin. I fully expect Grin to try and play the Avoid game as much as humanly possible this game. Pretty sure Ravens are the ones that kind of have that need to be much more aggressive than say, Grin. Now, how's that bottom lane been going? Like, Argus seems to be having a pretty free time. 28 and 8 in terms of CS. Kara can just keep himself in the silencer. OGTK can't do too much to slow him down, but at the same time, at least Muzi gets his own space to farm on the Doom. And of course, across the map, your Troll Warlord is also basically free farming, so every lane seems to be going pretty evenly between these two teams. I wouldn't say that either side is winning out too much. Even the mid matchup of the Void vs Ember Spirit has been quite close between these two, as they are actually going at it as we speak. RRL getting quite low here, but as you can see by the CS board, even the mid lane, very, very even a fit.
Yeah, just a back and forth. Feeling a little bit better for Rojo Fireflu now. Do not want to be dragged away from this lane for RRL to soak that EXP onto 6. No one's kind of set up to die to TP refill a bottle as well. So a bit of a rougher go for RRL. This is around the time you see the Void Spirit get a little bit more out of the lane anyway. So all things kind of lining up so far. And for the most part,
Top lane did cop the blood grenade, but again, Italian against Gangster doing a good job of just zoning them out. This Wind Ranger, the second time he's almost dropped here at the top lane, but these charges have been very, very on point. Just always connecting on two heroes with the Bastion. In fact, they are going to try here onto the Troll Warlord. Soul, one hit away from dying. Wake Me Up trying so hard to get within range, and he does get him. Nice pick off here for Wake Me Up. Maybe playing with a bit of fire there against the troll underneath the tier 1 tower, but it does prove to be enough.
Yeah, it's more than enough to come out. Good rotation out from Salivating Salamander. Although he does leave the troll, does help secure the haste rune for Rojo. I don't know, dude.
That's the second time you said it like that.
I don't speak English, okay? It's Philippine Independence Day today, okay? Give me a break.
Is it really?
It actually is. My family's out and they keep messaging me.
Do they?
Shut up, guys. I know you guys are eating. Yeah, they're out having some food. Like, oh, come join us. I'm like, I'm not joining you anytime soon. Stop messaging me. Stop it.
It's actually Samoa Day as well, Jonathan. My wife's out having food as well, believe it or not. So there you go. Too many days in the year, I think. You know, there's not enough days in the year anymore.
Too many days in the year.
Oh, you know.
Too many days in the year.
Too many holidays.
You want to grow older faster, Mike.
Nice pick up here from Salivating Salamander. Picks up the Wisdom Rune. You're messing me up with that, with the way you're pronouncing it, by the way.
I don't know how to pronounce words. I don't read too good. At least I can see letters, Mike. As Italiano Gang Star is chasing down Salivating Salamander.
Stop saying it like that, John. Decrepify is there. Soul is going to chase him down for a little bit. Just zone them out. Keep him away from the Pugna. So 1-1 so far. Both kills happening at the top lane. Very slight net worth lead for the side of Grinners. Mid lane, a bit of an attempt at the Void Spirit, but not really. Just the last word being thrown out by Kara. No rule. Maybe now there's a threat. Rojo? He's still perfectly fine with the Resonant Pulse shield. He's not really going to take enough damage to even threaten his life. As very least, they should be able to secure a power rune quite nicely here for RRL. Even Wake Me Up showing up just to ensure that he does get that illusion rune for himself. Not the best rune, obviously, but the bottle refill is going to feel quite nice. As bottom lane, Argus is able to secure a kill on his own now as the Magnus. Does get the RP off onto the Doom, and Muzi does go down completely solo here to the map. Problem is, though,
just in the
rotations are about.
Spot.
Argus should drop, though. Rojo Fireflu goes down mid lane, but they are going to lose the map. So Argus, after finding the kill, does get taken down. But Ravens, they'll take the time to just push in this mid tier 1 tower while they know the supports have rotated down to the bot lane.
That's a good read. You get a TP home as well and get the top up for RRL. So back into the mid. The Void Spirit kill a lot bigger than losing your Magnus there, because quite frankly, the supports finding that kill doesn't mean too much here for Grin outside of the faster EXP gains. Force to immediately rotate back to mid to try to stop this push.
Shackle's there, but Kara's already gone. RRL, he actually committed his last remnant, but it won't really matter too much because he does just casually walk away.
Never refuse gold given.
Rotation up towards the top lane here from RRL, but he's only got level 1 chain, so I highly doubt that they can actually really threaten the life of Soul. Soul's going to be just fine to back his way out into the northern jungle now, but considering he could see the Ember rotation anyway with the vision they had. Bottom lane, they want to try it for the Magnus again. Doom immediately committed out, and they should just dive the tier 1 tower for this. Trying his absolute best to fight back, but he is slowly but surely dropping as they do get Argus down. OGTK now the one in danger on the Rubik, but is still just going to walk away. And that's a huge kill for Grin. Like, just finding the mag for a second time in a row is always going to feel amazing.
Yeah. Just, again, slowing down. Managing to get a good Doom use off. A little bit optimistic there from Argus to try and camp that lane against maybe reminiscent of the last series we watched, Mike, where it's probably time to just hit the jungle. You got max in power. No need to soak that lane anymore. Give it out to a support and just kind of build up safely here on the mag. As you are starting to lag behind a little bit, Soul's getting a lot more room out on the troll. And that's him pre-Battle Fury. Once that troll has a Battle Fury, it gets a little bit scarier. Rojo, again, under pressure.
It's gonna be okay. Just have to dissimulate. Definitely is like, in terms of their worth, he's still ahead of the Ember. In fact, in terms of XP, the Void Spirit is still ahead of the Ember. So even with that that earlier death here for Rojo, he's still having a pretty damn good time. Not struggling too much on the Void Spirit, though. Definitely wants that Echo Saber timing before he can get very active on the Void Spirit. We kind of discussed the fact that it is going to be quite important for this Void to be able to get active early on, because he does need to set a nice pace for his team. With the draft they have, they are kind of reliant on him being able to get active throughout the mid game. Top lane rotations are there from Ravens. They're going to start on that top tier 1 tower. RRL having a look around to see if he can find anybody in this northern side of the map, but didn't go quite far enough to find at least the Rubik. Rotations are coming in from the dire end, though, as Global Silence is going to be forced out. Kara has dropped, but they are going to find maybe a Pugna for the trade, and they do. Meanwhile, Italiano Gangster trying to retreat. LGTK's got the Nether Strike to knock him right back, and Italiano Gangster, he's trying so hard to survive. Still will go down. As Grin, they will find a secondary kill for their trouble. Muzi able to pick one up. It's a successful defense and a successful fight here for the side of Grin.
Yeah, we managed to get some good punishment out. They force a Global Silence. They only lose the 1 for these 2 kills, and stealing Nether Strike's pretty damn big. LGTK is going to feel even better now in these rotations. Although,
bottom lane, they're going to lose Soul. Argus able to just commit the RP for the troll kill, and after such a good engagement at that top lane, just losing your troll like that is just going to feel terrible.
yeah, it's quite the trade-off to give out. And you did find the off lane, but then you leave an isolated troll farming elsewhere. He did manage to pop the battle trance for whatever good that did there. At least he got his spell use out, but troll not safe. And Muzi either, not safe as well.
Yeah, Muzi in danger now, just tries to hurricane himself out of there, but it's not going to work out in his favor. Eventually will drop, and it's back to the top tier 1 tower here for Ravens. They do secure it eventually. It's kind of the thing, like, one good team fight, once those cooldowns are there for Grin, they kind of just have to slow down, as Rojo Fireflu at the moment, trying to go back in onto RRL. Does have another Astral Step charge, but he's getting rather low. Still playing around here with the Ember. He tries to juke now, but the chase is on. Life Drain will be out, though, into the Battle Trance of Soul to try and secure RRL, and they have got him. Nice little juking here from Rojo. Still being charged there by Italiano Gangster, and gets bashed immediately after the charge. Still trying to juke out. Focus Fire not proving to be enough yet. Rojo is actually going to make it, it looks like. Still running. Global Silence pop. They really want this Void Spirit, but he does finally go down. It just costs so much to make that happen. I think Rojo, he'll be smiling from the grave, knowing how much he made them work for it.
Really good use of the remnants there. And you can get a little bit of a ping pong effect going there on our Wind Ranger for Wake Me Up, just getting taunted around a little bit. Still, you're not too upset about that set of kills, even though it does cost a lot. It's a 2 for 2, a little bit better coming out from Grin, but you make it work, and you are buying space out for your mag. At this point, the Magnus is farming quite a lot better than the Troll, although with a Battle Fury up here for Soul, it's not too bad now. He's going to be able to feel pretty good with his own farm. A clump up down bot. They can push in with a Pugna. With a smoke play out here.
Rotations are there. There's a lot of heroes around from Grin, though. Muzi goes down in the meantime in the mid lane, as they have started the team fight down at bottom. Salivating Salamander going to go down. Rojo Fireflu trying to back off. Grin, I mean, they are sticking around, but I don't believe they can initiate here. The Ravens really starting to take over now. 2k advantage their way. Move in again. Charges out onto the Void Spirit. Rojo Fire Flu. Trying to play defensively, but the charge is still incoming. Rod of Atos to lock him down. Charge will connect. Another immediate bash after the charge, but Salamander will keep him alive with the life trait. So the Void Spirit can retreat safely, but it seems like Ravens are thinking about trying to pressure this bottom tier 1. RRL is going to go for a quick reset, but can remnant back as they are once again going on to Rojo. This time around, a beautiful shackle out from the Wind Ranger. Wake me up. Lining it up perfectly.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And now the tier 1 surely just goes. There's no way to protect this.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Just great aggression from Ravens. Finally getting activity out from Italian Gangstar. Very close to finishing up his Octarine as well, so they go for more.
They will. Charges there. Italian Gangster onto Muzi. The skewer back of the Magnus. They'll commit the Doom at the least here onto Argus, so maybe they can find a really nice trade for themselves because Soul is getting right to work on this Mag and they've got him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Huge pickup here for Grin. Great turnaround as well because Muzi doesn't even end up dropping. He's alive. Even
They just didn't
RRL
have
still
enough
trying to fight
output.
Rojo. Astral step forward here from Rojo, but he does get the remnant away.
Just a bit of a shame. They couldn't get the RP off from Argus that fight. So not having that additional control gave it a little bit of a leeway. Might find LGTK at least.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
TK. Nathan Remnant going to save him from the charge damage, but it won't make the difference anyway.
To silence.
Bryn. Not too far behind at the moment. 3k behind. Not the biggest deal in the world. 17.5 minutes in.
Dire's middle tower.
And their draft is made to play very, very slowly and just creep up in that net worth and eventually take over late game. Like, you look at Soul's net worth and he's not too far behind the Mag anymore, just about 300 gold behind. So it's a very even kind of matchup here between these two teams. It does feel like the longer this game goes on, the more it may favor Grin, just purely based off the fact that they have heroes like Doom available on their side of things.
I'd say it goes back and forth. I mean, you always have the threat of RP that scales up as well, and Ember can itemize here.
Chains out on Salivating Salamander. Not going to be enough though. He will survive thanks to the device of the OGTK. RRL still going. Rod of Atos, and now the Shackles locking down the Void Spirit, but Rojo again has the help of Salivating Salamander. The nice power shot in from Wake Me Up. Landing right on the tip. An immediate charge out from Italiano Gangster onto the Void Spirit, trying to keep the vision up as they really want that Void Spirit down, but Italiano, he had his charge cancelled. Running right into the loving arms of Soul. Did need to retreat for a moment, but now looking to go back in off the back of that global silence. Ravens, they've seen enough. They aren't able to get any kills here. They'll just take over the Dire Triangle instead. Back to the farm game for them.
Yeah, just keep building up. There is some pressure to be aggressive, but as long as you're not overcommitting on Ravens and still finding a pick off or two, you're pretty fine. Like, this game state's not the worst. You still have a 5k lead. Your farm distribution's pretty even on the side of Ravens. You're managing to keep Rojo Fireflu pretty suppressed. Soul is starting to get a little bit big. I believe his Sanj and Yasha is all finished up here. And the Troll can do a little bit more in the middle of these fights if he does decide to get active. But you still have a lot of kite ability for that hero anyway on the side of Ravens. Again, you don't mind kind of sitting back, building up. Eventually, Italiano will have a Heaven's Halberd, and, well, a Troll battle trancing under Disarm is not a pretty sight.
Kara getting caught out bottom lane now on the silencer. He's going to drop, but Argus is there with the RP, dragging them back into the tier 2 tower. It's a lot of damage being done, a lot of control, but nobody's down yet. In fact, they're chasing. Battle Trance has been popped. They want to try and go after this Magnus. Sol, though, he's in the middle of everything right now. This Battle Trance is not doing quite enough to keep him alive. He is down. They are onto Muzi. The Doom will also drop, and the rest of Grin will immediately just dissipate. It's TP out of here. But 2 huge calls going down here for Grin. Not the greatest of news at all. So even they find the Void Spirit now with the chains out from RRL. But it won't make any difference. He's fine to just jump down.
Definitely not the engagement you're looking for there on Grin. Felt like they maybe found a pretty good angle onto Argus. They don't manage to fully lock him in. He gets the RP skewer back, and you just don't have any counterplay. Like, a Rubik can only do so much. A Pugna's only really there to provide life drain. That sustain just not enough. And then these fights are breaking out without the full halberd for Italiano. If you're already struggling on the Troll Warlord right now, once a disarm's on top, like, I don't know if you even have a game as a Troll Warlord at that point. It just doesn't feel easy at all to play as a +1 here.
Smoke up again, immediately broken though. Grin, I don't know if this is the team fight. They've popped the global silence and both supports are gone. They're still rushing in. They still want the fight. The buybacks are there from the Rubik. Sol, he's going in by himself here. He has the Battle Trance to play with, but I'm not sure if this is the one. They're all dropping way too low right now. Oh, but hold on a minute. They've got RRL with the Battle Trance just ensnaring him up. Now it's the side of the Dire, or rather the Radiant dropping as Argus jumps back in onto Rojo, but now needs his own way out. Somehow that team fight ends up working in the favor of Grin. Raven's the one that needs to retreat now. The Sol, he makes it work. They do commit 2 support buybacks for this. But now they have Roshan to play for, so it's worth it for Grin.
And they should be able to clear it out fast with that Troll Warlord. Really good positioning from Sol, knowing that he could push this hero a little bit further inside of Ravens. Maybe overstaying their welcome a little bit when the buybacks came out, just not being able to retreat, kind of focusing in on trying to find that Troll Warlord does cost them. As an Aegis coming out here for Sol is going to be massive. Like basically 3 lives in this hero with a Battle Trance on top. Just to get 1 die back here on Raven's end.
Yeah, I mean, I think LGTK won't really mind dying though, to be frank, because he just gets that long respawn timer gone. But yeah, I mean, they get something for their trouble. Problem is, though, the Aegis is now the way of Grin. Sol mid lane, just gonna force RRL back once again. A charge out here, Italian a gangster, moving in onto the Troll. Does have the Nether Blast, or the Nether Strike to play with. Chains out as well. Battle Trance is still available, however, and well, the Salamander life draining once again as Argus looking for an RP attempt, but the Doom is out. This is not the fight it seems like. Sprint can really just go in and try to capitalize now. They lose Salivating Salamander, but they've got Italiano Gangster held down there for a moment as he will charge back in. Sol, what are you waiting for? Where's the Battle Trance? He's still waiting it out. The Aegis is available, but no, it ends up going down now. RP committed. Argus back in, has found Rojo. Italian Gangster charging back in onto the Troll. Sol still has the Battle Trance. No, he actually used it.
He used it a while ago. Yeah.
Italian Gangster.
He's disarmed.
Oh, he was this. Excuse me. RRL gonna move in now. Grin just getting annihilated in this mid lane. They will find Muzi, they'll find Sol. And that's a full team wipe. Here for Ravens, they just end up taking out everybody.
I like that read coming out from Ravens, knowing that with Heaven's Halberd, you aren't scared of a Troll at all. He pops Battle Trance, so what? He's just going to run into you and die. He managed to kite around really well. Great Doom coming out from Muzi, though, to stop Argus from getting a big RP, but it doesn't even matter in the end. Argus still manages to get it done, and I've never seen a team spam tanks out that often, but Ravens in high spirits off the back of that. Again, RP, Aegis being taken out. You're the ones fighting into Aegis, and Grin just aren't able to counterplay. There is some value, say, in the Pugna trying to heal up some of these heroes, but their target prioritization on Ravens have shifted. They are actually hunting down Salivating Salamander much more often, ensuring that he's not able to maximize their use of Battle Trance. He's not able to stall out these fights any longer than they have to be. And past that point, you know, once this Pugna's taken out, you're stuck with a Rubik trying to playmake for the team. It's just not enough.
11k advantage now for Ravens, a massive, massive lead. Seems like all the weight is on Soul's shoulders once again here on the Troll. What is it?
I saw someone ask if RRL was Ken from Barbie. That's a pretty sharp compliment, you know? All the actors are good lookers.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like he does kind of remind me of that, which is a compliment, by the way. I'm not trying to be insulting in any way. I haven't watched the Barbie movie though, Jonathan. Only going off the ads that I've seen.
It's still coming out, Mike. Soon. IMAX.
Oh, it hasn't come out yet.
Let's go.
Okay.
Not yet.
What do you mean? Like
Soon,
I thought it
Mike,
was in
soon.
cinema.
I want it to be in cinema. Not yet.
Are you?
At least not
are
in the
you
Philippines.
actually
No,
gonna
I'm
go
not
watch
aware.
it?
I am actually going to watch it. What?
Why?
You judging a person by what they want? I don't know. It seems fun.
Yes.
I want to see
Yes,
Ryan
I'm
Gosling
judging
in
you,
a
John.
goofier role. It's Ryan Gosling and Simu Liu. No? It looks like a fun film. Ryan Gosling chose it because he said the script was good. Okay?
And see,
I trust
this
when
is
Ryan
why-
Gosling says the script is good.
This is why when you give me crap about my recommendations, I can't take you seriously, right? Because you'll tell me
I mean,
you haven't watched
look.
like what?
Like you have you watched Blade Runner? Blade Runner
Hold on.
2049?
Soul getting caught out here on the Troll. RP committed.
Yikes.
Soul, he needs some help right here, right now. Not going to get it in time. Salamander was spotted, chained up, cannot TP away. They've even found another in the form of the Doom. It's complete domination now from the Ravens. They will find a third pickup.
Is under attack.
This was the kind of concern for this draft, right, of Grin, when we were still in the draft phase, is what they were going to do once you got to the stage where Ravens could get aggressive, and well, it doesn't really feel like they found an answer to that question.
No. I mean, that was BKB pop from Soul, but BKB literally for nothing. Just can't do much. He gets bashed through, he gets RP'd, and he doesn't even manage to cast his Battle Trance, so not able to do much. I get why they have to frontline with Troll, just because, well, you know, you have to frontline with Hero because he can bait out with Battle Trance, but the chain control is there. Oh no. That could have been a scary charge from Italiano.
Could have been. He'll be fine though,
Dire's top
Grin.
tower is under
Not
attack.
able to capitalize. Smoke is up though. 4-man smoke here from Grin Esports. They're going to try and head towards the south through their own triangle. They're running right into Argus. I believe they actually pinged him out because he was underneath vision. Argus skewering away, realizing that maybe they are on the chase for him.
Is under attack.
Does have a Shadow Blade up as well, so that makes it even harder for them to catch this man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower. is
Grin now
under
into the mid
attack.
lane. They'll see RRL.
Radiant's middle tower.
You don't have any kind of nice initiation though. Like
Middle tower has
nobody's gonna blink to jump in. Like LGTK doesn't have one. Muzi doesn't have one. So you could rely on Rojo, but
tower has fallen.
yeah, go on, John.
It's a bit tough. Like, I don't know how you start these fights. Maybe once Blink Doom is up, you feel a little bit better with Muzi up front. But it's just so simple for Ravens. Either you remnant in, dance around as RRL, or you literally just charge like a maniac in Italiano. What he ags up, 4.7 second cooldown, Charge of Darkness with a Quickening Charm and Octarine. How do you stop this guy?
You don't, Jonathan. He's a spirit breaker. He's just charging around. He's doing a great job of it too. The charge cooldown just makes me laugh at 4.7 seconds. It really does. It's too much. But I love it. You do you, Italiano gangster.
No cares. And no cares in the world. Just run around. Be a maniac. A true gangstar right now, Mr. Italiano.
Oh, stop pronouncing
the drive-bys.
It bothers me that you're pronouncing the R. Really
It is
does.
Italiano gangstar.
Argus?
He's typed the R, Mike. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I suppose we should call this guy Argius then. Argius, trying to screw his way out. It's going to be fine.
Good on you,
Italiano
Mike.
gangster. They charge in as well. I mean, this could be a team fight to start here again if you are on the side of Ravens, because now they've kind of expended their initiation. Bryn in trouble already. The RP committed. Argus just not even dealing with LGTK. He's still just walking out of this. In fact, Salivating Salamander, he's the first one to drop. In goes the gangster. He takes down the Rubik. Now Muzi gone on the Doom as well. Soul being chased. The charge is there. It's just such a low cooldown. You can't escape. You have to go for the team fight. But there's another one. Argus, though, he was dropping low to the Troll Warlord's damage output. Another strikeout from Italiano Gangster. Running across to the other side. Has another charge if he wants to commit it. We'll just rotate out of the fight. This is balanced, John. He's fine.
He got so many charges out. That's just... What? I believe he got like 3 Nether Strike uses as well, and Soul is not safe here.
Charges out. Incoming.
Oh, speedy.
Heads up. Soul gonna get stunned up. Italiano Gangster. Well, that's the Pugna gone. Muzi actually TP's into this. Nether Strike will connect. Wake Me Up gonna start with a focus fire and a shackle shot onto the Doom. But you're fighting by the tier 2 tower, and now that you see the Doom is expended, they just want to retreat. However, they don't land an Aether Remnant onto the Spirit Breaker, so he is still running away. Eventually, Soul will take him out, but at what cost? Muzi is down. Soul at least does have Battle Trance available for this fight, and he probably will need it. Skewer onto the high ground now.
Oh no!
They're just messing with him. Argus, he doesn't have RP. He can't stop the TP.
Oh my god. Drag him up top. See what he does. Does have the TP at least, so he manages to back off. A little bit more of a back and forth. Still a win coming out for Ravens. 3-1. Although, he still gained quite a fair bit on Grin despite losing 3 heroes there over that 1 kill on Italiano Gangstar. 34-16, 17k lead, maintains the aggression from Ravens, just not being able to be matched by the side of Grin all too well. And they're reaching this point where Soul will have his Ags up. So I suppose those Dispels on hand could lead to some more openings, could lead to some more saves here for the Troll. Whether or not that's enough is a different question. Roshan is back up now. And you do have the Blink ready on Muzi. So you have some initiation on hand. He's working onto the Blink next. And that's where the fights start to get a little bit easier to execute for Grin. You still have to worry about the RP, the Gold Silence, all of that. But AoE Doom should make it a lot more awkward for Ravens, especially with how Italiano Gangstar is playing. Like, you're not going to be able to get free charges anymore with that AoE Doom up. That is still a ways off, but shouldn't take too long as... Well, never mind what I just said. Mike Muzi just queues up the Carjan Greaves instead.
Yeah. Don't worry, John. I wasn't listening anyway. Grim, they're going to group up here as well. Joking, John. Roshan started.
Are you though?
I mean, we'll never know. Aegis Cheese available on this Roshan. Grin aren't trying to get there to force the fight, but not going to get there in time, sadly. So they'll maintain this high ground position. But the bot lane is already kind of being forced in here by Ravens. If they smoked up as well. Mid lane, RRL gonna be spotted. They'll even see the Void Spirit dissimulating in the mid lane. So Rojo, he's still in danger. Argus is chasing him down. Charge is gonna be there. They got the vision just in time. Muzi even thinking about going for the Doom, but does cancel it in time as well. So wanted to make sure there was no follow-up here onto Rojo Fire Flu. Just in case from the Spirit Breaker. Skewer attempt from Argus not really going to pan out in his favor.
poking and prodding. Full ags up and running now on RRL. So more spirit spam coming out from our Ember. Lots more mobility coming through as well. 20k lead being maintained here by the side of the Ravens. And again, for the side of Grin, they don't have much they can do. They're working towards a Nullifier coming out here as well for Rojo Fireflu. A little bit more kind of play with it. They give Argus the Wisdom Rune. They'll go for the Tormentor, getting the Gale Force up for Wake Me Up. A little bit more utility there as well. Argus, interesting angle.
I mean, it's the one you don't really expect to come out from, right? Like, you wouldn't expect the Magnus to come out of there, but you know, he will kind of leave it be anyway.
I mean, you're under vision there, so very interesting.
I suppose so. So always going to be a party pupil, John. Jump in. They have got the Wind Ranger here, so Wake Me Up going to get taken out.
Why the party pooper? You're the person who looks down and, you know, fun stuff. Like,
Oh, like Barbie.
like animes. Yeah, like Barbie. Ryan Gosling says the script is good, okay? I trust
Who
him.
gives a crap what Ryan Gosling says? But this is, you know,
Have you watched Blade Runner?
no. I
Have you?
haven't. No.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
What is that? A cinematic
all you need to
masterpiece?
know,
Is
Mike.
it? Is it some god tier
Actually,
movie?
I'd say it is. The original Blade Runner for sure. Definitely.
Oh, Remnants
that
backward
film.
here from RRL.
It's a couple of warning shots. This is... I mean, this game is a little bit awkward to drag this late for Ravens, because, again, the eventuality of down the line, down a long time, is Doom Ags, Troll has Ags up, going into MKB Satanic. You're gonna have a lot of solutions here on the side of Grin. Ravens, even with Aegis, are not fully committing for objectives. The pinks are coming out now. The full Silver Edge is out for Argus. So he has some good amount of damage to dish out.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bottom tier 3 tower going to be under siege again from Argus. Salivating Salamander. Trying his best to delay this the best he possibly can. Though Argus now through the tier 3 tower. Going to go for the bot rats.
Dire's structures
Skewer cancelled off pretty early on there from Argus. Lincoln's broken now. Could think about going for the Doom, but they're not really in position to really burst down the mag, and he's got Aegis for another 55 anyway. Jump in. Skewer is there. They've got the Pugma. Salamander is down. No buyback available for that Pugna. He's down for 40, though a stolen skewer now from LGTK could set up quite nicely, but Argus will just skewer back the other way. Is now a 4-man stun, and the RP is going to be committed. It hasn't caught as many as they would have hoped, though. Sol, he did use the battle trance for this, and the Magnus is coming back up, so this could be a really bad team fight for Grin. They don't have another way of keeping the troll alive, though he does have buyback available. He may need to commit it right now. The Pugna Doom will buy back into the game.
Radiant's top
Ravens,
tower is under
do they
attack.
back off?
Dire's bottom
It seems like they will. They don't have a creep wave with them. But they do have one pretty close by in the mid lane, so they could decide to keep going if they really want to. There is a very tasty double damage rune as well under Radiant Vision right now, so I think RRL might want to secure that, but instead they will actually go for the fight onto Rojo Fireflu. Chase down onto the Void Spirit, though he is going to be able to juke them out with the Dissimulate. Instead, charge now back in onto the Rubik. Taliona Gangster has found himself another target as LDTK. Looks like he is going to go down. No buyback available for the Rubik. That was a dieback immediately. The Salamander will die back as well. There's your buyback now being committed by Sol. He needs to get back into this team fight and try to help out his team, but it may just be too late. It's 3v5. Again, there's just casually a double damage rune still just sitting there in the bot rune spot. Ravens have decided to not grab it yet. In fact, Wake Me Up's the one going to run and get it. Does bottle it up.
Yeah. A rather interesting choice to have the Wind Ranger be the one to pick it up. Guess because she has mobility, she can afford to kind of go back, come back in, and they'll still keep up with the siege. Argus all by himself is doing more than enough damage to just clear the objectives. And what do you do to stop him, man? You just can't with Italian Gangster constantly threatening to charge right through.
Surrender Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Dire's middle
More Ravens. 2 racks is up now, looking to go for a third. Rojo Fire Flute. Try and back his way out. Italian Gangster, he's such a menace on this Spirit Breaker. Just the amount of charges coming out. It's just too much. Even for me, it's too much, John. As much as I love this hero, this might be a little bit overboard, Mr. Frog. I mean, look at this. I mean, this game's over. It's Soul versus the world now. And the world is winning. Soul 1v5. I don't think it's going to work out for him. He's just getting kited consistently. And Grin, they will call it. GG all played. 41 minutes in.
Dire's top tower
You will get the 2-1 victory here for the side of Ravens. And it was a well-earned victory. Jonathan, of course, game 1 did go the way of Grin, but eventually Ravens, they get it together and they make the win work.
Yeah, they managed to rally. They get a much more active draft here in game number 3. And they managed to run down. They hit their tempo. They hit that aggression. For the side of Grin, this one may be coming down to the draft a little bit more. I don't think the Troll pick was the ideal core. Then again, a lot of core pickups were banned out by the side of Ravens, so probably just a result of that, only having limited options left. The Troll and the Pugna lane just didn't do enough. I think that is a standing point there as well, where it just... Pugna Troll just doesn't have synergy, so you can't really pressure, and you're just free to farm up there on Italiano, which kind of led to all of the issues the Spirit Breaker brought out.
Yeah, Italian Gangster really making life hard. And this is kind of the build I've been kind of complaining about, that we don't see enough pros build. Like this Ags, Scepter, and Ultramarine core build up. I mean, 4.7 second charge cooldown is pretty ridiculous, considering most of the time you're charging and the cooldown just goes down anyway. Like it's pretty ridiculous, you know. It's a bit overboard. You see how a team fight just can't really it can't really happen when there's just charges going on non-stop through your team. Props to him though for going for that build up and just making it look amazing this game, as we are going to get to look at some highlights of that game number 3. Obviously, it did feel like Ravens were pretty much in the lead most of the game. Like we kind of made the comment about the draft that the side of Grin ended up going for. Like it's kind of greedy, kind of late game orientated, but even then, you could make the argument Ravens still just had the better scaling draft. So it's just the Troll last pick for me just kind of, you know, it kind of did it for me, John. I was kind of, I was out by that point.
I can't blame you. I mean, Soul tried his best. He had some good moments on it, but the shortcomings of the heroes are just way too much to play up against. And the itemization was there on the side of Ravens. Just the Heaven's Halberd pretty much takes away your bite. Like, you pop Battle Trance, you get Heaven's Halberd, and you're just chasing to die. That's just the tendency with that hero. And again, they couldn't match the tempo coming out from the side of Ravens. Grin, they look promising, though, to be fair to them. In this series, they managed to take a game off the side of Ravens, a veteran NA squad at this point. And these are the newcomers coming in from close quals. Like, they don't look bad. They look pretty damn competitive against a lot of these teams. Unfortunate for them, that does mean that they are 0-2 in the DPC right now. Yeah. But I think this is a team still with a lot of promise. I don't expect them to actually get relegated out the side of Grin. Ravens, again, looking on point. This win does give them a 2-0 start in the DPC. And of course, we have to hand an MVP over. It should go into Italiano Gangstar. I mean, why not, right? He's the guy on the Spirit Breaker. He's charging around like a real gangster would. And he's just scaring everyone else with these drive-bys, man.
He scared me, Jonathan, just by how he was playing this hero. So definitely deserves the MVP of this game, and certainly did a fantastic job of really just nailing it here on the Spirit Break. He'll get the match MVP, and rightfully so. Fantastic performance here. And if you want some free MMR, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to go for this build-up. I mean, it's pretty busted. You don't even need to be a position 3 to do this, quite frankly. I mean, I'll do it in pos 4 all the time. It's kind of ridiculous just how much you can get done with an Ags Octarine core right now on a Spirit Breaker. And again, in case you weren't watching, it was a 4.7 second cooldown on charge, which, let me tell you, if you didn't catch the end of that game, is really ridiculous. Still, that is the end of that series. 2-1 victory to go to Ravens. That means Ravens remain undefeated as well, Jonathan, which is great news for them. Obviously, a fantastic start here for 2 or 3 for Div 2 for Ravens. Currently sitting 2-0, basically tied in first place now with wildcard. So, you know, you couldn't really ask for a better start.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this squad has been around in Div 2 for a while, changing rosters very slightly between tours, but looking sharp. I think that's what we've seen throughout this opening of Div 2 and Tour 3. The teams that have kind of stuck together for the most part have been looking sharper. They've been working on, team play. They've been working on execution as a team, understanding of the game as a unit. And it's certainly showing up here for Ravens. So I'm keen to see what else comes out from them. For the side of Grin, again, shouldn't take the loss too heavily. Granted, it was a pretty bloody way to go out, going all the way for 3 games. But there's a lot of promise there. It just needs more time to cook up. I'd expect going into week 2, if Grin take the time to sit back, look at their mistakes, and work together to correct a little bit more, they are still kind of in the running to at least stay in Div 2, and depending on how the rest of the games go for the top 2, potentially even make it up if they just stay at 2 losses.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Div 2 obviously proving to be very competitive in 2 or 3, as we kind of mentioned the other day, but off to a good start. Just keep it up. Keep the good work up here for Ravens, and you can make it work, I'm sure. I mean, they're still yet to go up against the better teams, obviously. Arguably, C-Dub, Wildcard Gaming, still there. American Goons still there. So it's plenty of big teams to try and go up against. Even the cut available as well. So, maybe you could argue for Ravens. Maybe they have the somewhat easier teams to go up against in their first matchups. But I don't want to say that, Jonathan. I think they're doing a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any easy team. I'd actually put the power rankings of Div 2 NA pretty equal, outside of maybe Wildcard having an edge. So I'd say there are no easy opponents. And the fact that they've managed to take these wins is no small feat for Ravens to stay undefeated. So props to them. Also, a very neat name. I've always loved this org's name because it reminds me of a different game, Mikey. A game that I don't think you've played. Good old Armored Core. Armored Core 1, you'd have the Raven's Nest, so it throws me back. Love that name.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy competitive games, Jonathan. I need to beat somebody. I don't like these, I get to play against the bot, I get to feel good. Here's my dopamine for the day, What can I do, Jonathan? I was born a competitive person, Jonathan. That's who I am. My apologies.
You're going to have a lot of fun playing with your kid, I'm sure.
I already told my wife, doesn't matter what we're playing, I'm not losing. She's going to learn the hard way, Jonathan. I couldn't give a crap if she's 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. She's losing every time until she gets good enough to win. And that may be never. That doesn't bother me. That's not my problem, that's hers.
It's gonna be fun to watch, Mikey. Next time we drop by when the kid's a bit older, I'll just ask you all, hey, you guys should play, I don't know, a board game. Watch you just go ultra try hard and like, yeah, this is Mike LaPhoenix. What a madman.
Yeah, you gotta raise him right, Jonathan. Raise him right. We are waiting for an interview currently, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just chilling out, waiting to see if somebody is gonna rock up. Of course, it was a long best of 3 series, so I'm not gonna be too surprised if the boys from Ravens are just kind of completely forgot about it. In fact, never mind, we do have an interview on the way. Italiano Gangster has joined us, the MVP himself. So let's talk to Italiano and see what he has to say. Mr. Italiano Gangster, congratulations on your 2-1 victory here against the side of Grin. How the hell are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sound fantastic as always.
I had a lot of problems with that before, so it's nice that you could hear me finally. I'm feeling good. I'm like really tired. I can't like say too much about like how good I'm feeling, but good is a good word to describe it.
Well, what time is it for you right now? Like you're tired. I imagine it's quite late in where you are.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. I'm in New York.
Oh, goodness me. 1 a.m. in the morning. My goodness. At least you finished off on a high note. Italiano Gangster. My goodness. Game number 3, you're playing the Spirit Breaker. You go Octarine Core, you go Aghanim Scepter, and you have a 4.7 second cooldown on charge. Did you feel somewhat disgusting playing Spirit Breaker that game, Mr. Gangster? Because it looked rather revolting to us.
I felt bad for them because as the draft progressed, they thought I was not the offlaner. And I said, hey, they don't have a single disable for my hero. Doom is not good, Pugna is not good, Rubik lifts me for half a second. No one disables me on their team. So I think it's their downfall for not thinking that I could go offlane Spirit Breaker.
You sure showed them, I'll tell you. Talk to me about Game 1, though. Game 1 obviously didn't go the way you guys anticipated. Can you talk to us and tell us exactly what you think went wrong in Game 1 for you guys?
We're not scrimming because we had a lot of cancellations and problems. Not any major problems, but just unfortunately every scrim getting canceled because one guy has to do something and whatnot. So we weren't prepared at all. And then we just I think we didn't do the first phase properly, and the first phase really favored them. And then we just intensified immediately what we have to do in the first phase, and it was easy from there on out.
Okay, all right, perfect. Go on, John.
All right, Italiano, I know we've watched you a little bit in the past tours as well. What's the difference now that, another NA team has been turned into Ravens? What's the difference for you coming into this tour with this stack?
I think the mid laner that I have is very similar to RCY. He's very quiet and never complains, so that's a pretty nice thing to get again. And so my safe laner and my 5 are both Peruvian, so they're speaking Spanish during the laning stage, but they do speak very good English, so it's very interesting just to play with Peruvian players, because I think South American Dota is 10 times better than NA, so I'm glad to experience it. And then we got Wake Me Up because he saved the cut last season, so shout out.
All right, fair enough. And I'm curious, going forward here in Tour 3, we've heard a lot of players say that the division is pretty equal this time. Is there any opponent that you're looking to play up against or prep extra hard for?
I want to beat RCY. He's my friend. So. But the other teams, I think also American Goons, that's a lot of my friends too. So the previous 2 teams, I don't know all of them too much. So as long as I'm playing against my friends, I think those will be the most fun series. So probably American Goons and Wildcard Gaming. Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough. Looking forward to those series then.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's 1 a.m. in the morning for you, so we're going to let you go. Have a fantastic night, and congratulations once again on your victory.
All right, thank you. Have a good day or night. Where are you? Is it day for you or nighttime for you? I don't know which one to say.
It's daytime
have a good,
right now.
Day.
It's daytime.
Have a good day then. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
As the lovely Italian gangster. Jonathan, that's about the 50th time during this series that I accidentally said Americano gangster. I'm not sure why that keeps coming out, but I keep saying it for some reason. Very, very nice to talk to the man as per usual. Can I just say, by the way, I'm not sure if it's because he's tired, but he sounds like an actual Italian gangster, doesn't he? He sounds like he could be in a Godfather movie or something with the way he was talking, just softly,
maybe
well spoken. Anyway, I think we can have a look at some schedules perhaps, and let's look at the scoreboard first. We've got Ravens, of course, at the top here with Wildcard, both tied up in first place with 2-0 as a scoreline. C-Dub, of course, right behind them with the American Goons, and then everyone else is kind of bottom 4. You've got Nexus Titans, you've got the Cut, both with 1 loss each, and now sadly for Grin and Tilted Boys, both of them have 2 losses each, which puts them in the danger zone. Does mean they need to get some wins under their belt to start moving up. But at the very least for Ravens and Wildcard, they're looking fantastic, Jonathan, both tied in first place.
Yeah, they're looking sharp. It's a strong start for them. I think our top 4 are going to be really competitive. But again, I feel like everyone's going to be pretty competitive. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of our series going forward will drag on to 3 games. Still, this is the end of the day, but it's not the end of the DPC. We can take a look at our schedule as well for the next day of the NA DPC. And that is our 3 series day. C-Dub up against Nexus Titans first. And then we've got American Goons up against the Cut. And closing out with Wildcard versus Grin. It's a pretty exciting series all across the board there, Mike, for our long day, our action-packed day for the NADPC there. And I'm honestly pretty keen on seeing how American Goons does against the Cut. I think that's probably the closest matchup, although all of them are pretty close, but that one's the one that I feel like is probably going to be the most competitive. Wildcard versus Grin as well. Should be interesting because Grin's been tested now very nicely, and Wildcard is, again, looking to be the favorite. So if they can take a game off Wildcard, I'm pretty sure they can take the series off as well if they maintain momentum.
Well, I can't wait to see how our next day of NA Div 2 does go, Jonathan, but I believe that is it for tonight. So we are going to go ahead and head off and take a short break. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow for some more great NA Div 2 action. So thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.